to our ChatGPT Full Course by Simplilearn. AI is transforming industries faster than ever, and ChatGPT is at the heart of this revolution. But this isn't just another chatbot. It's a smart, versatile tool that can help you create content, brainstorm ideas, automate tasks, and even analyze data, opening doors to new opportunities in almost any field. In this course, we make learning ChatGPT very simple, practical, and hands-on. We will start with the fundamentals, what ChatGPT is, how it works, why it's becoming an essential skill for today's professional. Then we will move into exciting real-world applications, and you will see how experts in tech, marketing, education, and businesses are using ChatGPT to craft compelling content, streamline workflows, and also spark creativity, delivering smarter, faster solutions. The best part is proficiency in ChatGPT is becoming one of the most sought-after skills in 2025 and coming years. This course not only teaches you how to use it effectively, but also guides you on leveraging it in interviews, helping you stand out in AI, automation, and digital-focused careers. And by the end, you will be a confident ChatGPT user, ready to create and innovate, tackle challenges with AI as your partner. So if you're ready to explore the limitless possibilities of ChatGPT, let's dive in and get started. We move on. If you're interested in mastering the future of technology, then the professional certificate course in Generative AI and Machine Learning is the perfect choice for you. This is offered in collaboration with the E&ICT Academy, IIT Kanpur, and this is an 11-month live interactive program providing hands-on expertise in cutting-edge areas like Generative AI, Machine Learning, tools like ChatGPT, DALL-E 2, and Hugging Face. You will gain practical experience through 15+ projects, integrated labs, and live masterclasses delivered by esteemed IIT Kanpur faculty. Alongside earning a prestigious certification from IIT Kanpur, you will receive official Microsoft badges for Azure AI courses and career support through Simplilearn's Job Assist program. So guys, hurry up and enroll now, and you can find the course link below.
Whether you're a tech enthusiast, AI expert, or just curious about the new and exciting development, you won't want to miss this discussion about the latest AI sensation. I'm talking about ChatGPT, a highly advanced language model based on GPT-3 technology developed by OpenAI. ChatGPT is a state-of-the-art language generation AI model that has captured the attention of millions of people around the world. It has been trained on a massive dataset of text data, making it one of the most largest language models to date. But do you know, a new version of GPT is coming up. It's called GPT-4, and it will support up to 1 trillion parameters compared to 175 billion parameters of GPT-3. Now you might be wondering, what are these parameters? So what it means, when a user sends a query to the newer version of ChatGPT, then it will process that query with all 1 trillion parameters to deliver a correct and suitable response. Isn't it mind-blowing? Not only that, GPT-4 will have more applications than its predecessor GPT-3. The GPT-3 has various applications like text generation, text summarization, automated content generation application, and is also being used by various companies like Viable, Fable Studio, and Algolia. Aside from its remarkable language handling ability, GPT-4 has the possibility of being utilized for additional functions such as generating images and videos. This is due to the fact GPT-4 is constructed using the transformer architecture, which has demonstrated effectiveness in multiple machine learning assignments, including computer vision. Psychologist and cognitive scientist Gary Marcus said that he can guarantee that GPT-4 will blow the minds. He also mentioned that GPT-4 will totally eclipse ChatGPT, as it has more parameters and is being trained with more data. However, the CEO, Sam Altman, debunks false information surrounding the company's upcoming ChatGPT-4. Altman said that he did not have an actual AGI, that is an artificial general intelligence, that could rival humans in learning and existence. The release of ChatGPT and other AI-powered chatbots has a major impact on Google's search business, with the New York Times reporting that it prompted Google's management to declare state emergency, referred to as Code Red. GPT-4, with its improved complexity and quicker response time, has the potential to enhance communication by making it more natural and accurate. For instance, short sentence responses from a chatbot can reduce the likelihood of people clicking on ads. This AI technology could bring about a major transformation in the economy. Google employees have been assigned the task of developing AI products with GPT-4 that can match the capability of GPT-3, such as its capability of generating art, music, and other visuals that OpenAI is currently capable of. Microsoft has invested $3 billion into the OpenAI and is reportedly in discussions to invest an additional $10 billion, as reported by the New York Times. The paper also stated that the release of GPT-4 is expected to take place in the first quarter of 2023. Matt McIlvaine, a venture capitalist with knowledge of GPT-4, hinted that the new system may possess multimodal capabilities, which refers to the capability of functioning in various modes such as text, images, and sounds. The GPT-4 chatbot built using Microsoft's extensive data center network has the potential to be similar to ChatGPT, generating only text, or it could be incorporate both text and images. However, Sam Altman has cautioned not to set expectations too high. So at this point, it is difficult to say with certainty what GPT-4 will look like and what it will be capable of. So what do you think about ChatGPT-4? Do let us know in the comment section below. Now this shows that AI is one of the most sought out technology in today's day and age.
Hey there, let's start with a quick thought. Have you ever tried to talk to a machine and it gave you the wrong answer? Maybe you asked Siri, what's the weather today? And you got something like, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Or even worse, it gave you the wrong city's weather forecast. This might sound frustrating, right? Now, what if I told you that this happens because you didn't give it a good question? That's where prompt engineering comes in. So in simple terms, it's the art and science of crafting the right questions or prompts to get the best answers from AI. In today's video, we are going to cover the basics of prompt engineering, which is not just about asking AI questions, but about asking them in the right way. And by the end of this course, you will understand what is prompt engineering. I'll break it down for you so it's very super simple to understand. Why prompts matter. You'll see how much the quality of your prompt can change your AI's responses. We'll then understand how AI processes prompts. I'll explain you how AI understands your questions, and it's easier than you think. Then we'll understand tokenization. This might sound a bit technical, but I'll make it an easy way to grasp. Don't worry, I have got you covered. Then we have context window and memory. So how does AI remember things? We will dive into this in a very simple way. The anatomy of good prompt. What makes a good prompt? We will break it down for you and show you what exactly to include. Weak versus strong prompt. Now, small changes can definitely make a big difference, and I'll show you how to do that. Now, after all of that, I'll show you a real-life demo on how to use prompt engineering with ChatGPT. You'll see how to apply everything we learned today in real-world situations. So, are you ready to see prompt engineering in action? Let's get started now. Now, before we get started, let me explain it to you using a real-life story example of prompt engineering in action. Also, just a quick information, if you're interested in mastering the future of technology, then the professional certificate course in Generative AI and Machine Learning is the perfect opportunity for you. Offered in collaboration with the E&ICT Academy, IIT Kanpur, this 11-month live and interactive program provides hands-on expertise in cutting-edge areas like Generative AI, Machine Learning, and tools like ChatGPT, DALL-E 2, and even Hugging Face. You'll gain practical experience through 15 plus projects, integrated labs, and live masterclasses delivered by esteemed IIT Kanpur faculty. Alongside earning a prestigious certificate from IIT Kanpur, you will receive official Microsoft badges for Azure AI courses and career support through Simplilearn's Job Assist program. So hurry up and enroll now, and you can find the link below. So here's a quick quiz question on prompt engineering that I want you guys to answer in the comment section below. So what does zero-shot prompting mean? Giving the AI multiple examples, giving no instructions at all, giving a task without any examples, or providing images only? Meet David, a marketing manager at a growing e-commerce company. David's team is launching a new product, and his task is to come up with catchy, attention-grabbing ad copy for their digital ads. He decides to use an AI tool to help him generate some creative ideas. David types a very basic prompt into the AI. He says, "Give me some ad copy for a new product." The AI generates a few generic lines like "buy a product today" and "new product now available." After seeing this answer, David scratches his head because these lines are overly broad and it fails to capture the essence of the new product. He needs something more specific, something that resonates with their target audience. So David refines his prompt. He types, write 3 creative ad copy ideas for a new eco-friendly water bottle targeted at young professionals who care about sustainability. Now, the AI gives David more targeted and unique ideas. It gives like stay hydrated, stay green, drink sustainably, work sustainably, eco-conscious, stylish, and practical. Now, after seeing this, David smiles because this is exactly what he needed. By refining his prompt, he got the right tone, the right message, and the perfect art copy. So here's the lesson. Just like David, when you're working with AI, the more specific and detailed your prompt is, the better will be your results. A vague prompt will give you vague results, but a well-structured prompt leads to clear, relevant, and targeted response. Next, let's understand what exactly is prompt engineering. So prompt engineering is the process of designing and crafting the right questions or instructions for AI so that the AI can generate the most accurate and useful responses. You can think of it as giving clear directions to a GPS. The clearer the destination is, the more accurate the route will be. Let's say, for example, instead of saying, tell me about climate change, you could ask, explain climate change in 3 bullet points in simple language for high school students. Now, this level of specificity helps the AI understand exactly what you want. So it can generate a response that fits your needs. So now that you know what prompt engineering is, let's see some real-world applications of prompt engineering. So where can we actually apply prompt engineering? Here are a few examples. First one is customer support. AI can be used to respond to customer queries. The more precise your prompt is, the better the AI can assist you. It also helps in coding. Now, developers use AI to generate code, debug, or offer solutions to coding problems. Let's say, for example, write Python code to sort a list of numbers in ascending order. Now, in education, teachers use AI to generate quiz questions, explain complex concepts, or even create lesson plans. Then we have marketing. Marketers like David use AI to generate ad copy, create social media content, or even come up with product names. For example, create 3 catchy slogans for a new organic skincare product. It is also useful in data analytics. Now, AI can be used to interpret and summarize large data sets. It can automate your reports, it can generate insights based on your structured data, making data analysis faster and much more accurate. For example, you can say summarize these key insights from this report. Now, the more specific you're with your prompt, the better the AI can assist you in these real-world scenarios. Alright, so how does AI even understand your prompt? Well, it doesn't understand like we do. It basically predicts. AI doesn't truly understand your question. It just predicts the most likely next words based on what you have typed. It works like your phone's predictive text. Just like when your phone guesses the next word in a sentence, in the same way, AI guesses the best next word to keep the response flowing. It's not magic. It's pure pattern and mathematics. AI uses pattern it learned from tons of data during training. No emotions, no reasoning, just super smart pattern matching. You can think of this like playing the game fill in the blanks. You're given a sentence with some words missing, and you have to guess the missing words based on what you know. The more you practice, the better you get at filling those blanks. In the same way, AI guesses the next word in a sentence based on all the word it has seen before, but without any true understanding. So the clearer your prompt is, the better the AI's guess will be. Now, let's dive into the key concept, tokenization. You can simply put tokenization, which is the process of breaking down your sentence into smaller pieces or tokens. Now, these tokens could be whole words, parts of word, or even punctuation marks. Basically, the building blocks that the AI works with. To help AI understand text better, it breaks down sentences into smaller pieces called tokens. A token could be a word, part of a word, or even a punctuation. Let's say, for example, if you type ChatGPT is amazing, the AI breaks it into these tokens. Chat plus G plus PT plus is amazing. Understanding how AI tokenizes text is important because the more efficient the tokens are, the clearer the AI understanding will be. When writing prompts, keeping them concise and avoiding unnecessary words help AI generates better responses. AI doesn't see the full picture immediately, just smaller puzzle pieces, which are the tokens, and then it works to assemble those into a response. The better the pieces, which are the tokens, the clearer the final picture will be. Next, we will understand context window and memory. Now, AI has a context window which acts like its working memory. The context window determines how much of the conversation the AI can remember at any given time. Now, if you ask AI a long question and the context window gets full, it may forget parts of the earlier conversation. Let's say, for example, in simple terms, AI has a memory box called the context window. For GPT-3, this box can hold up only up to 8,000 tokens, which are the words or parts of the word. Once it gets filled up, it starts forgetting earlier parts of the conversation, which can affect its responses. GPT-4, on the other hand, has a larger memory box, so it can hold more tokens and remember more details without even forgetting. The image here shows how GPT-4 can handle longer conversations while fewer memory limits compared to GPT-3, which struggles to keep track when the conversation gets too long. Now we'll dive into some important part, which is understanding anatomy of a good prompt. Now that you know how AI works, let's break down the anatomy of a good prompt. A well-constructed prompt is just like a recipe. It needs the right ingredients in the right order. And that recipe includes a clear task, which is, what do you want the AI to do? Your target audience. Who is the answer for? You can think of it like giving directions to a friend. If you can just say, go right, they'll have no idea where they're being headed. But if you say, take a right at the second stoplight and then a left at a coffee shop, you are being much more specific and now they will know exactly where to go. This is how you should approach your prompt. Clear, specific, and with all the right details. Then we have context or role. That is, what context should the AI take into account? Formatting or constraints. How do you want the answer to be formatted? So this is the anatomy of a good prompt. Now let's understand the difference between weak and strong prompt. So at first, we have got weak prompt. For example, tell me about AI. Now this can be vague, which is it doesn't specify what aspect of AI is needed. It's too broad. AI can give a general, unclear response. It's also unfocused because no guidance is given on how to explain AI. Now let's understand the example of a strong prompt. Let's suppose you type in 3 bullet points, explain AI to a 10-year-old in simple terms. Now this tells AI exactly what to do, which is explaining in 3 points. It's also audience focused, which is it tells AI who it's explaining to, which is 10-year-old kid. It requests a specific format, which is in bullet points. Now we can see from here that strong prompt is much more effective because it gives clear direction to the AI, making its response more useful and focused. You can think of this like asking someone to explain a movie to you. If you just say explain it, you might get a full analysis of the film, which might be way more detailed than you need. But if you ask, can you explain this movie to a 5-year-old, you'll get a much simpler, child-friendly summary. That's the power of strong prompting. Now I'll show you a demo using ChatGPT, the difference between weak prompt and strong prompt. So now let's start with the demo part. I'll show you a clear difference of how you use the vague prompt and how we can improve it using a specific prompt. Let's say my first prompt is very normal. So I type something like, tell me about the climate change. So this is my prompt to GPT and you see what type of answer will it give to me. So yeah, so you can see here it has given me this particular set of answer. It says climate change refers to significant and lasting changes of the earth and the key causes, the consequences and everything. But I feel like this prompt is mostly broad and it's open-ended. Now ChatGPT responds with a general explanation covering multiple aspects like the causes, effect and the solution. So while this information is accurate, but still I feel that this is not tailored for my particular target audience or any purpose, which makes it less useful if you have a specific goal in your mind. So now I'll be giving a better improved version of my prompt. So here is my prompt, the improved one, and I have said GPT that explain the key causes of climate change in under 100 words using simple language suitable for high school students. So you can see that this model, it gives a clear boundary, a specific topic focusing on the number of words and a defined audience. Now the response is maybe more shorter. Let's see, look at the response. What type of response does ChatGPT give us? Yeah. So you can see that it has actually given me the only information which is needed, that too in under 100 words, suitable for high school students. It might be more shorter, direct, and written in accessible language. Now, this version would work well for teaching purpose, summarizing, or even including in a school newsletter. Now, we'll look at the second example, which is the missing context versus clear instruction. So, let me show you the first simple normal prompt. So, my prompt is write a post about productivity. Okay, this is my first prompt, a normal prompt like how you guys usually do. So now let's see what ChatGPT generates. So you can see here that this is a very common kind of prompt that people give it to ChatGPT. Now the model will try to fill in the blanks, but since it doesn't know who the audience is and who are my target audience, what style should to use, it ends up writing something very bland and unfocused. So now we'll be giving the second prompt, which is the improved version. So here is my prompt. It says you're a productivity coach. Write a LinkedIn post on how to manage distractions while working from home. Keep the tone conversational, limited to 3 short paragraphs. So let's see what ChatGPT generates for me. So you can see the answer that the GPT has given us. It's accurate and also suitable for my target audience. So in this version, we tell the model what persona to adopt, like who the audience is, what topic to cover, and how to structure the response. So that level of instruction results is much more specific, engaging, and also well-organized post that's likely to perform better on LinkedIn or maybe your own personal blog as well. So this was for a second example. I'll show you a few more couple of examples. So let's move on to a third example now. So a third example is the flat request versus step-by-step prompting. So first, we will be giving a very normal basic prompt like write a blog post about AI in education, okay? So I've given my prompt here. Write a blog post about AI in education. All right. So you can see here that this is the answer which GPT has given to me. Now you can see that this prompt gives no direction on what angle to take, how long the post should be or how it should be structured. Now the model might generate a long unstructured post that tries to cover everything and it ends up doing nothing particularly well. Now we will be giving a better improved version of this prompt. So now as you can see, I've given ChatGPT 3 steps. The first step is to generate 3 blog title ideas about AI in education. The step 2 is pick the most engaging one and write a 200 word blog intro. The third step is suggesting an outline for my full blog. Now, this approach breaks the task into smaller manageable parts. It gives the model room to brainstorm and select the strongest direction before writing. So by structuring the task step by step, you're not just only getting better results, but also maintaining creative control at every stage. So we'll just give this prompt now. And you can see it has given me the answer for the first step 2, which is the chosen title. And you can see my title is also there. The blog intro is under 200 words. and it has given me step by step the blog outline, introduction, the full storyline. Yeah, it looks good to me. So here you get a clear difference of how you convey your message to ChatGPT AI. First, if you give a normal prompt, like just a normal one-liner prompt, you see the answer here. And when you give a step-by-step detailed explanation of how you want the blog to be, your outline, engaging 200 blog intro, the blog title ideas. So this is how ChatGPT generates answer for you. Now, the fourth example which we'll be looking on is the unfocused request and the difference between role-based prompting. So I will give a prompt like summarize this article. Now, this is a very normal basic prompt. So yeah, you have to provide the article which needs to be summarized. Yeah, so I have an article here of about talking about generative AI. So I've given this to ChatGPT and I write here that summarize this article. Okay. Okay, now it has given me a full summary of the article. You see, it's a bit short. So it might look a bit clear, but then, it lacks details about what kind of summary you actually want. Is it for academic purpose, for social media, for a quick internal update? Now, without that context, the model makes assumptions and the result may not match what you actually need. Let's look at the improved prompt to give to ChatGPT. So my prompt here is you are a journalist writing a tweet thread summarizing this article for tech professionals. Keep this point under 280 characters and focus on the actionable insights. Now, while I give this prompt to GPT, let's look at the answer, how it generates for us. So as you can see here, the model has actually got a clear person and a platform in mind. Journalists writing for Twitter. It also knows who the summary is for and what kind of information to highlight. Now, this particularly makes the output snappy, concise, and tailored for busy professionals who just want quick takeaways. Here you can have a look of all our key points addressed in this article. So there is a major difference, it depends on how you actually give prompts to GPT. Using such improved prompts can increase the productivity of your task. Let's now look at the fifth example, which is generic questions versus goal-oriented prompt. A normal prompt would be, what are some marketing strategies? Let's type this to ChatGPT. So I want to know more about the marketing strategy. So this is how I give prompt. So the answer it has given me in bullet pointers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it's given me basically 12 pointers. You can see here it might respond with a generic list. As you can see, the content, marketing, email campaign, social media, user-generated content, referral marketing, influencer marketing. But they're not filtered or prioritized for real-world scenario. Now, I'll show you how you can improve it using the improved version of this prompt. So here I've given again the improved version of the prompt, that is you're a digital marketing consultant advising a startup with a limited budget. Suggest 5 cost-effective marketing strategies that can implement in the next 30 days. Let's look at the answer now. So you can see it has given me a clear, detailed answer for my question with the bonus tip, actionable tip, what you can take with all the clear 5 pointers with the tips as well. You can just look from here that here now the model has got a clear context. It's advising a startup. There's a budget constraint, there's a timeline. The result is a list of more actionable and realistic strategies, such as organic social media, referral programs, or even collaborations, which are tailored for your business needs or your startup needs. So guys, now you can see I have clearly shown you how you can optimize your prompting using a clear, well-structured, specified prompt. It's very important that you stop using such vague prompts and start giving much more specifications, details, and use a proper prompt if you want to utilize ChatGPT. I hope with this video, you all must have understood the fundamentals of prompt engineering and what you can do to develop a basic prompt into a more precise and high-quality prompt.
So guys, let's get started and let's understand what is prompt engineering. So prompt engineering is like directing AI models, such as the advanced GPT-4, to ensure they perform their best based on how you ask your questions. And now we'll see why it's crucial. So imagine you are seeking restaurant recommendations. If you ask, where should I eat tonight? You might get random suggestion. But if you specify, I need a cozy Italian place for a date night, within walking distance, you will receive much more relevant advice. That's prompt engineering, shaping your questions to fetch the most useful answers. So this was about why it's useful. Now we'll see the crafting effective prompts. So crafting effective prompts. So the number one reason is be specific, because detail is key. Asking an AI what are some easy vegetarian dinners, that is better than just asking for dinner ideas. The next is provide context. Adding context helps AI tailor its responses, like telling a friend a story with enough background so they understand. The next is focus attention. Highlight crucial details to keep the AI focused on what matters most for your question. And then comes iterate as needed. Refine your prompts based on the responses, similar to adjusting a recipe to get it just right. So this was about crafting effective prompts. So these are the basic ones. Moving forward in this course, we'll see the most prominent things that we can add in the prompt. That will come in the next 4 to 5 minutes. So let's move to the next one and we'll see a practical example for a prompt. So the example is, suppose you are using AI to plan a birthday party. A vague prompt might be that, how do I plan a party? And this could lead to a generic checklist. However, a well-crafted prompt can be like, what are some creative themes for a 10-year-old's outdoor birthday party in summer? And what games would you recommend? So this prompt will likely result in more specific and actionable ideas. So this is how you can generate a prompt. So prompt engineering is essentially about making AI work smarter for you, transforming complex tasks into simple, enjoyable activities. It's a skill that enhances your interactions with technology, making every AI encounter more effective and engaging. So having explored what prompt engineering is and how to craft effective prompts, let's now dive into the various ways this skill can be applied. So prompt engineering is not just a technical skill for AI specialists. It has practical uses in nearly every industry imaginable, from enhancing customer interactions to streamlining software development. The applications are vast and varied. So let's see some of the key use cases. So the number one use case is content creation. So in digital marketing and blogging, prompt engineering helps generate targeted content, such as articles, social media posts, and marketing copy that resonates with specific audiences. The next is customer support. AI can be used to automate responses in customer service. Well-crafted prompts ensure that the responses are accurate, helpful, and contextually appropriate. Then comes software development. Developers use prompt engineering to generate code snippets, debug programs, or even use AI to conceptualize new software solutions. Then comes education and training. AI can tailor educational content to students' learning levels or answer specific academic queries, making learning more personalized and efficient. And then comes market research and data analysis. By directing AI to analyze large dataset with specific prompts, businesses can extract meaningful insights about market trends, customer preferences, and operational efficiencies. And then comes healthcare. In medical settings, AI can assist with diagnosing from symptoms described in prompts or help in researching treatment options by processing medical literature. And then comes legal and compliance. That is the most used case for the AI. AI can help pass through vast amounts of legal documents to find relevant precedents or compliance issues based on prompts tailored to specific legal questions or topics. These use cases illustrate the versatility of prompt engineering, highlighting its potential to enhance productivity and creativity across a wide range of industries. So these were the use cases. Now we'll see the flow of AI technologies from where this LLM models or the large language models or GPT-4, that's an example, come into action. So let's start with the flow. So AI is the overarching category that defines the goal of creating machines capable of performing tasks that would require intelligence if done by humans. And then comes ML. So ML is a method within AI focused on giving machines the ability to learn from data. Then comes deep learning. So deep learning is a technique within ML that uses layered neural networks to analyze various factors of the data. And then comes LLMs, that are large language models, that are specialized application of deep learning focused on understanding and generalizing and generating human language. This hierarchy moves from broad general techniques and applications down to more specialized and sophisticated systems, showing how foundational concepts in AI lead to more advanced implementations. So this was all about a conceptual or the context of the prompt engineering. Now moving to the applications of prompt engineering, and we'll be using GPT-4 for this purpose, and we'll be writing prompts in the GPT-4 and asking the GPT-4 model to provide us the relevant answers. So let's move to GPT-4. So as you search on any of your browser, that would be OpenAI, openai.com, you would be directed to this website, and here are their products. That is ChatGPT, that is for everyone, for teams, for enterprising, and there has been a pricing listed here. So you could come here and click on ChatGPT login, and after proceeding with your credentials, you can log in into ChatGPT and start writing your prompts. So coming back to the OpenAI website, so you could see here that's a research and the latest advancements. That is GPT-4o, DALL-E 3, Sora. So GPT-4o, that's a model that has been developed by OpenAI that can use the camera or the vision technology and can tell you that what object it is. And if you show him a code snippet, that will tell you what that code snippet has been written for. And if you use that to just scan writing on any of your pages or any of your copy, it will just scan it and translate to you in what language it has been written, and you can translate it to any other language. And then comes DALL-E 3, that is used to create images, and then we have Sora that is used to create videos. So now moving to the next, that is products. And you could see that the ChatGPT, these are the versions that are for everyone, for teams, for enterprises, and then we have the pricing for that. And here we have the ChatGPT API or OpenAI API. So you could click on that and see. So before going to the API, we'll move to documentation and let's have an overview of all the things. So here's an introduction about the key concepts, that is text generation models, that is GPT-4 and GPT 3.5. Then there are assistants, that GPT-4 can be act as a assistant to anyone. And then we have the embeddings, that is it's a vector representation of a piece of data that is meant to preserve aspects of its content or its meaning. And then comes the tokens. So there are tokens. So you could see here that text generation and embedding models process text in chunks that are called tokens. And as a rough rule of thumb, one token is approximately 4 characters or 0.75 words for English text. So these are tokens. And now moving to models. So we have GPT-4o, GPT-4 Turbo, 3.5 Turbo, and here are all the models that are listed by OpenAI. So here we'll be talking about GPT-4. So GPT-4, that's a large language multimodal model, and it has multilingual capabilities. And you can ask him any question in any language. And then we have DALL-E, that is used to create images. Then we have TTS, Whisper, and then the embeddings. So let's move to ChatGPT, and before that, let's have a API reference. That is, if you want to use OpenAI API or you want to integrate to create a chatbot, or we have seen a use case that is to create a customer service representation. So for that, you could use this OpenAI API. So for that, you have to install the OpenAI module with the command pip install OpenAI. And after that, you could use the npm. And here are the API keys from where you can generate it. And they have provided you all the steps how you can use it for streaming purpose, for the audio, to create speech. This is how you could use the API to create your own models. So this is the interface of ChatGPT or GPT-4. So this is the overview of ChatGPT, and here we write the prompts, that is the message box. And this is the login person that has logged. And if you click here, you could see my plan, and we have purchased the plus plan, that is for $20 per month. And there are other features also. We will come to that. So let's see one of those, that is customized ChatGPT. So here you could write custom instructions that what response you want from ChatGPT. So you could mention here that I want the tone to be specific, mild, not to be too loud, and you can ask him don't use advanced English. I want the answer to be prompt and in a simple English manner. So you could write the instructions for the responses you want to have. And this is the window. If you click on that, you could see explore GPT section, and here is the history section, that what you have written and what prompts and what responses you have created till date. So if you click on this, you could get a new window for ChatGPT 4. And these are the models that are listed here. That is ChatGPT 4.0, ChatGPT 4, GPT 3.5, and this is the temporary chat section. We'll discuss about all this, but currently we'll start with the types of prompts or generating the prompts and what things to consider while generating the prompts. So moving back, so let's see how you can create a prompt. So you have to have 6 things in prompt to make it more precise. Number 1 is context. So this sets the scene or provides background information necessary for understanding the prompt. For example, if you're writing a prompt that in a world where artificial intelligence has replaced most jobs, describe a day in the life of a human worker. So you have asked him and provided the context here. And then we have task. So the specific action or question that the responder needs to address. So if you are writing a prompt, number 1 is context that needs to be included. Then comes the task. So what task you want the GPT to act and provide the response. So for example, write an essay on the effects of global warming on agriculture. So you have provided the task here, that is write an essay. So now the next thing is persona. So persona specifies the identity or role the responder should assume while answering. For example, as a medical professional, advise a patient on managing type 2 diabetes without medication. So this is the persona. Then comes format. So define how the response should be structured or presented. For example, list 5 tips for improving personal productivity in bullet points. So the format, you have asked him to address the personal productivity in bullet points. So that's the format you have asked him. And then comes exemplar. So if you want to give the example to GPT that we have a sample here, use that and provide us a response according to that. So for example, sometimes a sample answer or part of an answer is given to illustrate the expected style or content. So we'll have a prompt example here. Like in the example with the protagonist overcomes fear. Write a story about overcoming a personal challenge. So this is the example that we can give to an LLM model. And then comes the tone, in which tone you need the answer. So indicate the mood or attitude the response should convey. For example, write a humorous blog post about the trials of parenting toddlers. So you have mentioned what humorous blog, you want the tone as a humorous blog. So with the right technique, you can craft prompts that are not only precise but also versatile, suitable for any learning management system. So this approach ensures that the prompts will engage students, encourage critical thinking, and drive meaningful discussions, no matter what the platform is. As we are using the GPT-4 here, so you could use Claude or Anthropic. Like there are many platforms, you can use any of them with these type of crafting the prompts techniques. So embrace these strategies and you will be equipped to create prompts that resonate across various educational environments, enhancing the learning experience for all. Each component plays a crucial role in guiding the response to ensure it meets the desired objective and quality. So let's see some of the examples, and we will use all the context or all the types that can be used to create a prompt. So our first example is, as a nutritionist speaking at a high school career day, create a presentation outlining the importance of healthy eating habits for teenagers, and use a friendly and engaging tone and include real life success stories to illustrate your points. So the context here is high school career day. You have given a context, and the task you want is create a presentation on healthy eating habits. And then comes the persona, that is nutritionist. You have asked him that you act as a nutritionist here, and then the format, you want all the response in a presentation, that is presentation with real life stories. And then comes the exemplar, so you want real life success stories here, and you have set the tone here, that is friendly and engaging. So if you write this prompt in GPT-4, so let's ask this prompt from the GPT-4 and let's see what he answers. So we are mentioning as a nutritionist, I don't remember the spelling, but we will write. So speaking at a high school career day, create a presentation outlining the importance what we were writing, importance of healthy eating habits for teenagers. And what we want here is use a friendly tone and include real life success stories to illustrate your points. So let's see how does the ChatGPT respond. As we have mentioned, all the types of prompt or all the components of prompt that can be used to create a prompt, that is context, task, persona, format, exemplar, and tone. So you could see that he has started providing the response with the slides, that is slide 1 introduction, slide 2 why nutrition matters, slide 3 the teenage plate, and slide 4 the success story. So this is how you could write a prompt and you could get a fully structured response as you want. If you want to moderate this response or alter this response as you are not satisfied with it, you can go on and write some more prompts to get it more precise. So we'll see another example for that. Imagine you are a sci-fi author writing a short story set in a future where water is scarce. So craft a narrative that explores the daily challenges faced by a family using a dramatic and suspenseful tone. So what we'll see here is context that we have mentioned, that is future world with water scarcity. And the task we have asked him for the GPT model is write a short story. The persona that we have given to the LLM model, that is GPT, is that you are a sci-fi author. And the format we want is narrative. And the example we have given is the daily challenges of a family. And the tone is dramatic and suspenseful. So we have mentioned all the things for a prompt that could be created a better response. So similarly, we'll see another example. So this example is, as a financial advisor, prepare a guide for young adults on managing finances after college. So use a conversational tone, including actionable steps, and start with the story of a recent graduate to illustrate common financial pitfalls. So we have mentioned the context here, that is financial management post-college. The task is to prepare a financial guide. The persona is financial advisor, and the format we need is guide with actionable steps. And the example we have given is story of a recent graduate. The tone is conversational, and this was all about this prompt. Similarly, we'll see another example, that is, as a war correspondent, draft a report on the effects of the conflict on civilian life, focusing on a particular city. Use a serious tone and provide interviews as exemplars to underscore the human aspect of the story. So the context here is effects of war on a particular city's civilian life, and the task is draft a report, and the persona is war correspondent. The format is report with interviews, and the example we have mentioned here is interviews with civilians, and the tone we have set here is serious and impactful. So we have seen some of the examples for the prompt creation. Now we'll see the examples for writing prompts for a particular field. So we'll start with number 1 field, that is content creation. So we have mentioned some of the use cases for prompt engineering. So starting with number 1, that is content creation, and here we'll write a prompt, and that could be that as a marketing manager, draft a blog post aimed at new entrepreneurs on the importance of branding. So use an authoritative yet approachable tone, including examples of successful brands to illustrate key points. So let's write this. So as a marketing manager, draft a blog post aimed at new entrepreneurs on the importance of branding. Use an authoritative yet approachable tone, including examples of successful brands to illustrate key points. So this prompt we have written for the content creation. So similarly, you can ask him to write a story or draft a blog post or write any content that you have asked him. A persona here, that is marketing manager. So let's simplify this prompt. We have marked the context here, that is blogging for new entrepreneurs, and the task we have asked him is draft a blog post on branding, and the persona that we are asking the GPT to act as a marketing manager, and the format is blog post with examples. An example that we have given him is case studies of successful brands, and the tone we want is authoritative and approachable. So similarly, you can write prompts for content creation, that I want to create a blog post, or I want to create a YouTube video, or I want to create an article. So provide me a storyline. How can I approach a particular topic? That could be what is LLM, and as we can write it here, that act as AI specialist and help me write an article on topic what is LLM, and keep the tone in engaging manner. So you could see that ChatGPT has started generating the response, that is he is creating an article on what is a large language model, and he has decided the title here and providing all the content for your article. So what we have provided here is context, that is we want an article on what is LLM, and the persona that act as a AI specialist, and the format we want an article, and we have set the tone here, that is in an engaging manner. So similarly, you can draft other prompts and you could help them with your content creation journey. So moving to next example, that is for SEO purpose. So there's another use case, that is SEO, and for that we can write prompts that imagine you are an SEO expert running a workshop. So create a presentation that explains the basics of SEO, including practical tips on keyword research and link building, and use a professional yet engaging tone to keep your audience interested. So similarly, you could have a prompt in your large language model and ask him with all the components of prompt, and we can wait for the answer and let's see what it responds. So imagine you are an SEO expert. Here we are asking the GPT to act as a SEO persona or SEO expert. And we are asking him that you are running a workshop also. So we are setting a context and asking him to create a presentation that explains the basics of SEO, including practical tips on keyword research and link building. And now we'll set a tone here, that is use a professional yet engaging and now we'll set the tone here, that is use a professional yet engaging tone to keep your audience interested. So we have crafted a prompt here that is for the SEO purpose, and similarly you can create your own. But so let's simplify this prompt and see what context, task or persona we have mentioned here. So the context here is SEO workshop, and the task we have assigned to LLM is create a presentation of SEO basics. And the persona that we have asked the GPT is to act as a SEO expert. And the format we want the responses in slide presentation with tips. And the example we have given him is screenshots of SEO tools, and the tone we have asked him is professional and engaging. So you could see the response that has been generated by the GPT-4 that he has provided us, that in slide 1 you could have an introduction slide with a title and the opening remarks. And then in slide 2 you could have the title, that is what is SEO. You could mention the definition here and what would be the goal for this presentation. And similarly we have the slide 3, that is for how do search engines work. And then we have slide 4, slide 5, and similarly all the slides, and you could just mention how many slides you want, and you can also mention how many slides you want as a response. So this was about the SEO thing. Now moving to the next use case, that is for developers. So for developers, we can draft a prompt that as a software engineer, write a tutorial for beginners on writing their first web application using React. Include step-by-step instructions and code snippets. Make your tutorial detailed yet easy to follow. So this is one of the prompts. Similarly, you could ask him to debug any code. You can provide a code snippet to GPT and he will debug the code and provide all the necessary changes that can be made to the code snippet. So for this, we will write an example that, so we will write the prompt here that as a software engineer, and we are asking him to write a tutorial for beginners on building their first web application using React. Using React, and include step-by-step instructions and code snippets. So we'll write here that include step-by-step instructions and code snippets, and make your tutorial detailed yet easy to follow. So you could see that GPT-4 has started generating the response, and similarly you could ask him to generate some code for a particular application, or you could also create a website by just asking him the HTML file, the CSS file and the JavaScript file, and what options or the applications you want a website should have. So first see the response that ChatGPT has created. So you could see that he is writing a tutorial for beginners on building their first web application. So first we will see the simplification of this prompt. That is, we have set the context here, that is tutorial for building web applications, and we have assigned a task to the GPT, that is write a tutorial on React. And the persona we have given him is as a software engineer, and the format we want the responses in tutorial with code snippets. And the example we have given is example project, and the tone is informative and clear. So you could see here that he is providing the code snippets for setting up your project, then navigating into your project directory and starting the development server, and then creating a list component. As you go along, you could see that he has created the whole tutorial. And if you want the tutorial to be specific, that in the first tutorial you want just setting up your project, you could ask him and he will create that for you. And in the second one, you want it to navigate into your project directory, or you want to create your first web app, that GPT will help you create that. And similarly, if I ask him that as a software developer or act as a software developer, we are giving a persona to him. Help me create a travel website and make it engaging and easy to handle and user friendly. So you could see that GPT-4 has started creating the response, and you could see that he's providing us the steps, that is to define the scope and features of the website. And if you want the code snippets, you can ask him that I want the HTML file for the current website. So he will provide you a HTML file. If you want any modifications or want to alter that, you could provide him the prompts that I want a specific navigation bar or the search functionality or the visuals. So similarly, the GPT-4 will act upon the prompts and provide you the code snippets that would be helpful in creating your website. So now moving to the next use case, that is data analysis. So for data analysis, so you could see a pin bar here. Here you could upload the documents from computer, that could be your text files, XLS files, or you could connect it to the Google Drive or the Microsoft OneDrive and have your documents here. So we will paste a XLS file that would be for the data analysis purpose. So here is the Excel data. Here we are uploading it and providing it to ChatGPT, and I will open for you guys so you could also see. So I have this data for a particular company. So you could see that they have the order IDs and the quarterly order date, the shipping date, and the shipment mode. So we will use this data and ask the ChatGPT to simplify this data or analyze the data and provide us some, that could be pivot tables or creating bar graphs or bar charts, or provide us the KPIs for the particular data. So starting with, we will provide a simple prompt to ChatGPT, that is, you are a data analyst conducting a workshop. Prepare a guide that teaches how to create effective dashboards in Excel and include practical examples and visual aids to enhance understanding and use a direct and instructional tone. So starting here, we will ask him that you are a data analyst, and we'll start with that file only. We will upload that file, that is Excel data, and we have the file opened here. So we will ask him to create a pivot table. So we'll write a prompt that you are a data analyst and I have provided you a sample data. Create a pivot table. So let's move to the table and see that we can create a pivot table with sales and order date. So we'll ask him that create a pivot table and a corresponding chart to analyze sales performance by order date. So let's wait for the response, and you could see here that he has started analyzing it. And I have something more for you. If you go to Explore GPT section, you could see here that these are the GPTs provided by OpenAI and other creators. These are the training ones, that is Image Generator, Scholar GPT, and these are provided by ChatGPT, that is DALL-E, Data Analyst, Creative Writing, Hot Modes, Coloring, Book Hero. So you can use this. I will show you guys, but before that, we will move back and see what our prompt has generated the response. So you could see that ChatGPT is asking that it appears that the Excel file contains several columns related to sales data, including some duplicate or similar columns with variations in names. So to simplify the analysis, I will focus on the main columns like order date and customer name. So we will ask him to proceed with that only. Yes, proceed with that. And if you click here, this is the analysis. This is the code that you could use to do the analysis. So you could see that it has started generating the response, and he is generating the chart here. So here is the chart, and he is provide the description that this line chart showcases the sales performance over time based on the provided order dates. And you can see how sales fluctuate on different dates, which help in identifying trends, seasons, impacts, or specific dates with high sales volumes. So if you need further analysis or adjustment to the chart, feel free to let me know. And if you click here, you could see all the analysis and all the code snippets that are used by the ChatGPT to do and create a bar graph here. So you could use this code, and you could use any IDE, that could be Visual Studio Code or any IDE that you have hands on, and you could do the similar analysis there. So this was about the data analysis use case. Now moving to the next one, that is for educational purpose. So if you want to learn something, or you want a roadmap to learn any programming language, you could use these ChatGPT or the LLM models for a particular roadmap. So for that, you could write a prompt that, as an experienced educator, write a roadmap for learning Python programming, and provide a roadmap that should cater to beginners and include resources, practical exercises, and milestones, and use an encouraging tone to motivate learners. So let's see what this LLM or GPT-4 provides a response to this prompt. So we'll ask him that, as an experienced educator, write a roadmap for learning Python programming, and the roadmap should cater to beginners and include resources, practical exercises, and milestones. Use an encouraging tone to motivate learners. So let's provide this prompt and see what our GPT will respond to that. So let's simplify this prompt. So we have set the context here, that is, we are learning a Python programming, and we have assigned a task to the LLM model, that is, write a learning roadmap. And the persona we have asked him to be as an educator, and the format we want is a roadmap with resources. And the example we have provided him is step-by-step progression, and we've set the tone as encouraging and supportive. So let's see what response the ChatGPT has provided to us. So you could see that he has provided a step 1, that is understanding the basics, and the goal here is get familiar with Python syntax and basic programming concepts. And the resources here provided is documentation for Python, that is python.org, Code Academy's Python course, and then we have exercises, milestone. And now moving to the step 2, that is diving deeper, and the duration is 3 to 4 weeks, and the goal is to explore more complex programming concepts like data structures and loops. And we have the exercises here, and he has mentioned the resources and the milestones. Similarly, you could see that he has provided the full roadmap with step 3, that is with applying projects in Python, and then we have step 4, exploring advanced topics, and then we have joining the Python community, and then the conclusions. So similarly, you could have a roadmap with him and ask him that you act as an educator and a guide to me, and I will start with this roadmap and provide the roadmap to a day-wise columns. And you start with the day 1 and ask him to judge me or examine me with the knowledge or the basics that I have conquered through the day 1. So he will act as an educator here, and he will examine all the information or all the skills you have gained and ask you questions and analyze them and help you get through the roadmap easily. So this is all about the educator use case. Now moving to the next use case, that is legal and compliance. So for the legal and compliance use case, we could have an example as a prompt, that is, as a legal advisor specializing in data privacy, create a compliance checklist for small businesses managing online customer data. Use a formal yet accessible tone and include examples of common compliance pitfalls and how to avoid them. So you could ask the ChatGPT as a legal guider or as a legal advisor that will guide you for the particular acts or the compliances that are aligned with judicial custodies of your country. So we have a prompt here, and we'll ask the ChatGPT that as a legal advisor specializing in data privacy, so create a compliance checklist here. For small businesses managing online customer data and use a formal tone and include examples of common compliance pitfalls and how to avoid them. So we'll simplify the prompt here. That is, we have provided the context, that is compliance with data privacy laws for small businesses, and we have assigned a task, that is create a compliance checklist, and the persona is we have asking the GPT to act as a legal advisor, and the format we want the responses in checklist with examples, and the example we have provided is case scenario of non-compliance, and the tone we want is formal and accessible. So similarly, you could have other legal advices with ChatGPT, and what you need to do is, if you want to read any act or you want to analyze any act, you could provide the documents to ChatGPT, and he will analyze that and provide what rules or regulations you need to follow, or with what compliances you should move forward with that act. So you could see here that he's drafting a document with all the compliance efforts for small businesses. So with that, we have done with the legal and compliance use case. Now moving to the next use case, that is healthcare. So in healthcare, we can have an example prompt that you are a medical researcher presenting at a conference on the advances in telemedicine. So prepare a detailed paper discussing the impact of telemedicine on patient care during the pandemic, using clinical studies as references, and maintain a scholarly yet engaging tone to captivate your professional audience. Or in the healthcare section, you could also have a diet plan or a chart plan, and you could ask him recipes for a particular diet, and you could also mention if you have any allergies. So we will act with a prompt here. So let's write here that you are a dietitian, so provide me a recipe that is healthy and include carbs, protein content, and a small amount of fat. And remember that I am allergic to peanuts. So you have set the context here and the persona, that you are a dietitian and you are asking a prompt that you want a recipe that is healthy and include carbs. So you could see that ChatGPT has started generating the response, and he is suggesting a quinoa chicken salad. So you can also mention that you are a vegetarian or a non-vegetarian, and similarly ChatGPT will act upon that. And he has provided all the instructions and all the ingredients for the recipe. So similarly, you could use the prompts for the healthcare use case. Now coming to the next use case, that is customer support. So we could have an example for that. That is, as a customer service trainer, we will design a training module for new agents that focuses on handling difficult customer interactions and include role play scenarios, key phrases to use, and tips for maintaining professionalism. So use an instructive and supportive tone to encourage learning and confidence among trainees. So let's draft this prompt and let's see what does ChatGPT respond to that. So we'll ask him that as a customer service trainer, design a training module for new agents that focuses on handling difficult customer interactions, include role play scenarios, key phrases to use, and tips for maintaining professionalism. So use an instructive and supportive tone to encourage learning and confidence among trainees. So we are setting the tone here, that is, use an instructive and supportive, and setting the tone to encourage learning and confidence among trainees. So let's proceed with the prompt, and now we can see that we have set the context, that is training for customer service agents, and the task we have assigned is design a training module, and the persona we have set here is customer service trainer, and the format we want the response is a training module with role plays, and the example we have set here is scripts and responses for role plays, and the tone we want the response is an instructive and supportive. So you could see that ChatGPT has started generating the response and given a model overview that you could have understanding difficult interactions, then communication skills and key phrases, role play scenarios, maintaining professionalism, and module review and assessment. So he has drafted a whole new training module for the new agents that can handle difficult customer interactions with this module. So this was all for the customer support use case. Now moving to the use case where you could create PowerPoint presentations using the VBA code that is provided by ChatGPT. So let's ask him to write a VBA code. So we'll write a prompt that act as a presentation specialist and write a VBA code to create a presentation on topic what is LLM and provide the steps where we can use the VBA code to create one. And you could also set the tone here, but let's see what ChatGPT respond to that. And we will open a presentation here. So we'll open a blank presentation, and for using the VBA code to create a presentation, what you need here is developer options in your PowerPoint. As I've already enabled them, you could enable them by just right clicking on the ribbon and clicking on customize the ribbon, and you could see here the developer options. As I've already enabled it, I will checkbox the tick and apply it. So after applying it, move to the developer option, click on Visual Basic, and after that click on Insert User Form and click on Module section here. Now coming back to our GPT, and he has created the VBA code. We will just copy it and paste in the module section. Getting back to the module section, we will paste it here and click on this play button, that is run sub or user form. So you could see that there's a runtime error, that is an error occurred while PowerPoint was saving the file. Let's debug it and we'll run it again. As we're getting the error again here, so we'll try to copy the error and provide it to ChatGPT. So let's ask him that we're getting an error on this. I have encountered an error, and the error is and we'll ask him that the error is while saving the file. So let's see how does he provide the response to this query. So he's writing the modified VBA code. We'll copy that and move back to module and paste it here, and let's see if it works or not. Currently we are having the same error. Now moving back, let's see what it provides here. So you could see that we are not saving the presentation now, and he has generated the PPT for us. And this is the basic PPT. You can customize it. You can ask the ChatGPT to create dialog boxes or insert shapes, or you could just choose a design from here and make your PPT or the presentation a good looking one. So now moving back to GPT model. So this is all about the use cases. We have hands on the prompts now. Now we'll see the key features of ChatGPT, and someone newly introduced. We will have a hands on the memory feature that has been latest introduction by the OpenAI. So if we click on the settings and move to personalization section, we have a memory feature here. That is, you could store the memory that we entered as a prompt in ChatGPT. So the ChatGPT memory section works by capturing and summarizing key information you provide using your interactions. So unlike one-time commands that need to be repeated in every session, this memory is designed to retain useful details and automatically incorporate them into future interactions. So this means ChatGPT can adapt over time, improving its response based on the history and context it has accumulated, almost like it's getting to know you better with each chat. And if you want to delete some chats, you could move into the manage section, and these are the memories that has been created with ChatGPT. If you want to delete one, you could delete it from here, or you could just write a prompt, that I want to delete a memory, and you can mention some keywords there. So this was about the ChatGPT memory section. And if we go to settings, we have data controls, that if you want to export data, you could export the whole chat and send it to someone else. And similarly, you have the security feature. If you want to have multi-factor authentication enabled on your GPT, you could do that. And you can have some connected apps, that could be Google Drive, Microsoft OneDrive. And we have a builder profile section also. That is, if you want to build your profile here, you could place your LinkedIn mail ID and the GitHub section, and you could also link your X account. And then we have speech module here. That is, if you want to listen something by ChatGPT, you could have a voice assistant here and listen to a particular voice. So this is all about the features of ChatGPT. Now moving to the ChatGPT or Explore GPT section. Here I have shown you that these are the GPTs created by creators, and some are created by ChatGPT own. And here you have an option to create your own ChatGPT or the GPT model. So to create that, you just have to write prompts here, that I want to create a data analysis GPT, and you could write more prompts here, and you will having a preview here how your GPT looks. And here's a configure section where you could name your GPT, provide a description to it and the instructions, and you could have the capabilities of web browsing or the DALL-E image generation, and you can add an icon for your GPT here. So you could see the preview here that he has provided a sample prompts with the data analysis, insights and visualization support. So this is how you can create a GPT on your own. Then we have a feature that is temporary chat. As we have discussed about the ChatGPT memory, so it stores memory as you ask him or write a prompt that, remember, I want all my responses to be tone specific and they should be emphasizing. So he will support this and store this memory into ChatGPT memory section and use that as a response for the next upcoming responses. And if you don't want ChatGPT to store this as a memory, you could use a temporary chat section here. So you just have to click on ChatGPT 4 drop down, and here we have temporary chat. You just enable it, and here you can have a chat with the LLM model or GPT-4 model here, and he won't be storing any feature or any memory regarding this chat.
As technology advances in all aspects of our lives, programming has become increasingly important. It is used in many fields and industries, including software development, gaming and entertainment, education, scientific research, web development, and many more. So, needless to say, the demand for programming and coding in the IT industry will probably keep increasing for the foreseeable future. But where does ChatGPT, OpenAI's popular language model, fall in this chain? That's exactly what we are focusing on in today's video. As I said earlier, programming is utilized in many domains like web development, robotics, mobile development, machine learning, and so on. So, how can a program achieve maximum code efficiency? Nowadays, we have AI-based tools like ChatGPT to make our programming experience more efficient. Although there are several coding resources platforms such as Stack Overflow and GitHub, where programmers can find solutions to their technical programming questions, ChatGPT stands out from the competition because of its quick response time, usability, and support for numerous languages, among many other benefits. Now, let's first discuss how ChatGPT works. ChatGPT generates responses to the text input using a method called transformer architecture. A large volume of text is fed into the ChatGPT from various sources, including books, websites, and other social media platforms. The model then uses this information to forecast the following word in a phrase based on the words that came before it. The ChatGPT systems allows users to enter text or queries, and then the system uses its training data and algorithms to produce the right answer. The answer is created after the input text has been examined, and the pattern most likely to match the input have been identified using the training data. In short, ChatGPT is designed to respond to queries logically and command more quickly and accurately. But why do programmers use ChatGPT on a regular basis? ChatGPT assists programmers by offering programming-related answers and solutions and helping them improve their skills. Besides that, ChatGPT is utilized for code generation, code completion, code review, and a natural language interface. Let us understand each in detail. ChatGPT is trained to generate the code or even the entire program described in the natural language specified by what they want a program to do. And then ChatGPT could generate the relevant code.
Look at the example of how ChatGPT generates the code. So now open the ChatGPT and you can type any program that you want ChatGPT to generate. So I will write a palindrome program in Java. So here you can type write a palindrome program in Java. So using Java programming language, it should generate the whole program. So as you can see, it has generated the program. So it has used a class name called palindrome checker, and it has used isPalindrome as a method name. And also it will give the explanation on the program. So you can see here why it is explaining why isPalindrome is used as a method, and it also explains the for loop, if a condition, and so on.
Next, we have code completion. ChatGPT is trained to generate snippets of code or even fully fledged programs. It can generate a list of possible code completion depending on the context of the user's incomplete piece of code. By automatically producing the entire code, it can help the developers save time and minimize errors.
Next, let's see the example of code completion using ChatGPT. So even if the program is explained in natural language, ChatGPT will generate the proper code and give the complete code. So let's type here, using a function, write a program to convert the string in uppercase. So using which language? Let's keep using C programming. And enter it once again. So as you can see, we have just said that using a function, write a program to convert the string in uppercase. So using C programming language, and using C programming language, it has used function and this is the function convert to uppercase, and it has given the complete code for string to convert a string in uppercase. And also it gave the explanation. Here, the convert to uppercase function takes a pointer to a string as its argument and then iterates over each character in the string using a for loop. So it explained why for loop is used, why to upper is used, and why the method convert to uppercase is used, everything. So let's say we'll give one piece of code like void to upper char str. So as you can see, we just gave the method to upper and it's generating the complete code. So this is how ChatGPT works for code completion.
Next, code review. ChatGPT can analyze code, identify the bugs or errors in the program, and further help resolve them. It allows developers to fix errors more quickly.
So now, let's have a look at the example of code review. So in this example, ChatGPT will review the code. So even if the code has some mistake, it will give the proper output. Let's say we have given the example here. So we gave the function or a method called upper, and here we are giving the keyword called upper. So it should check whether this piece of code is proper or is there any mistake in this. So as I said, it's saying that the given code appears to have logical error as the function upper is being called recursively on itself inside the loop. So instead of giving to upper, we just gave upper here, right? So using the keyword to upper, only then the string can be converted to uppercase. So here we gave just upper. So it says that it is having, this piece of code is having a logical error and it gives the proper code for us. So I hope it's clear.
And then we have natural language interface. With the use of ChatGPT, a software application can be given a natural language user interface that enables users to communicate with it through natural language instructions rather than through conventional user interfaces.
Next, let's see how ChatGPT helps the programmers for natural language interface. So let's say we'll give here create a software application where the user asked to enter credential for the to-do app. Enter. So as you can see, the ChatGPT will give the steps. So it can provide you with an outlet for creating a software applications that requires the user to enter credential for a to-do app. So here it is, few steps that we need to follow to do a to-do app. So it's giving the explanation step by step. So it says that determine the programming language and framework, then set up the database to store the user information and then create the registration page and then finally create the login page as well. And once the user is successfully logged in, it will have the options like add, edit and delete task as well. And then finally implement the security measures to, protect your passwords and then test the application to ensure that it works as intended and the user data is being stored and retrieved correctly. So it gives the steps of how it has to be developed.
I'm sure you all are aware of ChatGPT at this point. The revolutionary new AI-based chatbot developed by OpenAI has taken the world by storm. Thanks to its near lifelike responses and a very intricate pattern of answers. We have never seen this level of expertise from a chatbot before, which really made us think, to what extent can we push it? There are many questions on lead code that even the most experienced programmers have difficulty answering. So, we wanted to see how far ChatGPT can take us. Have we finally reached the stage where AI is going to replace us? Let's find out. So basically, here we will be listing 10 really difficult questions that we found on LeetCode, popularly asked while hiring and other superior examinations, and see if ChatGPT can actually answer or solve those difficult questions or not. But before you like to watch more such interesting videos, then do subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. So let's get started. So here is the LeetCode. Let's see in our list, which is the first question that we are going to implement in our ChatGPT, and see if it's able to solve it or not. Mainly we'll focus on hard category questions only. So according to my research, there's a question of median of two sorted arrays. So as you can see, the success rate is 35.7%. So let's see if the ChatGPT is able to do this question. So first, let us go through the question. Okay. Press enter. Let's see what it first returns. One approach to solving this problem is to use a modified binary search algorithm to find the median of the two sorted arrays. So right now it's particularly giving the logic which we can actually imply to solve this question. And this is a good thing about the chat GPT is that before giving the code, it's actually explaining how they are putting the logic in together in the code. So probably you can use this logic to create your own program. But let's see how sensible this code is. Quite a lengthy program. This program is in Python. So if you are looking for your solutions on ChatGPT, you can always opt out or mention the specific program you want the code in. So okay, it's also gives that that the time complexity will be O log min m or n. So let's see if it's the case or not. So we have copied it and we'll quickly paste it over here. As you can see, as we know that Python is very sensitive towards its uh, syntax, and you can see the indentation over here is perfect, but here it's not. So I feel that something like this is something with LeetCode. So let me just quickly rectify this. You can see I have cleared out the indentation issue, and let's just quickly run this program so that we can get an idea if this is the correct program. Now you can see here we have an error. Let's see, copy this and see what ChatGPT has to say for this. So if you remember, when we actually saw this question, there were three arguments passed through this function, which was self, nums1 and nums2. Ask GPT if it can write the code with self argument and see if it's correct. Wait that if it can pass a self argument through that function and see if it can generate a new code. Okay, now it has cleared that yes, it takes three arguments. Let's copy this code. it over here. Again, I think we will have to go through the indentation process. Oh no, this time it's fine. Okay, so now quickly run this program. Let's see if this time it passes all the test cases or not. Okay. I think it doesn't need because the class is already mentioned over here. Yeah. Okay, the runtime is 35 ms. And as we can see, case 1 and case 2 is definitely passed. So let us see if this code can pass all the test cases internally mentioned in this question. Now you can see the first 3 cases are actually accepted, but the other 3 are not. There is a runtime error. So as the first question in our list, ChatGPT was unable to solve. So let's move on to our next question. That is zigzag conversion. Now let me quickly search for it. This is a question. Here also you can see the success rate is definitely below 50 and the difficulty level is medium. So the hard one ChatGPT was not able to solve. Let's see if this can be done. So it will give a string that will be written in a zigzag pattern on a given number of rows. And then you have to read the line in a certain, as you can see over here. So we have to write the code that will take a string and make this conversion given in a number of rows. This also means a certain amount of repeat. It has also given a certain specifications that we exactly want. So this time we'll make sure that we are mentioning everything. So let's quickly copy this. Okay. Okay, now that we have mentioned all the specifications, let me quickly feed you feed and paste it. Now let's see what code it has to generate. It's implementing the code in C++. So meanwhile it's generating the code, let's quickly select the code. Oh, it's already C++, okay. Okay, it's also suggesting that we can definitely use Python and Java. And it's generating an alternative code as well for us. That's sharp. Just quickly copy this code. The one, I think it's okay. So it's generating in Java. It's generating. We'll definitely have a look at its alternative codes as well. Let's quickly have a look at what it has to. The C++1, the first code generated by it is correct or not. Okay, so I've copied the code. Paste it over here. Compilation error. Okay, okay. 28. Okay. So let's with this error. The one thing definitely this time we have mentioned all the constraints, criteria, specifications that we wanted in our code. But again, ChatGPT questions we have implemented till now. Let's see if it has any success rate in further. Okay, it seems okay. Okay, now it is okay. So this time it is generating the solution considering the error in Java. See what it has to say in Java, and we'll make it specific that the error was in C++ program. So it generates the correct code. Plus program. What it has to say. I think it's this error is something related to the compiler, and now it is giving the updated code in C++. Is the correct one or not? Should apologizing for making errors in their solutions. Quite fascinating. Yeah. Paste the code over here. I don't see there's a lot of difference or changes over here. Let's see if it runs or not. Let me see if all the braces are covered over here or not. I think it's missing a brace. Okay, so there was a syntax error. One brace was missing. I don't know what that. Definitely something with the code, but okay, we can give that to ChatGPT. It was partially lead code's issue because we were copying code. Still, it was not giving the error that there is a brace missing. Has passed the first three cases mentioned over here, and the runtime is 3 ms. Now, just let us submit this code and see if it passes all the rest of the cases or not. Mind it, this time we have actually mentioned all the constraints. So let's see if this has into. Okay, so this time it has passed all the test cases, but still my conclusion with this question is it was still not able to generate the solution in one go. But still I can give that to ChatGPT because the first error that we faced was more of a lead codes issue because it was something with compile, and ChatGPT was able to give a proper. Uh, Now let's go back to our problems list. So right now the score is 1-1. It was unable to solve one question and one not. So let's have a look at the third question and see if that brings any difference to the ChatGPT's scoreboard right now or not. Third question that we are going to deal with is substring with concatenation of all words. This is in the category again, and the success rate is 31.1%, which is even lesser than the first question that we faced, which was median of the two sorted arrays. We are actually trying to cover all the spectra, the huge spectra of different types of questions and categories available in coding, and to give you an idea of how beneficial ChatGPT can be for you to solve difficult questions, which can be helpful for your interview base in companies, or you can say well established companies or mom companies. So here this video is specifically for you to give an idea that whether you can use it for your benefit and to get an idea, or you can actually compare it with your subjects, uh, and you can get a wider range of different types of approaches to a certain question. So let's start with the third question. Is that you're given a string and an array of strings, probably words, and all the strings of words are of the same length. Now, a concatenated substring in S is a substring that contains all the strings of any permutation of words concatenated. Here you can see it's given an example that if words has A, B, C, D, E, F, then A, B, C, D, E, F. Basically, it has done all the permutation and combinations that can be done using that specific array. Mention that A, C, D, B, E, F is not a concatenated substring because it is not the concatenation of any permutation of words. So we have to basically return the starting indices of all the concatenated substring in the S string. Also, you can choose any order for it. Here it has also given two examples for you to understand the question in a better perspective. Now, really copy this question and see if what programming language ChatGPT chooses to answer this time. Start with new chat again. Copy these constraints. Okay, it's just a question. Okay, this is the solution that we're getting right now. You requested a model that is not compatible with this engine. Please contact us through our help center at help openai.com for further questions. Let me just quickly refresh it if it has something to do with the demand. Also, sometimes it happens that the console is very busy and you're unable to implement your task in it. So again, let's quickly paste it over here. We want a code, write the code to return. Now let's enter. This time definitely it's not giving the same error. Let's see it this time it ChatGPT has anything to give as a solution. Okay, so it's generating the code in Python. One more thing, every time ChatGPT doesn't follows a similar pattern. As you can see in the first question, it explained the logic first and then implemented the code. Second time, it just gave you the approach, not the logic, and then implemented the code in multiple languages. First choosing for C++, and this time it straight away went for the code. So definitely we can say that it has some different styles of generating their code and explaining the code. I think it depends on the understanding how they want the code to be presented in front of the user, and to give the perspective that if the code is understandable or not, and if the code has multiple approaches, I think ChatGPT is capable enough to give that. So that the code is generated, let's quickly copy it and paste it over here. I feel the indentation issue is going to be there. It was not there. Okay. F probably. But I think if we backspace. Issue. Let me quickly rectify this and I'll do you once the indentations are well. See, the indentation is corrected. Now let's have a look at the code if it's correct or not. Let's quickly run it. Definitely, it has given our first syntax error again. I can see that even specific video question, it definitely goes to at least one error, which is mainly the syntax one. Sure if that is something with the lead code or with the chat GPT code generation. Okay. Now that we have given the error, okay, it seems that the error is caused by the use of type hints. The function type hints were introduced. The version we are using is lower than that. Okay, so basically it's generating now in the Python version. Probably this code is well suited for different version of Python. Let's change it then and see if that helps. It it is actually generating the code. Okay, again given the error. I think it's again something with the self. Uh, Python one, the new code generated is here. We'll definitely come back to that error and have a look at the Python 3 code also. First, let's copy this code and in giving the same error. Here, let's see what it has to say. Every time the ChatGPT generates the Python code, we cannot ever takes self as an argument, but the lead does. As you can see, when we start the code, it's already mentioned what arguments we need to pass from that particular function. So I think that is something with the lead code. So that what all arguments it's passing, even though we have mentioned everything this time, we have mentioned all the constraints, we have mentioned all the necessary specifications that we want in the code, even then the code is not correct in the one go. So probably I'll give this point to GPT. It's something with the lead code because it's passing that parameter, and every time we have to mention that parameter. Pretty much when we do, the chat GPT is able to solve the question. So let's see. Let me actually mention that pass self parameter, self argument from that parameters. Make it a one of the parameters. Processing that. Yes, self can be passed as the first argument to the given function. Now let's see if that it's able to give the correct solution or not. Again, we can see it's generating the code and you know Python 3, but we can give that to ChatGPT that either it uses Python or Python 3. The error is with the self argument. So once we mention that error and when we mention that specification that if ChatGPT can pass self argument through that particular function in that code, the solution is pretty much right. So here it's also implementing and giving the answer. Okay, it also has mentioned that it's important to mention imported list and counter. So, okay, just copy this because again there will be a lot of indentation issues. Okay, now that we have it, let's copy the code. Was already mentioned, so yeah, we'll just copy it from the function, paste it. Run this code and see if it has the solution in it or not. Yeah, there's an indentation issue. Let me. Again, as you can see, it is able to pass all the test cases here, and the runtime is 28 ms. Now, let us submit this question and see if it is able to pass other test cases or not. Accepted. So it is able to pass all the test cases, and I think this is something with lead code again. Whenever we are generating the Python code, we are actually passing self argument in lead code, but ChatGPT is not assuming it. So the solution is definitely correct. Even though we are specifying everything, we will have to be more specific that we have to run one more argument from the function so that it generates the solution in one go. So let us try that in our next question. But we can definitely see ChatGPT was able to solve this. So now the scoreboard is 2-1-1. Among the three questions, it is definitely able to solve two questions. Even the first question, it was able to generate a correct solution, but it was not that accurate to pass all the test cases. To our question list, the next question that we are going to cover is N queens. Category, but still the success rate is 63% over here. Again, a new genre or question we are covering over here. Let us see if solve it or not. Definitely the success rate shows that many people were able to do it. Definitely more than half of people who have attempted it. So let's see if the question can, this AI can beat that or not. So I have copied this question. This question mentions that the n queens puzzle is the problem of placing n queens on an n into n chessboard such that no two queens attack each other. Given an integer n, return all distinct solutions to the n queen puzzle. So basically, n is any given number, and you have to create a puzzle of n into n, and you have to arrange all the queens in such way. Also, the number of queens in the board will be equal to the number n, and in such a way that it is not able to attack each other in any case. Copy this part of the question, and the constraint is just one. Let me that it will be easier to keep a track of what all questions ChatGPT is able to solve. So these questions are very popular in interviews. Whenever you actually go to technical rounds and for prestigious companies, these questions are very popular. They are considered as very suitable questions to check your IQ and to check your potential, that how well aware you are towards your coding potential. Now that we have pressed enter, it is giving the logic it is going to implement in its code. One approach to solve the n queens puzzle is to use backtracking. Idea is to start by placing a queen in the first column of the first row. So let's see if the code is again capable to solve it or not. Again, it's giving the Python code. Generating the code, let us quickly see whether it's Python or Python 3. Python 3. Okay. Once the code is generated, I'll also write that you need to pass one more argument from the main function, that is self, and let it generate the code again and see that code can run in one go or not. What I want and let us see. Sure, here's an example of how you can pass an additional parameter self. Let's see if it suits the code or not. So the solve n-queen function is a method of the n-queens class, and it takes self as its first parameter followed by the integer n. So yes, this solution does take self as a parameter. So let's see if this can run in one go or not, because this time we have already covered the most frequently generated error, which is syntax error of not mentioning parameter self. So let me see the indentation if it's correct or not. this time. Let us quickly run this. Class. Okay, there you go. Now you can see that it has actually run the code in one go and all the test cases are passed in one go. Even the runtime is 39 ms. So definitely ChatGPT is able to provide the solutions, the logics in a proper manner. It's just that we have to be more specific with what we want exactly from ChatGPT. Right now we can see that it has been able to successfully generate 4 out of 5 questions that we have actually implemented till now, out of which 4 are from hard category. Let us submit this code and see if it also covers all the test cases internally fed in for this question. Just a second, I think I will have to submit it again. There you go. It has accepted all the test cases, and this question is done by ChatGPT. It has actually implemented. Next question that we are going to cover, till now, I can say ChatGPT has taken the lead. It is pretty much able to implement all the questions. I think there are still some range of questions that it is not able to implement. As we saw, the first one was not a huge success, but I can still give that to ChatGPT as it is in AI and still in a developing mode. But still, if it can give you 90% of the output correct, it is a pretty decent and amazing thing to do. Question is shortest subarray with some at least k. Now let me search for it. Again, this question is from hard category and its success rate is even low, which is 26.1. Let's see if this question can be solved by ChatGPT. Let's have a look at the question. Given an integer array nums and an integer k, return the length of the shortest non-empty subarray of nums with a sum of at least k. So if there is no such subarray, return -1. So subarray is a contiguous part of an array. It has also given a description of what an array is or what a subarray is. So now that we have created a new chat, and let me screens. So here is one way to solve the problem. Initialize 2 pointers, left and right, both pointing to the first element of the array. Initialize a variable. So now this time it is giving pointers to solve this question. A perfect approach in a sequential manner, so that you can also use these pointers and the logics it's giving to actually implement your own code apart from asking it to generate a code. So I can see that it has given the pointers but not the code specific. So yes, it's giving an implementation of the algorithm in Python. Uh, Again, we can see it's not the Python 3, it's Python, little lower version of Python. Switch to Python. Then we have to pass self. So it has generated the code and explained what all variables and what all statements have the individual functionality as. So we have also asked it to pass self parameter through its function and then write the code. So let's see if it adheres to it and generates new code with self parameter. Okay, so here is the new code with self parameter passed to the main function. Now I do have confidence on ChatGPT till now that it was able to generate logical and pretty much decent solutions for every question. This is passed to the class as an argument when an object is created and is stored as an instance variable. The shortest subarray takes k as an argument, which is the target sum. So basically, it's trying to explain the code that what exactly it's doing and what individual statements have as an influence on the code and whatever parameters they are passing, what influence or what position they hold in the code. Definitely, ChatGPT is not just generating the code. It's also explaining the logic and approaches towards it. And when it's generating the code, as you can see here, they have legit explained the whole code how it's actually functioning. That's a good way to put emphasis on put a confidence on the solution. And remove this. Yeah, type error. Okay, let me. Okay, so it's apologizing it made a mistake in its previous response. The init method should take two arguments, one for the nums array and one for k. So now it's again generating a new code adhering to the syntax error or type error generated. Let's right or not. As mentioned that here the init method takes two arguments, one for the nums array and one for the k, which was the error exactly. And it's again explaining the whole code so that one person who watches code or the logic could understand the functionality of it. Let's see if this code can run. Code, checking for indentation, removing class, and run. There's one more type error. Let's copy it and we mentioned that we want self argument to be passed, it is still not able to generate you know the correct solution twice. So let's see if this time it can work out. issue though with the code. Apologize for the confusion. It seems that I misunderstood the that you are trying to call the function directly without creating an instance of the class. In that case, function outside of the class and simply call it by passing the parameters like this. Okay, the code is definitely generated by itself, so definitely I am not calling any function. The code I copied was actually generated by ChatGPT itself, so it's it contradicting its own pointers, maybe. But we have copied the the code. Let's paste it. Again, look for indentation. And run this code. Okay, once again, it is not able to, you know, pass. Time error is there. Now, again, we have to copy this error and paste it. Again, according to ChatGPT, it was confused with the context of the question. Like I said, the code was anyway generated by ChatGPT, so yeah. This time, I think ChatGPT is trying to contradict its own logics. Let's see if the current code can do the miracle of solving this question. Class and run. Okay, so after 4 attempts of running the codes generated by ChatGPT on lead code, but this particular question, finally now it's able to pass all the test cases. So I have a very contradicting point right now. Not exactly contradicting, more of a skepticism that okay, ChatGPT does generates proper code or logic, but it doesn't considers all the criterias, or it also has a tendency of taking the question in a wrong context. So I feel that when we as a human try to solve these questions, we definitely try to implement all the logics, and if we get it, we can actually get the code in one go. Logic or demand of the question, and be AI being the superior version, or trying to be the superior version of human brain and going to the extent of a human brain, still faces those issues, can be a drawback for chat gpt, because you can see for this specific question we have faced multiple types of error, and we have seen chat gpt contradicting its own prior code. So definitely this is something to consider, or something to think about. Submit this code. And like I said, after giving 4 attempts, it is still not able to pass all the test cases. It is only able to pass 61 out of 97 test cases. which is almost 70% of the test cases. 30% of the test cases are still not passed. Even though we mentioned all the constraints, we have mentioned the comments, we have mentioned all the errors that but this particular code can go through, still it was not able to generate the proper code that could go through all the test cases. So this was a fail for ChatGPT. At least till now, we have made out this point that ChatGPT is definitely not able to solve every question. Split array with same average. Correct? Split array with this is from the category of hard questions, and the success rate is only 25%. Let me refresh it and remove this code. Now let's have a look at the code, what it demands. So you are given an integer array nums. Now you should move each element of nums into one of the two arrays, A and B, such that A and B are non-empty. And the average of array A is equal to average of array B. Now return true if it is possible to achieve that. Condition is not justified. Also given a note that for an array, average array is the sum of all the elements of array over the length of array. Okay, so it is giving you the logic of how to actually, find out the average of what average is exactly. And also it has given a few examples to give you an idea of how the code needs to be projected or implemented. Copy the code and paste it. Okay, it is possible to achieve this by checking all the possible subsets of the nums array and comparing the averages of the subsets. So definitely it has given you the approach, the way you can actually think of solving this question. However, this approach would have a time complexity. So it's also giving that this approach can have a time complexity of O to the power n. So again, it's suggesting a different approach, a more efficient approach that will be using dynamic programming. Now that can be used to find the subsets with a specific average and create a 2D array with the length of I and j, that will be the length of the two arrays we have actually given as input, and represents whether or not it is possible to get a sum of j using the first elements of the nums array. So the time complexity of this approach would be O and S. So definitely it is not given a code. Let me ask for it. But not for every question ChatGPT is generating a code. It is also mentioning just and the approaches that we can actually use. Definitely, again, we will have to mention that what we want from them. As you can see, I've mentioned this time to write a code for it, and now it's generating a new code for it. It's also mentioning comments that what every snippet of the code is actually for and what it will do. Like here, you can see it will fill the 2D array DP. DP stands for dynamic programming. This here it has mentioned initialize the first column as true. So it is also mentioning the comments for better idea of understanding the code in a better way. Also giving the note that this implementation assumes that the nums array is non-empty and that the elements of the nums array are non-negative integers. Okay. Also, the above implementation will return the possible subset that can be formed by the array to fulfill the given condition and not Boolean true and false. But that's what we want exactly, right? Still, okay, let us, this approach is in Python. So let's copy this and see if this code can run or not. I can clearly see that again it needs to pass self uh, parameter. Indentation. Give it a heads up. Or I have mentioned what I want specifically. Uh, sure, here is an example of how you can pass the self parameter. So now the current solution will pass self. Okay. Great. There was an error. Okay. And it has generated a new code considering the criteria I just mentioned that I need self parameter to be passed through the function can partnership. So I have copied it and let's quickly paste it over here. Pass all the cases or not. Wait, we need to remove this. Okay, it's done. Now quickly just run this program. Okay, so here is error, attribute error, solution object has no attribute. Okay, so let me copy it and paste it over here and see what ChatGPT has to say about this error. Okay, the error message solution object has no attribute. Split array same average suggests that there is no method named with this in the solution class. So it is likely that the test case is trying to call this method, but it does not exist in your implementation. Anyway, that I have not mentioned this method, this was given by ChatGPT itself. So again, we can see the condition that it is contradicting its own. So again, it has generated a new response and it says that it should resolve the issue and the test case should be able to call this particular method correctly. So that is something for us to decide. Now let us copy this code and see that now is it able to run or not and pass all these test cases or not. And click on run. Okay. Now the new generated response does works for this particular question and the runtime is 12 ms and it does passes the first two cases mentioned. So let us quickly submit this code and see if the code is perfectly, fine to deal with all the test cases actually fed by lead code. Okay, now again we can see one more situation that this code is not able to pass all the test cases, even though we mentioned all the specifications, constraints, and we were pretty precise about the questions and parameters that we want our code to be done in certain form. But still, it is just able to pass 68 test cases out of 111, which is almost 50 to 60% of total amount of test cases. So let's move on to the next question. That is, find substring with given hash value. So let me quickly search for this question. Find substring with hash value. Again, it's a question from hard category and the success rate is 22.2%. So let's have a look at the question, what it demands. So here, the hash of a zero-indexed string of length k given integers p and m is computed using the following functions. Now, hash with parameters spm, this is the logic given how we want our output to be demonstrated in a certain value or how the hash can be generated. The particular formula, how you can get the hash value of your, string. So the question is, you are given a string and the integers, and you have to return the first substring of that string of length given to you. Here it's k. The test cases will be generated such that an answer always exists. We are going to copy this course and mention all the specifications mentioned here in their ChatGPT console so that it gets all the specifications. Copy the code and so I have copied the code and paste it over here. Now let's check for indentation. It's fine. Let's remove class my class and again it faces a type error. So let's move on to the next question. Again, we saw that ChatGPT was not able to solve this particular question. Coming back to our list, the next question in the list that we are going to cover is partition array into two arrays to minimize some difference. Let's quickly search for that question. Partition array to two arrays. Again, this question is from hard category and the success rate is even more low. So let's have a look at the question first. It's partition array into two arrays to minimize some difference that is generated as the output. Or we can see that there are three constraints. So now quickly we'll copy this question and see if it is able to solve this question or not. First, we have to create a new chat. Copy all the constraints. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say for this particular question. Let's ask it to generate a code. This time it has only generated a logic, not exactly logic, the approach they are going to follow or anyone can follow to solve this question. Let me ask if it can generate a code. It's definitely taking longer time to generate this code. Okay, here is the code which is possible Python implementation, and okay, the code is generated, and it's mentioning that the code takes in an input an array of integer called nums. So basically, it's explaining that what it actually it's doing, which is pretty much explained in the question itself, that what exactly it needs to function like, and what will be the variables, and what will be the inputs, and how it needs to be segregated to obtain our optimum result. So let's copy this and paste it over here. Again, like I said, we can see that it's generating, again, we could see that pass self parameter. Okay. In the attribute error, let's quickly copy it, paste it over here. See what ChatGPT has to say about it. Okay. That you have seen that after placing the error, it's giving that error message you're seeing suggests that there's a problem with the function name in your code. So the error message is indicating that there is no function called minimum difference within the solution. Also, I have seen that apart from the function name, it doesn't have a self parameter. So let me just write it down. Self argument in apps. Wait, let me copy it. That will be better. And write a new code with it. Let me see if it can generate a new code this time. So yeah, it has agreed. Sure, there is an example, and here's the code. So I have copied this and pasted over. See any such huge difference in the syntax or the logic of the code? But yeah, we can definitely think of running now. Let's run this code. We copy it and paste it over here. Again, an error has prompted out. I don't know how valid code we'll get after projecting this error over here in ChatGPT. So yeah, definitely considering the error message you are seeing is indicated that the function is returning INF, which is not a valid value for the expected return type integer. So in the base case where I and j are both 0, the value of is set to float, which is positively infinity. However, the expected output is an integer, so this value is not valid. So again, considering this change, the ChatGPT is giving a new code. So let us see how valid this new code is. Okay, I can see that it has changed the logic over here. Instead of float INF, it has changed, it has written a new syntax, a new logic over there. Now, and also ChatGPT guarantees that this may solve the issue of returning INF as the value. Let's see how accurate ChatGPT here is. Now, we have pasted the logic. Yeah, as oh, yeah, sorry, I need to remove these two lines. Now let's quickly run this program. Okay, so now as you can see, it could only pass one test case, but not the first two. So there's no point of submitting this code, as you can see that the logic for this code or this code as a whole is not. Well, moving on. Next in the list we have is longest common subpath. Now let's see longest common subpath. So this question also comes from category of hard questions and the success rate is 27%. Now let's see what this question demands actually. Now let's quickly copy this question with all the constraints and whatever apart from example is left on the screen, we need to copy it. As you can see over here, you cannot just miss out on any specifications. Talking about the constraints, copy and paste. Now enter. Giving the approach to solve this question, which is dynamic programming approach. Okay, we didn't got any code over here, so let's try that if we can present a code. Okay, so I have asked to write a code for this, and yes, ChatGPT has definitely agreed to provide me a code for it. ChatGPT is done with its explanations. I'll type it out and wait for the new code, which will contain self as a parameter. This code is pretty similar to the previous one. It's just that it's using the self argument in the function as it was mentioned by me. So let's quickly copy this code. Paste it over here. Check for the indentation. Run this code. I don't think there should be any. Okay, I spoke too fast. Here we have another error. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say about this. Okay, the list index out of range error is likely occurring on line 10 because the indices I and j are being properly bounds checked before being used to access elements in the path and TP arrays. Okay, so we have found a new code. Let's quickly copy this code and see if this code is capable of, eliminating the errors we probably found. Click copy and paste. Let me check for the indentation. Done and run. Then we got a error over here. Even though after providing so many specifications and criterias and errors and conditions, yet ChatGPT was not able to provide a perfect solution for the code. Moving on to the last question of our list, that is going to be sum of total strength of wizards. Hopefully this question does some magic for ChatGPT and prove itself lucky for ChatGPT graph for this video, because for now we can see it's a 50-50 scene. Half of the question ChatGPT was able to provide solutions with, and half of the questions ChatGPT couldn't actually figure out what needs to be done. Even the logic and approach was correct, still the implementation of the code was not correct. So let me search for this question, sum of total strength of wizards. Again, a hard category question. So let's have a look at the question first. Let's quickly copy this question, create a new chat, paste it over here, and look for constraints. Now that we have copied it, paste it, and enter. It's giving an approach how you can actually think of a solution for this particular question. ChatGPT has not generated any code. Let me ask for it. Okay. So here's an example. Again, they have implemented the code in Python. Now, it is also giving a note that the approach is valid only if we are allowed to modify the original array. And also, we are not working on down over here. Mention and then write this code. So let's see if we can do it with self argument. Okay, so yeah, there's an example. It's generating the code. Okay, so let's see what's the update with the code. Okay. Yes. Wizard army. Let's add solution. And run the code. So there's a runtime error. Let me see why. This error and paste it over here. See what ChatGPT have to say. The error message solution object has no attribute mod suggests that there is a class named solution and the code is trying to access an attribute named mod on an instance of that class, but the attribute doesn't exist. We probably need to make more specifications, and if it still doesn't works, then it clearly classifies that ChatGPT doesn't takes every point or a classification in consideration, which ultimately uh, reflects on the solution. The new code is here. Let me quickly paste it. Okay. Let's try running this code. Let's see if this works. Try running it again. Again, it has a runtime error. Was unable to solve one more question. Now that we have tried and tested a huge spectrum of questions from LeetCode on ChatGPT, we can conclude that though ChatGPT is an amazing tool with a bright future, it still has its own limitations, and maybe it is not ready to replace humans or compete with human brains. These questions were picked from a list of frequently asked questions for interviews and examinations. ChatGPT does have a potential to generate logics and approaches for the code in an effective manner, but still its ability to analyze the question is weak as compared to humans. As we know, these questions are there. The success rate does shows that a proper solution do exist for these questions, but still, even after multiple attempts, ChatGPT was not able to find the correct answer. But we can also give ChatGPT the benefit of doubt that it's still in its initial phase, and still there are a lot of aspects that need to be worked on. So probably in future, ChatGPT can take an upper hand over this. But for now, ChatGPT needs to do a lot of work for these situations.
Have you ever wondered how AI models can understand and process multiple types of inputs, like text, images, and audio simultaneously. Hello everyone, welcome to our deep dive into multimodal prompting, a transformative approach that's reshaping the landscape of artificial intelligence. My name is Basil Duklala, and in this video, we'll explore what multimodal prompting is, why it's essential, and how it's applied across various industries. Let's embark on this journey to uncover the future of AI together. Here's our agenda. Introduction to multimodal prompting. Evolution of prompting. Core concepts of multimodal prompting. Tools and platforms that support multimodal prompting. Use cases and applications. Getting started with multimodal tools. And then we'll take a look into simple multimodal prompts in action. And we'll have a deep dive or step-by-step prompt building. Last but not least, we'll look into experimenting with different use cases. You might be wondering, what is multimodal prompting? Multimodal prompting is a technique that allows AI models to interpret and respond to input from more than one modality, like combining text, images, audio, or video. Instead of just reading text, the model can basically analyze visuals, sounds, or other forms of data to generate richer, more context-aware responses. It basically mimics how humans process information. Now, why it matters and where is it used? Multimodal prompting matters because the real world isn't just text-based. We live in a sensory-rich environment, and multimodal AI helps machines understand that. It's used in applications like image captioning, video analysis, interactive chatbots with visual context, and even healthcare diagnostics where images and notes are combined. In addition, multimodal prompting is very useful for content creation and recommendation. Let's talk about the evolution of prompting. Let's learn about the evolution of prompting, from text-only models to multimodal models. Prompting has evolved from simple text inputs to complex multimodal interactions. Today's models can understand and respond to combinations of text, images, audio, and more for deeper context. Prompting began with text-only models like GPT-2, which responded solely to written input. They basically leveraged NLP, which stands for Natural Language Processing. Over time, models evolved to process images, audio, and even video, giving rise to truly multimodal systems that can interpret and connect across different types of information. How models understand and process multiple input types. Modern multimodal models have specialized architectures, such as vision transformers, multimodal neural networks to process different inputs. They are also trained on paired data, like images with captions or videos with transcripts. These models learn how different modalities relate to each other, enabling them to take in multiple types of inputs and generate informed outputs that bridge those sensory channels. Cross-model attention helps models link relevant features across inputs, enhancing context and accuracy. At the core, these models use shared embedding spaces to map inputs like text and images into a common understanding. For example, a picture of a dog and the word dog are brought close together in this space, allowing the model to reason across formats in a unified way. Let's talk about core concepts of multimodal prompting. Modalities are different types of information we can give to AI, like text, pictures, sound, or video. They help the model understand things the way humans do, through multiple senses. These senses are text, with written language input like prompts or documents, image, visual content such as photos, charts, or drawings. Audio, sound-based input like speech or music. And video, time-based visual and audio content combined. In multimodal prompting, in unimodal prompting, the model receives one type of input, typically text. In contrast, multimodal prompting involves multiple types, like combining a question with an image or a diagram. So, input modalities include one or more types. This requires the model to integrate different streams of information and make connections between them. So let's recap the key difference between unimodal and multimodal prompting. First, we've got the input type. Unimodal prompting has one single type and typically is text. Multimodal prompting has multiple types and it could be text, images, audio, etc. Second, context depth. Unimodal prompting is limited to one form of input. On the other hand, multimodal prompting is richer in context and has combined inputs. 3. Use cases. Unimodal prompting can only be used on text-based tasks, such as writing. Multimodal prompting can be used in multiple tasks and complex ones, like image analysis, and speech to text. 4. Understanding. Unimodal prompting is linear and it's language focused. Multimodal prompting, on the other hand, is cross-modal and human-like. Despite its potential, multimodal prompting comes with challenges. Models can misalign inputs, generate hallucinations, or be biased towards dominant modalities. Input format issues from the model misinterpreting poorly formatted inputs. 2. Limited modal support. Not all models handle every modality. 3. Ambiguity inputs. Unclear inputs can lead to inaccurate responses. 4. High computational load. Multiple modalities require more resources. There's also a lack of standard benchmarks, and combining training data from different formats can be resource intensive. Let's discuss tools and platforms that support multimodal prompting. First, we've got one of the most popular generative AI tools, ChatGPT. Specifically, ChatGPT with Vision. This version of ChatGPT can understand and analyze both text and images. It's useful for tasks like generating captions or answering questions about visual content. If you're not familiar with ChatGPT, it's basically an AI chatbot based on OpenAI's GPT, which stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer Models. It can understand and generate human-like text for tasks like writing, coding, summarizing, tutoring, and casual conversations. And now it has multimodal capability. It's widely used in education, business, and creative work. ChatGPT can handle multiple ChatGPT can handle multimodal inputs by combining image recognition with text generation, allowing users to ask questions or generate text based on images. It processes the image and merges it with text for a complete response. The second next popular tool is Gemini by Google. Gemini is Google's family of advanced AI models designed to rival GPT. It's multimodal, meaning it can handle text, images, code, and other inputs. Gemini powers tools like Bard and Google Workspace AI, aiming to provide accurate, integrated assistance across Google's ecosystem. It helps with complex interactions like visual-based search and multimodal content generation. It's designed for broader, context-aware AI applications. It handles multimodal inputs very quickly and uses advanced fusion models to integrate text, image, and video inputs, understanding relationships between them for more context-aware responses and generation. Next, Claude is a conventional AI developed by Anthropic, focused on safety, helpfulness, and transparency. It's known for its thoughtful responses and is designed to be steerable and aligned with user intentions. It can also integrate text, images, and documents, allowing for in-depth analysis and interaction with various input formats. Claude is a strong competitor to ChatGPT and excels at tasks like PDF creation, Q&A, and content summarization. Claude also does a good job of breaking down each modality for text, images, and documents separately. It processes them and then combines them for tasks like document analysis or multi-source content generation. DALL-E by OpenAI is an AI model that generates high-quality images from text descriptions. It's known for its detailed, creative outputs and is integrated into ChatGPT's interface for users on the Plus plan. It basically accepts textual prompts and translates them into relevant images, seamlessly merging descriptive text with visual output for creative image generation. It's got a lot of tools that help you build a scene and will turn it into an image from realistic to fantastical. Let's talk about use cases and applications in multimodal prompting. We have users that can upload images, such as diagrams and charts, and then ask questions about them, with AI providing context-aware answers. Next, AI creates articles, social media posts, or marketing copy based on both text and image inputs. In terms of content generation applications, AI can create articles, social media posts, and marketing copy based on both text and image inputs. For product tagging, e-commerce platforms use images and descriptions to generate accurate product tags and recommendations. Multimodal prompting can also be effective for interactive education. AI helps in learning by analyzing images, videos, and text to provide interactive educational content. It's also useful for accessibility. It assists visually impaired users by converting visual content, such as photos and infographics, into descriptive text. Let's see how we can access and set up a basic multimodal prompting environment. First, choose a platform. You can sign up for access to platforms like ChatGPT or Gemini. Next, install required tools and install necessary libraries. Then, obtain API keys for the platform and configure your environment. Then, ensure inputs are properly formatted and compatible for the application. Lastly, test with basic prompts or run simple multimodal tasks. Let's talk about the required tools and input formats. First, you need an API access. Second, install some Python libraries and have a Jupyter Notebook. Also, you can use cloud platforms, although some of these applications can be done using your local machine. Here's a list of the input formats that you can leverage. We've got text, image, audio, and video. Let's jump into a demo to show how LLMs can be used for multimodal tasks. In this demo, we'll be using ChatGPT to showcase its powerful multimodal capabilities. Keep in mind that most LLM tools like Gemini and Claude can also provide similar capabilities that I'm about to show. For ChatGPT, many of the capabilities we're about to showcase are only available in ChatGPT Pro. It's available for a limited number of prompts in the free version. If you want to leverage the full capabilities, you'll need to subscribe to ChatGPT Pro. First, After you log into ChatGPT, you need to make sure that you have GPT-4 activated. Next, you'll see that there's a plus button that is popping up where I can add media. But before we do this, let's generate media using text prompts. Write a 3-sentence summary of the plot of Inception like you are explaining to a 10-year-old. You can see ChatGPT gave us a response with a concise 3-sentence summary of the plot of Inception. So I'll read the first sentence. Inception is about a man named Cobb who goes into people's dreams to steal their secrets like a spy in their sleep. Let's take things to next step. I'm going to ask ChatGPT to generate a poster based on the description in cartoon style. Let's make sure that it's pointing to the description above. Go ahead and run this, and we'll give it a few seconds to generate the image. Keep in mind that ChatGPT sometimes runs under a heavy load of requests, and sometimes image generation takes time. Image generation is done. You can see ChatGPT generated an output according to my description, a cartoon-like poster of Inception. Next, we'll show ChatGPT's ability to analyze images. I find this task very useful for analyzing complex visuals such as stock charts. I'll click on the plus sign and then add photos and files, select your photo, and then insert the following prompt. Analyze the support and resistance levels of the attached 4-hour interval chart of Google. You can see that ChatGPT was able to analyze the chart for me in an instance and was able to give me multiple support levels and resistance levels with their description. Let's do another example of image analysis. I'm going to click the plus sign here and upload a hand-drawn chart. And here's my prompt. Explain the attached image of a diagram step by step. For reference, here's the image and here's the explanation. Start the process. The program begins execution. Step 1, input value. Gives me the check for Stack Overflow. And then it explains the rest of the steps according to the diagram. It was also able to analyze the gist of the diagram. It is a standard stack push operation with overflow checking, where it prevents adding data when the stack is full and it confirms insertion when space is available. It can also offer an equivalent code in Python or C. That was a good example for visual and text reasoning. Let's increase the level of difficulty of this type of task by giving it a mathematical problem. I'll click on the plus sign again, add photos, and select my image. And I'll use the following prompt. What is the answer to the math problem in the attached image? Here's the image for reference. Find the sum of the series. And you can see that ChatGPT is generating LaTeX or Markdown type of syntax in the background so it can display the mathematical syntax and Greek symbols properly. Not only was it able to solve for these problems, but also was able to give me a step-by-step instructions on how to solve for it. Plus, it recognized that we have 2 problems, not just one, to solve for. In this last example, we're going to do the opposite of multimodal prompting. Instead of providing an image, we're going to ask ChatGPT to generate a complex image based on my description. Provide a detailed process for data science and feature engineering for the diabetes healthcare dataset. The diabetes healthcare dataset is a popular dataset available online, so ChatGPT will be able to understand exactly what I'm looking for. Here, we can see step-by-step instructions of the process, along with Python code on how to run the analysis, such as EDA, outlier detection, multivariate analysis, and then feature engineering as requested, all the way to modeling and providing proper evaluation metrics. After getting the steps in text format, I want ChatGPT to build a visual diagram of those steps.
There was a time just a few months ago when we thought we cracked it. You could literally say, "Hey AI, build me a to-do app," and just like that, code appeared. No setup, no planning, just vibes. It felt like magic. We called it vibe coding. But here's the thing about magic. It's impressive until it breaks. People started realizing the code didn't scale. The APIs were hallucinated, tests were missing, and once you moved past a simple prototype, everything fell apart. Why? Because the AI wasn't actually thinking, it was just guessing. And that's where context engineering comes in. Instead of just saying build a to-do app, you tell the AI who is it for, what features it needs, how the code should be structured, which tools to use, and even what good output looks like. It's not about shouting instructions, it's about setting the stage. And once you do that, the results are on a different level. Today, you'll learn what context engineering is, how it works, and how to use it with a real hands-on demo. Here's what we'll cover. Feel free to skip ahead, but it all connects. First, we'll go through what context engineering is, why vibe coding broke our hearts, prompt engineering versus context engineering, the full ingredient list of good context, biggest challenges and proven fixes, and live demo. So let's get started. So first, let's start by understanding what is context engineering. Now, I'll give you an analogy of a picky chef. Imagine hiring a chef and only saying, "Make dinner for me," no ingredients list, no dietary notes, no guest count. The meal outcome is pure roulette. Now here, context engineering gives the chef everything needed. That is the ingredients in the pantry, the dietary notes, which includes no nuts, vegan friendly, past dinner so that we don't repeat, the preferred plating style. So basically, in AI terms, context is equal to rules plus data, memory, tools, and the desired output. Now, it's the engineered environment that lets in large language model reason and not guess. So context engineering in AI involves organizing and managing all the elements needed for a task, such as rules, data, memory, tools, and the desired output, which I already told you now. This helped the AI make clear, reliable decisions instead of just guessing. By providing all the necessary background information, context engineering ensures that AI can perform well in complex situations. To sum it up, it's the art of providing all the context so that the task is plausibly solvable by the model. But why did we even need this term? Because we tried the opposite. So now we'll understand why vibe coding failed and what we have learned. Let's rewind to early 2024. The AI scene was booming, tools were dropping every week, and developers everywhere were obsessed with something called vibe coding. The idea was to just tell your AI assistant vaguely what you want, like build a to-do app, create a landing page for my startup, give me a chatbot that replies like Shakespeare, and boom, instant code. It felt magical. No setup was needed, no thinking, no planning, just proper vibes. This was especially fun for hackathons, weekend projects, quick prototypes, that wow moment in front of friends or colleagues. And to be honest, it was addictive, of course. But that dopamine hit from watching the AI generate full code blocks with zero effort, incredible. But really hit hard once people tried to ship those projects or use them in real production. Let's now understand the problems with vibe coding. Now, while vibe coding felt like cheating the system, it turned out we were mostly cheating ourselves. Here's why. So the first problem faced was the hallucinated APIs. AI would confidently use functions, libraries, or endpoints that didn't exist. You would fetch a data function that was literally made up. Second was no scalability. Now, AI didn't use design the code base for future use. No modularity, poor file structure, zero comments or documentation. Then we had brittle test or none at all. Now, most AI generated tests either didn't match the code logic, skipped edge cases, or didn't exist at all. So once the code needed to grow or evolve, it obviously collapsed. Now let's look at what the data said. Now this wasn't just a gut feeling. Coder released a major industry report, The State of AI Code Quality. And here's the stat that stood out. 76% of developers said they don't trust AI generated code without human review. Why? Because vibe coded projects often look at the first glance, it would break under pressure, and it would require more time to fix than to build from scratch. The core issue with vibe coding was based on intuition and not intention. You hope the AI gets it right, you assume the structure is okay, you skip the hard thinking. As a famous person once brilliantly said that intuition doesn't scale, structure does. So vibe coding is basically AI plus guesswork, and context engineering is AI plus planning, clarity, and with structure. So if vibe coding is just winging it and context engineering is all about building smart, then where does prompt engineering fit in? Let's clear that up next. Now let's understand the difference between prompt engineering versus context engineering. We'll break down in the simplest way possible with examples, stories, and a comparison that actually sticks. Let's first look at the core difference. Think of prompt engineering like asking someone for a favor in one sentence. And context engineering? That's like handing them a folder with everything they need to do that favor well, not just once but repeatedly. Let's look at an example analogy, which is making a sandwich. Let's say you want someone to make you a sandwich. So in the case of prompt engineering, you would say, make me a sandwich. That's it. No details needed. They don't know if you're allergic to peanuts, if you like mayo, or if you're vegan. So what do you get? Probably a sandwich, but maybe not the one you wanted. Next, in the case of context engineering, you would hand them a sticky note that says, I'm a vegan, no onions needed, toast the bread, use the sauce from the top shelf. This is how I like it cut. Now, they're not just making a sandwich, they're making your sandwich exactly the way you want it. Now, let's put that in AI terms. So first, we look at the feature. Now, in case of prompt engineering, the focus is more on have you asked a question? On the other hand, in case of context engineering, the focus is on everything around the question that includes data, rules, tools, and memory. The typical size of prompt engineering is basically 1 to 3 lines. And in case of context engineering, multiple files are there, settings, examples, and proper instructions. Now, the main goal of prompt engineering is one decent response. But in the case of context engineering, it's a reliable system that works across step or task. Prompt engineering is useful for casual use, like for example, ChatGPT or question and answer. But then context engineering is useful in real applications, automation, and in AI agents. For example, in prompt engineering, you would say something like, write a clean Python to-do app. But in case of context engineering, you would say, add system rule, use TypeScript, include API docs, provide sample code, define JSON output format. The reliability of prompt engineering sometimes hit or miss. But in case of context engineering, it's more structured, predictable, and scalable. But why this matters? Because prompt engineering is great for one-time question, fast iteration. But then if you're building an AI chatbot, training a custom AI agent, you need context engineering. Because the AI needs more than just a question, it needs the full story. So now that we know the difference, let's break down the actual ingredients of good context. Imagine you're giving an AI assistant a task. Now the AI is not human. It doesn't understand things the way people do. It only knows what you give it right now. So if you want it to do a good job, you have to give the right information in the right way. That set of information you give the AI, that's what we call context. And just like cooking a recipe, good context needs few specific ingredients. If you forget even one, the AI might mess up. So what makes up good context? Let's look at each ingredient in simple, beginner-friendly terms. The first one is system instructions. This is just like the basic rulebook you give the AI. For example, you say always write a clean code, use British English, start every response with hi there. These are the universal rules that the AI should always follow no matter what the task you give it. The second one is the user input. This is your actual prompt, the question or command you give. Let's say, for example, you say summarize this news article or build a weather app in Python. Simple, direct, and this is what kicks off the task. Third one is short-term memory, which is the chat history. Think of it like the conversation you had so far. Now, if you're chatting with AI, you could say something like, can you write a report? Then you say, make it shorter. The AI needs to remember the first request to understand the second. That memory of what you said, that's short-term memory or called chat history. Next, we have long-term memory. This is the memory from older sessions or saved preferences. Let's say, for example, you always want the AI to avoid using certain words, or you have already told it your name and the job title. Now, if you have shared this before and it remembers, that's long-term memory. Not all AI tools have this yet, but the best ones like advanced agents do have. Next is knowledge bases. These are the external sources of information the AI can use like documents, websites, or APIs. For say, example, you're building a health app. You link the AI to a medical database or PDF guide. The AI will search through the material and use it to give smarter answers. Next, we'll talk about the workflow state. This means where are we right now in a bigger process. Let's say you're building an app with AI. This first step would be planning, second step would be writing code, and the third step would include testing. Fourth step will be fixing the bugs. Now, if the AI knows which step it's on, it can focus better. Otherwise, it might try to do everything at once, and that often fails. One small problem is that the AI can't hold unlimited information. It has a limit, which is called the context window. So how do we fit in all of this without confusing it? That's exactly what we will talk about the next, which is the problems with context and the smart ways to fix them. When working with AI, giving it the right information called context is super important, but doing that isn't always easy. Here are a few common problems and simple ways to fix them. First is too much of information, not enough space. Of course, AI has a limit to how much it can read at once. Now, if you give it too much, it forgets or it gets confused. You can fix it by saying like summarize older or less important information to make space for what matters. Second is information overload. Dumping large chunks of unstructured text can overwhelm the AI. Then is wrong order of information. Now, if the most important information is hidden, the AI might miss it. Next is multiple sources, which confuses the AI. Now, if your project uses different databases or tools, the AI might not know which one to use. Then is messy memory. When too much random information is stored, the AI gets lost. So you can fix it by saying use memory blocks to organize what the AI remembers, like facts, past charts, or fixed rules. Now, these simple fixes help your AI give better, more accurate responses every time. Now, enough of the slides. I'll show you a demo with ChatGPT. So first, I've given a prompt to ChatGPT to create a project plan for launching a new website. So as you can see that the GPT has given me this answer, the project plan, the project overview, the goal, timeline, team, and the phases. You can see the phases. They have directly given me the phases. It has not explained in depth and detail. Now, we will use the custom GPT to add more context to this. So we can just head over to here and we can just select customize GPT, and then you can just name project and just enter this. I have entered that you are a project manager with expertise in website launches. Create a detailed project plan with deadlines for each phase considering the following. All right. And again, you can just add more information from here if needed. Now, this is the advanced ChatGPT capability. So I have also selected that and I'll click on save from here. Now, I'll click new chat and again, I'll ask the same question that create a project plan for me for launching new website. Let's see what it responds. So now as you can see, it has given me project plan for launching a new website. And this is the project goal, and this is the phase 1 objective task, and it has also given me the day-wise time needed for doing each task, and this is the phase 2. It has also given me the milestone from here. So as you can see, it has divided the phases into many parts, and from here it can just look at the task and the number of day, the milestone achieved. So I'll just show you the difference between the ChatGPT customized using context and the normal ChatGPT. So this was a normal ChatGPT generic answer which had given me the phases, task, and just the normal things without proper date timing. And when I used the customized ChatGPT, it gave me the objective, the task needed to do each phases with the days as well. So this is the kind of answer you can expect from ChatGPT when you use context engineering here. Have you ever wished you could just tell your computer what you want and bam, it builds it for you? Well, guess what? We're pretty much there. Hey everyone, today I'm going to show you something called vibe coding. And before you roll your eyes, hear me out. This isn't some fancy buzzword. It's literally coding that just flows. You know that feeling when everything clicks, when you're in the zone and ideas turn into working code without the usual headaches? That's called vibe coding. Here's what's crazy. AI tools have gotten so good that you can basically have a conversation with them and walk away with a real app. No more staring at blank screens wondering where to start, no more getting stuck on syntax, just steal your ideas and tools that actually get it. Today I'm testing 3 AI coding tools that everyone's talking about. At first we have Bolt. Now this thing is insanely fast. You describe what you want and it builds it while you watch it. Then we have Lovable, which is perfect if you care about making things look good. It's like having a designer and developer rolled into one. Then we have Pythagora. The coolest part is you just chat with it like you're explaining your idea to a friend and it builds complex app. I'm going to show you how exactly each one works, the good stuff and not the good stuff, real demos, real code, and at the end, we are doing a showdown. Which tool actually delivers on this whole vibe coding promise? So let's find it out. So let's start with the first AI tool for vibe coding, which is Pythagora. So from here, you can ask Pythagora to build anything. For example, it's mentioned here that ask Pythagora to build a CRM app. So we will ask the same, build a simple interactive CRM app. And I'll just hit enter from here. You have to choose any of your account you're using. So as you can see, it's setting up your Pythagora workspace. So as you can see, our workspace is being created. And now from here, you can just simply describe. So as you can see from here, I've given a prompt to create a simple customer relationship management app. The goal is to keep the track of customer information, manage relationship communication, and help with the sales and support. And here's what I have in mind. I've given the app features, how I want it to be, the task management, notes section, simple dashboard, communication logos. I've also given the UI UX design element. Now before this, you can just fill out this essential questions asked. So I'm using it for some other purpose. How big is your company? You can just mention anything. And then after I've given the prompt, I'll just hit continue. We'll wait for a few seconds. So now as you can see, it is giving us to write some specification. So this is the overview of the specifications which I have mentioned. So the Pythagora is now generating a detailed specification for app based on your input. So it's basically creating a documentation of the overview which we had given. So it's given that write specifications. Are you satisfied with the project description? So I'll just hit on yes. So it's building all the components and the APIs. It takes a bit of time. So now as you can see that our app is ready, and I'll show you the preview of our app. So we'll open this in our browser. So you can see from here, you can just enter your email and then you can enter your password. Now if you don't have an account, you can just sign up and then you can create your account. So as you can see, this is a dashboard that Pythagora has created for us. I mean, just look at it. This is just awesome. Look at the features it has added, and can you believe this AI has made it completely? This is the number of customers, the active leads we have, the upcoming tasks. I mean, the quality is just so premium, and that you get it in free version without even spending any bucks. And I'm pretty impressed by this. I would rate it 10 out of 10. This is absolutely best. Now let's move on to a second AI tool on our list, which is Bolt. So from here, you can just click on the first link. So here in Bolt, you can just share your ideas. So I've mentioned that build a simple e-commerce website with good UI, UX. And then I've mentioned more app features in the shopping cart I want to be added. And I'll just hit on enter. So you can just sign in with your Google account. So now from here, you can just give the prompt I've already given. So we'll wait for a few minutes till our preview will appear here. So it's first creating the overview of our prompt which I've given. And now you can see it's installing the dependencies from here. And now it's written that I've created a comprehensive production-ready e-commerce website with beautiful design and excellent user experience. The application features a modern, clean interface with sophisticated color schemes, smooth animations, and intuitive navigations. So we'll just have a look at once we are done with creating this. It takes a bit of time, but yeah, I think it's ready now. So we can just open in a separate tab. So now from here, you can see that our e-commerce website is ready. And yes, this also looks amazing. The name is given Shop Hub, and this is the new collection here. And these are the products, and you can just see to this, hover animation that it has given to us. And this also looks really premium. Just look at this. And this is the drop-down list where we have all the quick links, customer service, and the contact as well. I'm pretty impressed by this Bolt New because it has created such an amazing website, and the minimalism and the sophisticated look that it has given to my website, it's really, really good. The color layout also, it's blue, white, and it has kept very minimalistic. So for this also, I would rate it maybe 9 out of 10 or maybe 10 out of 10 because both of them are really good. Just look at this Pythagora, and here we have the Bolt New. Both are amazing. I mean, I can't actually compare both, but then again, let's check out the third AI tool on our list. We have Lovable AI. So we'll be checking out this AI tool and how we can just create amazing applications within seconds. So I'll ask this AI to create an amazing weather app with features and good UI UX design. So let's hit enter. Okay, you can just log in with your account. So now we'll just wait for a few seconds till our application is being built. So now as you can see, it's working on the progress, and I must say the interface of this AI looks pretty good. You can also upload images as reference, and you can preview your changes as well. So now it's basically working. So from here you can see that it's working on the index. And this is the code which you can see from here. So now you can see that our app is ready, and we'll just preview it. And again, just look at the features it has added. This also looks really good. This is the weather application named Weatherly, and here you can just search your city. You can just enter your city name. Let's suppose it's Bangalore, and it will give you the weather updated report. So you can see from here, no, it's UK. Just enter. So I don't know why is it giving UK, but then yeah, the weather information is actually correct. You also have the weather details, the humidity, wind speed, visibility, plus you get the 7-day forecast today, tomorrow, and this is again amazing. And I would rate this maybe, this is also good, so I'll rate this 9 out of 10. So as to compare all the three AI tools which we created our applications. So the first one we had is the CRM application, CRM Pro, using Pythagora. So here is our application. The second one we built using Bolt, an e-commerce website named as Shop Hub. So you can have a look at this. And the third one, we created a weather app using Lovable. And here you have this. Now let me know in the comment section which one you actually like the most. For me personally, I think I would go for Bolt, number one. Second, I would rate this Pythagora. And third, I would rate this Lovable. Now let me know which one you liked the most.
Hello guys, welcome to this Reasoning with O1 course. What if we told you that there's an AI that does not just give answers but actually thinks? So introducing O1, the latest and the most advanced reasoning model from OpenAI. So unlike other models that rely on patterns, O1 is designed to reason through problems, self-correct and explain its thinking step by step, just like a human would. So today we will explore what makes O1 so special. Then we will come across how it reasons. Then we will see where it's useful, and finally we will see why learning about this model is essential in the age of intelligent machines. So let's just dive in. So what is O1? So O1 is OpenAI's new AI model, but it's not just a smarter chatbot, it's a reasoning engine. While models like GPT-4 are brilliant at language and creativity, O1 gives a step further. It can think logically, it can solve problems with multi-step reasoning and analyze the complex data. In short, O1 is the closest we have come to building an AI that can think through a task, not just respond. So why does this matter? Because the real world problems in maths, science, code and life require structured thinking, not just quick answers. So let's now move on to what is reasoning and why O1 needs it. So before we understand how O1 works, let's ask what is reasoning. So reasoning is a process of analyzing information, finding connections and drawing conclusions, like solving a puzzle. For example, you see dark clouds. People are carrying umbrellas, so even if it's not raining, you reason it as it's about to rain. So AI needs this same skill. So without reasoning, an AI is like a parrot. It repeats. With reasoning, it becomes a problem solver. And that's exactly what O1 brings to the table. So let's now understand how O1 reasons. So let's break down how O1 actually reasons step by step. The first one is chain of thought reasoning. So O1 solves problems step by step, just like we do on a paper. For example, the question is, what is 12 into 15? O1 does not just say 180. It thinks it as 10 into 15 is equal to 150. Then it calculates 2 into 15 is equal to 30. Then it adds final two results, that is 150 plus 30 is equal to 180. So this chain of thought method reduces errors and shows the logic behind every answer. So let's now move on to the next, that is reinforcement learning. So O1 gets better over time by learning from success and failure, just like a person. If one method doesn't work, it tries another, sees the result and improves next time. It's like a chess player who gets sharper with every game. Then we'll come to reasoning tokens. So when O1 solves a complex task, it uses invisible tokens to keep track of its thoughts, like a mental sticky notes. So imagine solving a math problem. You scribble your steps on a paper. O1 does the same internally, helping it to stay organized and accurate. So let's now dive into the real life examples. So let's see O1 in action. The first one is solving a math problem. So the question is, what is 25 plus 37? So O1 thinks like 20 plus 30 is equal to 50. And 5 plus 7 is equal to 12. 50 plus 12 is equal to 62. And the final answer it gives is 62. So it's not magic, it's methodical reasoning. That's what makes O1 more trustworthy and transparent. Then we are going to the next example, that is debugging a code. So now let's shift to a coding scenario. If you ask, why is my Python code giving me an error? So here's what O1 does. It reads the code line by line, spots where the error happens, then explains why it occurred, and then it suggests a fix step by step. It's like having a calm, logical coding partner who always explains their thinking. So let's now move on to the next one. We have what makes O1 different. So here is a quick comparison. Say we have the capability. So GPT-4 predicts the next word, and same O1 also does. So GPT-4 thinks through steps. It doesn't think through steps, but O1 does. So GPT-4 self-correction is a basic thing, but the self-correction in O1 is a very advanced thing. Then it solves the complex problems. GPT-4 sometimes does it, but O1 is consistently doing it. Then transparent reasoning. GPT-4 has no transparent reasoning, but O1 has a transparent reasoning. So let's move on to where can O1 be used. So because of its structured reasoning, O1 is useful in multiple domains. The first one is maths and science, solving equations, explaining experiments, and so on. And then we have coding, so writing, debugging, and understanding programs. Then we have research, that is analyzing data, summarizing papers, and verifying facts. And then we have creative work, so planning content, brainstorming logically, are all falling under creative work. Then we have image analysis, this interpreting visuals step by step. So wherever thinking is needed, O1 delivers clarity. So let's now come to the common mistakes avoided by O1. So previously, older models had a few common issues, such as the jumping to conclusions directly, then ignoring small details, and then we have repeating errors in the new context. But O1 avoids all this by reasoning in steps, checking its own logic, and learning from feedback. And that's why it's more dependable, especially when stakes are high. Let's now move to why O1 is so important. What is the future of work and thinking? So because reasoning AI is the future and it's already here, learning OI works helps you use AI more effectively. Ask better questions, obviously, then understand how machines think, and then stay ahead in the technical, research, and educational field, and become a critical thinker yourself. So this is not just about AI. It's about preparing for a world where thinking with AI is a part of how we work, learn, and create. So let's now move on with the key takeaways. So let's recap what we have learned. O1 doesn't just answer, it reasons. Then it learns from mistakes and improves. It explains its logic step by step. Then it's accurate, explainable, and helpful across industries. Then it's future of intelligent systems, and you can be a part of it. So whether you are a student, developer, analyst, or just curious, O1 is just a tool that helps you think better. So let's dive into deeper in the next module. Hello guys, welcome back to the second module. So in this module, we will learn about promptings in O1 models. So prompting is a way we interact with the AI by giving instructions and receiving responses. So with O1 models like GPT-4o, things have gotten simpler. So these models understand prompts with more accuracy, which means you can be clear, concise, and direct without over-explaining. So there are certain principles of prompting in O1 models. The first one is it is simple and direct. Then number 2 is no explicit chain of thought needed. Then the third one is structure over description. And the fourth one is show, don't tell. So there is a summary for this. Like to get the best out of the O1 models, remember these 4 principles. You have to be simple and direct. No need for explicit reasoning. It's already built in. So give structure, not long descriptions, and show tone with examples. Don't just tell. So these principles will help you get better, faster results from O1 models while keeping things smooth and efficient. So let's then get into the demo part. So here we'll write our first code as. So the first thing, import warnings dot filter warning ignore. So this is basically a warning control. So this is a Python code snippet does two main things. It suppresses warnings and retrieves the OpenAI API key for use in the later interactions. So I will just break it down step by step. So the first line, import warnings, imports Python's built-in warning module. So this module is used to manage the warning messages in the program, which are typically notifications about for the potential problematic or unexpected events in your code. It helps developers keep track of the minor issues without even interrupting the program's execution. So next, warnings.filter ignore is used to tell Python to ignore any warning messages that might appear. So normally warnings are shown to alert the developer about something, so that may be critical issue but could be important. So then the third line, from helper import get OpenAI API key, imports a function called get OpenAI API key from a module named helper. So this function is responsible for retrieving the OpenAI API key, which is necessary for interacting with the OpenAI services, such as generating text or using other machine learning models. So finally, the OpenAI API key is equal to get OpenAI API key calls the imported function to get the API key and stores it in the variable OpenAI API key. So these variables know how the key needed to access the OpenAI's features, and it can be used for even making the authenticated API request. So this code is designed basically to suppress any unnecessary warnings while ensuring that the program has the power of the API key. So let's just run this. So then basically we have imported JSON. So the firstly, import JSON allows working with the JSON data, obviously, commonly used in the API interactions from ipython.display, import display, then markdown HTML, imports functions to display, etc. So then from OpenAI, import OpenAI imports the OpenAI class, so which is used to interact with the OpenAI services. Then client equal to OpenAI API key equal to OpenAI API key creates an OpenAI client using the API key, enabling communication with the OpenAI's models. Then finally we have GPT model equal to GPT-4o mini and O1 model is equal to O1 mini. Defines the name of the two different models that can be used in the API requests. So in short, this code sets up the OpenAI client and defines the two models for use in natural language processing tasks. So we'll run this. So here basically the code snippet defines a prompt for generating a function using the OpenAI's model. Then sends the prompt to the OpenAI API to get a response. So let's now break it down step by step. So bad prompt equal to generate a function till insulin. Creates a string variable called the bad prompt because it is a statement basically. So this prompt is a request for the model to generate a function that outputs the smiles IDs, a way to represent the molecular structure basically for all molecules involved in the insulin. It also guides the model to think step by step, outlining tasks like identifying the models, creating the function, and looping through each molecule to return the smile IDs. So then we have response equal to client.chat.completions.create model. So this basically sends the prompt to the OpenAI API for processing. It uses the client.chat.completions method to interact with the OpenAI's API, specifying the model, that is O1 model, which was defined earlier. The messages parameter sends the bad prompt to the model as input under the user role. So in short, this code defines a prompt using the OpenAI's model to create a function for returning the smiles IDs for insulin molecules and sends that prompt to the OpenAI API to generate a response. So let's now move on, run this and move on. So then basically we have display HTML division style equal to background color. So basically displays the formatted HTML and markdown content in a Jupyter notebook. So then we have the first version The first line, displays an HTML division with a light background color and a border also. So it also includes a heading that says Markdown output, beginning with a downward arrow emoji. Basically, the HR tags are used to insert the horizontal lines before and after the heading. Then we have display HTML function is used to render this HTML in the notebook. Then we have display markdown. This line takes the content of the response from OpenAI's model stored in this and it displays it as markdown. The markdown function is used to render the content in a more readable formatted way. So this content could include text, headers, list, or any markdown elements generated by the model. So then we can run this and you can basically see the heading. Then the step 1 is identify all the molecules involved in insulin, chain A, chain B. Then step 2, prepare the smiles and strings for each amino acid. Then we have create the function. This is basically the output. So then we have this good prompt generative function that outputs a smile IDs. As we have given a bad prompt, it is necessary to give a good prompt as well. So yeah, we have given a good prompt. So let's now display that good prompt. Mark out beginning, understand insulin, step by step, and you can see the difference clearly. So this is basically a great code, but don't get overwhelmed. I'll break it down step by step. So this example is a structured prompt basically and used to guide an AI assistant to behave like a customer service representative for a company named E&ICT, so which sells storage solutions such as beans. The purpose of this prompt is to make sure that the AI behaves professionally, respectfully, and in line with the company policies while responding to the customer queries. The first part of the prompt, labeled as instructions, clearly tells the assistant what role it is playing, a customer service assistant, and emphasize the tone it should maintain kind and respectful at all times. So this ensures the assistant responds in a friendly and helpful manner, just like a real support agent would. So next comes the policy section, which outlines the 6 specific areas that the assistant must follow. So these include handling refunds, recording complaints, providing accurate product information, maintaining the professional conduct, complying with the policies and data privacy rules, and refusing to answer questions outside these topics. For example, under refunds, the assistant is allowed to process them as long as it follows E&ICT's rules and documents everything properly. If a customer complains, the assistant should listen carefully, reassure them, and escalate the issue if necessary. So if asked about topics unrelated to these areas, the assistant must politely refuse to answer and guide the user back to the allowed topics. The final part is a user query, which shows the customer's actual message like, hey, I would like to return the bin I bought from you as it was not found as prescribed. So these falls under the refunds category in the policy. Since the assistant is allowed to handle the refund request, it will process this message accordingly, possibly by confirming the issue, starting the return process, and recording the complaint. So in short, this structured prompt creates a safe and clear framework for the assistant to operate. It tells the AI what kind of support it can offer, how to behave, what topics are allowed, and how to respond when faced with customer issues, all while making sure the customer feels heard, respected, and healed. So let's now print the statement, the structured prompt. Now you can see that it is printed. So now this code is from the Python program using the OpenAI API, which allows developers to interact with the AI models like ChatGPT. So especially this line is used to send a prompt to the AI and get a response back. The function call is then client.chat.completion.create. So client is the OpenAI API client that was likely used up earlier in the code. It connects your code to the OpenAI server. So the .chat.completions.create part is how you send a chat message to the AI and ask it to complete the conversation. So in other words, generating a reply. So inside the parenthesis, the first argument is model is equal to O1 model. So this tells the API which version of the AI model to use, for example, GPT-4, GPT 3.5 Turbo, or some other customer or fine-tuned model stored in the variable. So this ensures that you are using the right AI brain for your task. So the second argument is messages again. So this is where you pass the actual conversation history or input formatted as a list of message objects. So in this case, there's only one message in the list and it has two key parts. The role, that is the user, then the content, it is a structured prompt. The role, the user, so this tells the AI that the following content is coming from the user, so not from the system or assistant. And the content is the combines the earlier structured prompt, so which include instructions and policy rules for the assistant with the user's questions like wanting to return a bean, etc. This combined content acts as the full message the AI will read before replying. So in more simpler terms, this line is telling the AI, hey, you're a customer service agent for any crop. Here's your policy. Now here's a customer question. What will be your reply? The AI will read the whole input, follow the instructions and policies, and then return a customer-friendly response. So the response itself will be saved in the variable called response, which you can later print or process in your code. So let's run this. So I have this printed response. So I will just run this. You can see the response basically. Then we have this refusal input. The variable refusal input contains a user query that asks the AI, write me a haiku about how reasoning modules are great. So this is wrapped in XML-like tags. This purpose of this input is to test the AI's ability to say no. According to the structured prompt and policy you provided earlier, the assistant is only allowed to talk about refunds, complaints, and product information about the storage solutions. A haiku about reasoning models doesn't fall into any of these topics. So when this refusal input is combined with the structured prompt and sent to the AI, it should politely refuse to answer and explain it that so it can only help with the allowed topics. We will run this. So again, this line is sending a new message to the AI model, but this time using refusal input instead of user input. The client.chat.completions.create calls OpenAI API key to get a reply from the AI. Then model is O1. Model tells which AI model to use. Then messages we have is sends a message to the AI with. Then here the role is a user and the content is structured prompt plus refusal. It basically combines the rules of the structured prompt with a new question that may be outside the allowed topics. Since the structured program says that the assistant must refuse questions outside refunds, complaints, product information, these test checks if the AI correctly refuses to answer. So in short, this line tests if the AI follows the policy and politely refuses to answer the question it's not allowed to handle. So let's run this. So this line basically displays the AI's reply to the refusal input. You can see that this is the output. So now we are ready for giving up for a base prompt and a legal query. So let me explain. The variable base prompt is used to define the role and the behavior of the AI assistant. So in this case, the AI is told to act as a lawyer who specializes in the competition law, especially helping the business owners understand the legal issues. So this prompt is wrapped in tags like prompt and policy to make it structured and easy for the AI to interpret. So the policy section outlines the important rules the AI must follow. It says that the assistant should give clear and accurate information about the competition law, maintain confidentiality and professionalism, and avoid the offering specific legal advice unless there's enough context. The legal query variable contains the actual question from the user. The query is, a larger company is offering suppliers incentives not to do business with me. So is this legal? So this is wrapped inside a query tag which keeps the input structured and consistent with the rest of the prompt format. So in summary, this setup gives the AI a clearly defined role as a legal expert and a policy to follow. For example, we will now run this. So this line then sends the structured legal question to the AI using the OpenAI API. The goal is to get a helpful and professional response from an AI that's acting as a comparative law expert. So the method client.chat.completionScreate is used to generate a chat response, as we have discussed earlier. Here the role is a user and the content is base prompt plus legal query. So we'll now run this. So now we are going to visually display the AI's response with styling and format, and it helps the output look clean and organized for the user. So we'll do this, and you can see it is a step-by-step guide for the. So this is also again a big query. So here the variable example prompt is a structured example prompt that shows how an AI assistant acting as a competition law expert should respond to a user's legal interest. So it's formatted using special tags like prompt, policy, example, question, and response to keep everything organized and machine readable. So inside the prompt section, the AI is structured to behave like a lawyer who specializes in the competition law, helping business owners with their legal questions. So this gives the AI its role and sets the stage for how it should respond. The policy section defines the boundaries the AI must follow. Then we have the example section provides a sample legal scenario and how the AI should answer. So then we have the response that follows is a well-structured professional reply. It begins by referencing the US antitrust laws, especially the Sherman Antitrust Act, and explains how some types of collaboration like price fixing or market division are automatically illegal. So then we have it also warns the information sharing, which can be risky and potentially lead to antitrust violations. In summary, this example prompt acts as a guide or training example to show how the AI should behave in legal conversations. So then I'll run this. So here then we are going to again display the output in a formatted style, and you can see this displayed. So let's now move on to the next module and learn about planning with O1. So in the earlier lessons, we explored how to structure prompts and guide the AI models like O1 and O1 Mini to behave in specific roles. So whether a customer service agent or a legal advisor. So here in this lesson, we will learn how to plan with O1. It will introduce a powerful use case where the AI is not just answering a single question, but actually creating a full plan to solve a task. So this kind of problem solving is perfect for O1 models, especially when you are working with a fixed set of tools and some constraints. So instead of asking the model to do every step directly, which could be slow and expensive, we let O1 Mini generate the plan and then use a smaller, faster model like GPT-4o Mini to execute its step. So this two approach, planning with O1 Mini and executing with GPT-4 Mini, helps us work efficiently. So please don't worry if your results don't exactly match the ones in the video tutorial now. That's totally normal since AI responses can vary slightly every time you run them. So in short, this lesson builds on what you have already learned and now takes it a step further, like teaching the AI how to think ahead and plan, not just react. So let's dive in. So we will start with the first part of the code. This is about suppressing the warning messages as we have discussed earlier in Python. So Python sometimes shows warnings when it deflects something that might not cause an error right away but could lead to issues in the future. So this is for this. And the second part is focused on importing your OpenAI API key securely. So instead of hard coding the key directly into the notebook, which is not safe, the code calls a helper function. From the helper, import get OpenAI API key, brings in a function named as get OpenAI key. So we will run this. First two lines import the two standard Python modules, copy and JSON. The copy module is used when you want to duplicate the Python objects, especially when you need to make changes without affecting the original. The JSON module is used for working with the JSON data, which is common format for sending the receiving structured information, especially when dealing with the APIs. The next line imports the OpenAI class from the OpenAI package. This is what allows your code to communicate with the OpenAI's language models like GPT-4 or O1 Mini. Then we import the O1 tools from a separate live named utils.py. So this likely contains some common utility functions or tools. So then next we set up the connection to the OpenAI's API by creating a client instance. So client equal to OpenAI API. Here the OpenAI API key variable, which was retrieved earlier using the get OpenAI API key, is passed to authenticate your session with the OpenAI. So this line sets up the client object which you will use to send prompts and receive responses from the models. So finally, two variables are defined to specify which models to use. So these are simply model name shortcuts. So instead of writing the full model name each time, you can just refer to O1 model and GPT model. So O1 mini is used for planning the task, while GPT-4 mini is likely used for executing the individual steps in the plan. So we will run this. So here the code first line initializes an empty list called message list. So this list will likely be used to store the sequence of messages exchanged with the AI model. Next we define a dictionary name known as the context, which sets up the initial state of a business environment for a planning task. Under the inventory section, we are told that 50 units of the Smart Home Hub X200 are currently in stock. Then under the orders, we see a single order that is 0RD3001 requesting 200 units of this product for a customer that is having the ID CUST9001 located in the LOS Angeles. The available suppliers and the supplier section list two suppliers and the components they can provide. Notably, only SUPP1001 has a component of COM X200 required to make the X200 product, and they have 500 units available. The product capacity then section defines how many units can be produced. 100 right away and another 150 next week. This helps the model decide how to meet the demand of 200 units. The shipping options provide two choices for delivering to Los Angeles: a standard service that costs $1,000 and takes 5 days, an express service that costs $1,500 and takes only 2 days. The model can consider this based on the urgency or budget. The customer's dictionary holds customer details like the name and the address of the client placing the order. The product section defines what components are needed to manufacture each product. So in this case, the X200 device requires 1 unit of COM X200 to build each finished product. The code sets up a realistic business scenario basically involving the product inventory, orders, manufacturing, suppliers and shipping, all the key elements the AI needs to plan how to fulfill the order effectively. So we'll run this. So this is basically a prompt for planning the task. So this block defines a large string called the O1 prompt, which acts as an instructional prompt for an advanced language model like O1 Mini. The goal of this prompt is to guide the model to act as a supply chain management assistant and generate a detailed logical plan for handling a complex order fulfillment task. It's essentially the brain that will break down a business challenge and outline the best steps to solve it. The first paragraph in the prompt sets the context. It tells the AI that it will be given a complex task that involves managing customers' inventory, production, supplies, and shipping. The next section lists all the functions available to the executor AI. The functions allow the executor to do things like check inventory levels, allocate stocks to the orders, place purchase orders with suppliers, schedule production runs, and so on. Each function is briefly described along with its required inputs and expected outcomes. So this ensures the planning AI knows what tools are available, how they work, and what each one is for. It helps the model build a plan that is realistic and executable by the downstream agent. So in summary, this O1 prompt sets up a rich and highly structured instruction environment for the planning model. It tells the AI to think carefully, reason step by step, and create a clear, detailed, and logical order plan, one that another AI can confidently execute using the provided tools. It ensures consistency, safety, and clarity across every step of the supply chain process. So let's run this. So this is basically the prompt for the execution process by the system. So this block defines a variable called GPT-4o system prompt, which is a string used to guide the behavior of the execution model, especially the GPT-4o mini. In this case, while the O1 mini model is responsible for planning, the prompt is for the model that carries out each step of the plan. The assistant is told as to act as a helpful executor whose job is to strictly follow a given policy related to handling incoming orders. The prompt defines a step-by-step workflow for the model to follow. First, the model should read and understand the full policy. Then it needs to identify which step in the policy is currently working on. So before acting, it should give a brief explanation of the decision. So finally, it should perform the action, which typically involves calling one of the available functions with the correct inputs. So in summary, the GPT-4o system prompt sets up the mindset and the behavior of the GPT-4o mini executor. It ensures the model works step by step, explains its reasoning, and only takes action that match the policy, creating a controlled and a transparent execution flow for order handling in a supply chain scenario. So let's now do this. This code block defines a list named tools, which contains a collection of the functions that AI can use to interact with the supply chain system. So these functions act like a toolbox, and each tool or function performs a specific task related to the inventory, production, suppliers, orders, etc. So each tool is defined as dictionary that includes its type, that is a function, and a function section that deals the function's name, description of what it does, and the input parameters it expects. Some key functions include get inventory status to check how much a product is in stock, then update inventory to add or subtract stock, then fetch new orders to see which orders are pending, then get product details and check available suppliers to explore what's needed to make products or find suppliers. Then place purchase order to order components. Allocate stock to reserve product for a customer order. Check production capacity and schedule production to plan and carry out manufacturing. Then calculate shipping options and book shipment to handle delivery. Send order update to notify the customer. Instructions complete to mark that all steps in the plan are finished. So each function also defines the parameter it requires, like product ID, order ID, and quantity, etc. So this is important because AI must pass exactly the right data when calling these tools. The use of required fields and the additional property. So in summary, the tools list defines a complete set of functions the AI agent can use to operate the supply chain system. So let's now move on to the functions then. So this block defines all the Python functions that simulate the supply chain operations described earlier. The first few functions deal with the inventory management. Get inventory status, then get product details. This fetches the product information. Then get inventory status returns how many units of a specific product are currently in stock. Then update inventory product ID quantity change, adjust the inventory count based on a positive or negative change, making sure inventory doesn't go below 0. Then allocate stock tries to reserve the inventory for an order. If there's enough stock, it reduces the inventory and confirms the allocation. If not, it allocates whatever is available and marks the result with an insufficient stock warning. The supplier related functions start with the check available suppliers, which returns a list of the suppliers the company can order components from. Then comes the production related logic. Check production capacity, time frame checks how many units can be produced with the given time frame. Then schedule production run checks the capacity, schedules program if possible, and updates the inventory. For shipping, the function calculates shipping options, returns a list of available shipping methods and their cost for the specified destination. Lastly, the function send order update simulates sending a message to the customer to keep them updated on their order status. So at the very end, there's a dictionary called function mapping, which links each function name to the actual Python function. So let's then run this. So guys, knit together the whole process and make the most out of it. Let's now move on to the next module. Hello guys, welcome back to this new module of coding with O1. So initially we will start with the first part that hides the warning messages using the warnings.filter warnings ignore as we were using to. So this keeps the output clean by preventing the non-critical warnings from appearing during execution. Next, the code imports get OpenAI API key function from the helper file. Finally, the function is called and its result is stored in the OpenAI API key variable. So in short, this setup hides warnings and securely loads your API key for using OpenAI tools. So we'll run this. So here then the first line imports the three useful display tools from ipython.display, display image and markdown. These are commonly used in Jupyter notebooks to visually show images, format output using markdown or display objects in a cleaner way. Next, the code imports the OpenAI class from the OpenAI library. So this class is used to create a client that communicates with the OpenAI's API to generate responses, run models, or perform other AI tasks. So then the client is equal to OpenAI API key. OpenAI API key initializes the OpenAI client using the API key we previously stored. So this connects your code to the OpenAI services so you can start making the API calls. So finally, two variables GPT model and O1 model are defined with model names GPT-4o mini and O1 mini. These are likely short and labels are used in your code to specify which AI model you want to work with when making the API request. So we'll run this. So this code defines a function called getChatCompletion, which is used to get a response from an OpenAI chatbot model. It takes two inputs, the model, the name of the model you want to see like GPT-4o mini, and prompt the user's message or question. So inside the function, it calls client.chat or completion.create. So this is the OpenAI API method used to send the prompt to the chosen model and generate a chat-based response. So the message is passed in the format OpenAI expects an array of message objects with the roles like user and assistant. Finally, the function returns just the content of the model's reply using the response.choices.message.contain. So this keeps the output clean and gives you only the AI's reply text, not the entire API response structure. So we'll run this. Now here the code defines a multi-line string variable called the React demo prompt. So it's a prompt written in the natural language that will be sent to an AI model like ChatGPT to generate a React component. The prompt is asking the AI to create a React component named feedback form for collecting structured interview feedback. It outlines four main requirements: rating candidates with rubrics, giving specific evidence for each rating, auto-calculating a recommendation score, and guiding the interviewer to provide the behavioral feedback. It also includes additional instructions for the AI, like using the intelligent UX features like thoughtful rubrics, smart validation, and helpful prompts. Finally, the prompt includes clear coding instructions. The component must begin with the use client. In short, this prompt is designed to generate a polished, intelligent interview feedback from using React. So, we'll run this. So, these line calls the getChatCompletion function, which was designed earlier to get response from the OpenAI model. It passes two arguments, GPT model, which specifies the AI model to use like GPT-4o mini, and React demo prompt, which is the detailed instruction asking the model to generate a React component. The function sends this prompt to the model and returns the AI's response, which will be block of code as requested. The result is then stored in the variable called GPT code, which now holds the React component code generated by the AI. So we'll run this. So let's now simply print the code, and you can see the code is printed. So this line uses the display function from the ipython.display to show an image inside a Jupyter notebook or similar environment. So image GPT-4 app, you can see this. Image GPT-4 app image loads an image file named GPT-4 app image.png from the current directory. Together, this command displays the image in the notebook output, which can be useful for showing the visual results, UI screenshots, or diagrams alongside your code. So let's now move on. So it now sends the same React demo prompt to a different model called the O1 model, which is likely a lighter or experimental version like the O1 mini. It uses the getChatCompletion function to generate the code by calling the OpenAI API. Now O1 holds the output generated by the O1 model for the same prompt, allowing you to compare the results across models. And you can just print the O1 code, and you can see now it is printed, and you can now display this. Now this is nice. And with this, the function process orders text in a list of orders and optional parameters, settings, debug, and notify customer. So it processes each order by validating its fields, calculating totals, applying discounts, and queuing the customer notification. It collects the results, errors, and notifications in a separate list and returns them in a dictionary. So, however, these are the few issues in the code. First, using a mutable default argument settings is risky because it can lead to unexpected behavior. It's better to use none and assign an empty dictionary inside the function. Also, comparisons like if debug is equal to true should be simplified to if debug. Similarly, if items valid is equal to true can be just if items valid. So, in short, the function logic works for basic order processing but should be cleaned up for the Python best practices, performance, and maintainability. So let's now run this. So basically it creates a prompt string called prompt using the F string. So it tells the AI to clean up and improve the Python code stored in the code snippet. So the prompt specially asks the AI to return only the updated code. Next, the getChatCompletion sends this prompt to the selected GPT model using previously defined function. So this function calls the OpenAI API and gets a revised version of the code as a response. Finally, we are printing the GPT code, displays a new version of the code so you can review or use it. Lastly, this line sends the same prompt to a different model, the O1 model, using the getChatCompletion function. So this prompt asks the model to clean up and improve the code stored in the code snippet. The function processes the request and stores the model's response in the O1 code variable. So this response should contain the optimized version of the original code generated by the O1 model. The next line we are having print O1 code displays the improved code in the output, allowing you to see and compare the O1 model's version with GPT model's output. This is useful for evaluating the differences in the code quality, clarity, and optimization between the models. Lastly, the result is stored in the result variable and then displayed using the display markdown result, which renders the output in the nicely formatted markdown, great for readability in Jupyter Notebooks. In short, this step helps you to use the AI not just for generating code but also for doing a quick side-by-side code review and analysis as well. So let's now move on to the last module. Hello guys, welcome back to this last module. So let's now get into reasoning with images. We will start with importing the warnings, and this is a built-in warnings module which is used to manage the warning messages during code execution. The second line uses the warnings.filter warnings to suppress all the warnings. This means any non-critical alerts will be hidden from the output. This is commonly done to keep the output clean, especially in the notebooks or scripts where you don't want warning messages to clutter your results. So we'll run this. So then here the first line imports the JSON module which is used to work with JSON data. This is helpful for parsing, formatting or storing structured information. The second line imports the OpenAI class from the OpenAI package. This allows you to connect to the OpenAI's API and make requests to generate the text, code or other outputs from the AI models. Then the line from ipython.display import display markdown image imports tools to visually display the markdown text, images or formatted output, commonly used in the Jupyter Notebook. So after that, the code imports the get OpenAI API key function from a custom file named helper. This function retrieves your OpenAI API key securely, so it doesn't need to be hard-coded. The function get OpenAI API key is called and the return key is stored in the OpenAI API key variable. This key is needed to authenticate with the OpenAI API. The lines defining the GPT model, GPT-4o mini and the O1 model, that is O1, specify the names of the AI models you want to use for generating responses. So these can later be passed when making the API calls. Finally, client is equal to OpenAI creates an OpenAI client instance which you will use to send prompts and receive completions. So this should ideally be OpenAI API key, include the authentication unless your environment handles the key automatically. So we'll now run this. So this means the image is expected to be located inside a folder named data in your project directory. The second line uses display image file path to load and show the image in Jupyter Notebook or similar environment. It visually renders the organization chart image so you can see directly in your notebook output. So this is commonly used when working with the visual data or presenting diagrams, charts or anything like that. So let's now move on to the next one. The code starts by importing the base64 module which is used to encode the binary data like image files into a base64 string format. This is necessary because APIs like OpenAI's vision models accept images as base64 encoded strings. The function encoded image, that is the image path, takes an image file path, reads it in binary mode, that is the RB, encodes it in using base64 and returns it as UTF-8 string. This prepares the image so it can be safely passed to an AI model in the required format. The main function O1 Vision is designed to send both an image and a text prompt to an OpenAI Vision enabled model like GPT-4o. It first encodes the image using the encode image function. So inside the function it checks whether JSON model is true or false. If JSON mode is true, the response will be requested in the structured JSON format using response format, type and JSON object, which is useful for extracting the structured data from the model's reply. So if JSON mode is false, it simply sends the prompt and image together and expects a regular text response from the model. Both the versions use client.chat.completions.create method to make the API call. Finally, the function returns the raw response object from the API, allowing the caller to further process or display the model's output. In short, this function lets you send an image along with the custom prompt to a vision capable OpenAI model with an option to get the result either as plain text or structured JSON. So this line calls the O1 Vision function which sends both an image and a prompt to an OpenAI vision model for analysis. So it passes three arguments: file path, that is image file path, to the image file, prompt equal to what is this? This is asking the model to describe the image, and then model is O1 model, which specifies the vision capable model to use like O1. The function processes the image and the prompt, sends them to the model, and then stores the model's response in the variable response. So this response will contain the AI's interpretation of the image, which you can later extract and display. So this line is used to display the AI model's response in a clean and readable format inside a Jupyter notebook. So this response.choices 0.message.content accesses the actual text content that's generated by the model in the first response choice. So wrapping it with the markdown allows the output to be rendered with the proper formatting such as bold text, bullet points, or headings if the response includes markdown syntax. Finally, display renders the format markdown content in the notebook output area, making the model's reply easy to read and visually structured. So let's now start with understanding the image. The code defines a variable called the structured prompt, which is a string that will be sent as a prompt to the AI model, most likely a vision-enabled one, to extract the structured data from an image. The prompt includes special instructions tags to clearly tell the model what to do. It says that the model is acting as a consulting assistant where job is to process organization chart data from the image. So if then specifies the desired output format, a JSON structure that includes an arbitrary ID for each person, their name, role, an array of IDs they report to, and an array of IDs that report to them. So this is a clean and structured way to actually represent an organization hierarchy. So finally, we are printing the structured prompt, says the full prompt string, so you can review or verify its contents before using it as a function like the O1 version. So this code calls the O1 vision function to send both an image and a structured prompt to the OpenAI vision model. This is the O1 asking it to extract the organizational hierarchical data. The arguments passed include file path equal to image file path, which points to the organization chart image, model is equal to O1, specifying the model to use. Then we have prompt is equal to structured prompt, which contains the detailed instructions on the output format, and the JSON mode is equal to true. Setting JSON mode equal to true tells the model to return the result in a structured JSON format. So instead of plain text, making it easier to parse and use programmatically. The final line actually prints the model's JSON formatted response from the first message choice, which should include the organization structure with IDs, names, roles, and reporting relationships. You can see the output. So this line creates a new variable called the clean JSON that stores a cleaned up version of the model's response. Sometimes when the models return the JSON code, they wrap it in markdown formatting using the triple backtext like JSON and to indicate a code block. So this line removes those wrappers using dot replace and dot replace with inverted commas, leaving behind only the raw JSON content. The result is a plain JSON string that can now be parsed or processed further without formatting the issues. So this line attempts to parse the model's response directly using the JSON loads, which converts a JSON formatted string into a Python dictionary order list. So it accesses the O1 response.choices.message.content, which is expected to contain the JSON output describing the organization chart structure. The result is stored in the variable, that is the organization data, making it possible to work with the organization hierarchy as a structured Python object. However, the JSON file still contains the markdown wrappers like JSON. You should use previously clean version instead for space parsing. So the code defines a new prompt string called the analysis prompt, which is meant to guide an AI model to answer questions based on a previously extracted organization chart. It starts with the special instructions like you are an organization chart expert assistant. Your role is to answer any organization chart questions with your organization data. And we have given the instruction. So this tells the AI what role it plays and how to use the data. Then it embeds the structured organization chart data inside organization data tags by using an F string. This helps the model clearly understand that this is the data it should reference when generating answers. So let's now run this. Here in the code, the first line is importing the get OpenAPI API key. This function is typically used to securely retrieve your OpenAPI key without hard coding it in the script. The second line calls this function and assigns the result, that is your API key, to the variable OpenAPI API key so it can be reused throughout your code for authentication. Finally, the client is equal to OpenAI creates an instance of the OpenAI client using that key. This allows you to send the prompts and interact with the OpenAI's models through authorized API calls. So as discussed before, these are the messages and the role user content analysis report plus who has the highest ranking reports and which manager has the most reports. And we will just run this. So then we are finally displaying the markdown, allowing my markdown formatting like bold text, bullet points or headers to be properly displayed, rendered. And the first line sets the variable image file path to the path of an image file named as erdrelationorder.png, which is located inside a folder called data. So this image likely contains an entity relationship diagram. The second line uses the display image to load and visually display the image with the Jupyter notebook. So we'll just run this and basically you can now see the output, the product ID, this is the order, product, this is the ID, the client, it also has a ID, CID, product name, client address, product price and client credit card. So basically this was all about the course. That's it. So congratulations on completing your journey with Reasoning with O1. You have gone from understanding the core foundations, what Reasoning with O1 is, why it's crucial in today's AI-driven world and where it can be applied, to actually putting it into practice. We began by setting the stage with the fundamentals, then moved on to hands-on exploration, crafting effective prompts, practicing logical and structured reasoning, then writing and refining code with O1, and finally understanding how each layer builds towards the AI interaction. You didn't just learn the theory, you experienced it through demos, challenges, and the real-world examples. So whether it was decoding logic, guiding AI through structured thought, or debugging your own process, you have now got a strong grip on how to think with AI, not just about it. This is just the beginning, guys. Keep experimenting, keep questioning. The more you reason, the smarter your results become.
Hello everyone and welcome to the tutorial on Prompt Library for all use cases at Simplilearn. The Prompt Library is a comprehensive toolkit for mastering myriad use cases with ease. Whether you are delving into programming, honing creative writing skills, or exploring data analysis, this library offers a versatile array of prompts tailored to your needs. Now before you move on and learn more about it, I request you guys that do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon. Now here's the agenda for our today's session. So guys, we are going to start with first understanding the prompt structure. Moving ahead, we are going to understand testing and iterating. Then we are going to explore the prompt examples. And at the end, we are going to conclude our sessions with utilizing prompt libraries and resources.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
Just a quick info guys, Simplilearn has got a postgraduate program in AI and machine learning. You can boost your career with this AI and ML course. This course is delivered in collaboration with Purdue University and IBM. You can learn the in-demand skills such as machine learning, deep learning, NLP, computer vision, reinforcement learning, generative AI, prompt engineering, ChatGPT, and many more. So guys, hurry up and join the course. The course link is mentioned in the description box. So guys, in today's video, we will be exploring the prompt structure for various use cases. Now first, let us try to understand the prompt structure. So guys, I'll break down the prompt structure. So here, first we have the action verbs. So guys, think of action verbs like a boss telling ChatGPT what to do. It's like giving ChatGPT a job. So for example, if I say, write you are telling ChatGPT to put words on the page. For example, if I say write a story, I'm telling ChatGPT, hey, I want you to make up a story for me. So this is something like this. Now let us ask ChatGPT, hey, so write is your action verb all over here. So this is the first prompt structure that I would like you to apply. Now, the second one, you could give a theme or a topic about. Now, if you say just write a story, ChatGPT is going to give any random story. So we won't want that. Now, the next thing that we cover basically is topic or theme. So what theme or topic you are looking about? This is a part where you are giving ChatGPT a subject to talk about. Imagine you are telling a friend, let's talk about cats. So cats are the given topic. So if I say, write about your favorite food, I am telling ChatGPT, tell me about your favorite food. So you have to always include a topic or theme along with your action verb. So here I can include some certain thing like this, that write a story about food. So you could see all over here, ChatGPT has given two responses. This is response 1 and this is response 2. Now, the third thing that comes up all over here is constraints or limitations. Think of constraints as a rules or boundaries for ChatGPT to follow. It's like saying you can talk about cats, but only in 3 sentences. So if I say write a poem in 20 words, it's like I'm telling ChatGPT, make a short poem using only 20 words. So this is one of the things that you have to always keep in consideration regarding what task you want to give. So always include constraints or limitations. Fourth one is background or information context. So this is also one of the most important parameters. What exactly it means is like this part sets the scene for ChatGPT, like giving it a background story. Imagine you are telling someone about a movie before they watch it. So if I say, imagine you are on a spaceship, I'm telling ChatGPT, pretend like you are flying through the space. So this is also very, very important for you to consider to give certain idea regarding your background or information. Now, the fifth one is conflict or challenge. Guys, this adds some spices to the prompt. It's like a puzzle for a problem for ChatGPT to solve. It's like saying, talk about cats, but tell me why some people don't like them. So if I say ChatGPT, explain why reading is important, but you can't use the word book. I am challenging ChatGPT to be creative. So this is where conflict or challenge you have to give to ChatGPT. Now, example, let us take one example on this. So for example, if I say the action verb as write, we'll highlight this with red, and the topic or theme could be like your favorite vacation. If I talk about a background or context, like say you are on a beach with your friends, or conflict or challenge we can give all over here, something like in just 50 words. So guys, this is certain thing to follow while giving a prompt to ChatGPT. So in this way, putting all together, you could combine all these 3 things and form a sentence. And this prompt is going to be very, very effective to solve the problem of generic responses. Now, with this simple example, you can see how different components come together to create engaging prompts for ChatGPT to work with. So guys, whenever you are giving a prompt, I would request you to always follow this structure. So it's going to create a map for you to get a more precise answer. Now let's take an example and elaborate the prompt library with examples to make it more understandable. So guys, let's take another example of text classification. So for text classification, we'll take the action verb as classify, and our text type would be product review. Example could be classify the following text as negative, positive, or neutral sentiment. And after that, you could give like the product review exceeded my expectation. So if you give certain thing like this, you would say this is a positive sentiment. So making your prompts in this manner with a proper structure, you are going to get a very particular response which fits what you need. So always remember this structure whenever you are framing any prompt. Now let's move to the second part, that is testing and validation. Guys, testing and iterating are essential steps in refining prompts and ensuring optimal performance from ChatGPT. Let us break down this process. The first process is prompt validation. So before using a prompt, it's crucial to test to ensure that it generates a desired response accurately. Then you evaluate the output. You are going to generate responses using the prompt and evaluate the quality, relevance, and coherence of the output. Third, check for errors. Look out for any errors, inconsistencies, or unexpected behavior in the generated responses. Compare against expectations. Compare the generated responses against your expectation or any requirements to verify that they meet your desired criteria. The fifth one is solicit feedback. Seek feedback from peers, colleagues, or domain experts to validate the effectiveness of the prompt. For example, like analyzing the results. So you would say analyze the results to testing to identify areas of improvement or refining the prompt. Next is modifying the prompt. Based on the analysis, make the adjustment to the prompt structure. Next, then fine-tune the parameters. Experiment with different variations of the prompt, such as adjusting constraints, changing topics, or refining prompt to assess whether the changes have resulted in improvements in the quality of the generated responses. The fourth one is retesting. Test the modified prompt again to assess whether the changes have resulted in improvements in the quality of the generated responses or not. And the final step is iterate as needed. Iterate the testing and modification process as needed until you achieve the desired outcomes and generate high quality responses consistently. So this structure you have to always follow when you are iterating. So I'll give you an example. So like we have given initial prompt as write a product description for a new smartphone, and I would say include details about features, specifications, and benefits. And I would say add a constant all over here that keep the response in 100 words. So this is your initial prompt which you are giving. Now for testing, the next comes is testing. Generate product descriptions using the initial prompt. Evaluate the quality and relevance of the generated descriptions. Check for errors if inconsistencies or missing information is there. Compare the description against the expectations and requirements. So this process comes under testing. Okay, so give it change your prompt a little bit. Give a specific description regarding a certain product, and you would ask that, and just next process would be evaluate the quality and the relevance, like what you are getting as a response. Check for errors, like go to Google, like see if it's same is coming up. Then what's the customer expectations regarding that product? So if the overall structure is like technical structure is maintained, so this gives the first phase of testing. Next one comes the analysis. Some descriptions lack detail and fail to highlight its key features. Okay, so in this scenario, the descriptions vary in length and structure, leading to kind of inconsistencies. Certain descriptions like here will focus more on technical specifications than the user benefits. So overall, the quality and the coherence of the descriptions needs improvement. So you have to take all this parameter and you have to reframe your prompts. Okay. Then next comes is iteration. You have to modify this prompt to provide to give a clear instructions and emphasize the user benefits. Write a captivating product descriptions for a new smartphone. Okay. Then move to retesting. Generate product descriptions using the modified prompt, and for the outcome, you would say that the revised prompt should yield more compelling and informative product descriptions. So this is how you have to iterate continuously to get the proper response which you would be needing. Okay guys, now let's move to the final part of this video, that is utilizing the prompt libraries. Guys, utilizing prompt libraries and resources is essential for streamlining the prompt writing process and access a wide range of pre-designed prompts for various use cases. So you're going to get a library of a predefined prompts. Okay, so there's one website which I want to show you. This is called Anthropic. So Anthropic has recently released a prompt library. So guys, they have given a wide data of a prompt library. So if you just click on this, so you're going to get what are the effective prompts in all these domains. So give it a shot. Try to see what are the resources you're going to get all over here. It definitely is going to fine tune your responses. Now, let's move to the process. So when you are talking about the prompt libraries, the first step is explore the existing libraries. So you can see that I have given a reference to a prompt library all over here, which is released by Anthropic's team for cloud and also workable for ChatGPT. Next is you have to understand the available prompts. Familiarize yourself with the prompts available in this library and including their structures, topics, and constraints. You have to also analyze how prompts are categorized and organized within the library to quickly locate relevant prompts for your needs. Third is adapt to prompts to your needs. Customize existing prompts to suit your specific objectives, audience, and use cases. You can modify prompts by adjusting the action verbs, topics, constraints, or background information which aligns with your requirement. Create your own prompts, like combine different components such as action verbs, topics, constraints to craft prompts that addresses specific tasks or challenges. Next process you have to do is sharing and collaborating. You will share your prompts with the community to contribute to the collective pool and resources. So this is one way of learning that I really want you to follow. Now, you have to keep experimenting and iterating at the same time. And finally, you have to see the documents and organize all your prompts for the same. So what you can do best is see all the existing prompt libraries. Like I'll show you one more. So prompt library for ChatGPT GitHub for all use cases. So you could see, explore various repositories on GitHub, like what are the kind of like prompts available. Like this repo specifically focuses for the academic writing. So just visit this repository and you could see they have given a lot of things. Like for brainstorming, they say, so you could see the action verbs all over here. Try to try this prompt and see how you are getting a response. Then for article sections, like it's there. So you're going to get a lot of like things and more of the experiment and more you are exploring, the more idea you are going to get regarding the same. So my advice would be just explore as much as libraries you can, and depending upon your use cases, you have to make an organized prompt structure. So following this format, which I have told you, follows the action verb, the topic, or the background information. Then what are the constraints you have to give? Okay, it's any particular theme is there. You have to include all those things and use the existing prompt library also, so you can refine your prompt and always to get a good response. It's my personal experience that you have to keep fine-tuning, keep testing, iterating, analyzing, so that your result comes very fine-tuned.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another video by Simplilearn. This is Anubhav, and in this video, we will create a website using ChatGPT. Till now, we all have heard about ChatGPT so many times. So today's video, we will create a website with the help of ChatGPT, and we will not add a single line of code on our own. We'll ask ChatGPT to do all the work, and then let's see whether it can create a website independently. So let's begin. But before that, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon so you will get all the updates from Simplilearn. Now, if you want to become a software developer, consider this course on Full Stack Developer, Mean Stack by Simplilearn, and master those necessary skills. Check out the link in the description box for more details. Call on the number that are given below and they will guide you to get the best course that can upskill you. Okay, now let's open the ChatGPT and check. Let's refresh this. I have already opened my ChatGPT. You can just log in it and then you are good to go. So let's say hello and see. So it's working completely fine right now. Okay. So what will we do today is we'll open our Visual Studio Code. I have created one folder which is Tailwind. It's an empty folder. You can just see that. So in that folder, we'll add the Tailwind. So first, let's ask the ChatGPT to help us install or set up the Tailwind. So I'll write, please set up the Tailwind. Let's see. Okay. It's asking us to install Node.js first, and then it's asking us to check the version of that. Okay. It's saying to install these new ProFixer JavaScript module to add these component in the CSS file. So this is saying to add this in the CSS file. Okay. So let's check whether it is telling us something useful or not. Post class auto prefixer. Okay. Now simultaneously let's check the Tailwind website, how to install this. So here it's saying to install this command, npm install d Tailwind CSS, and then in that project, then it's saying to configure the template path to add this to your Tailwind configure.file. Then it's saying to create a folder input.css, and then just start the process. So as of now, ChatGPT has not given us the correct answer. It's correct, but not up to the mark. As you can clearly see, the commands that are given on the tailwind.css official website. So according to me, many people think that because of ChatGPT, so many jobs of the developers are in the risk because ChatGPT can create websites, all of this stuff. So I don't think so. According to me, it's not that good. It's very good for the helping any developer purpose, but it's not that good. But let's see. We are in this together. So let's just open the Visual Studio Code and install our Tailwind. Now we'll ask it to create so many other things. So let's see whether it can create that or not. So I have opened my terminal. So many people also comment us that how you open the terminal. So I just used one shortcut, Control plus backtick, to open the terminal. You can also go here and create one terminal. Okay. Now I'll paste the line to install Tailwind CSS in my system. So let's wait a couple of minutes. As you can see, it's installed in our system. All the packages and modules are installed. Now it will tell us to init this project. So let's do that. Okay. It has successfully created the configure file. Now inside the content, we'll copy paste this one as it is saying to add these lines. Configure your template path, add the path to all your template file in the file. Okay, so let's just copy this thing and paste in the content. Now let's save it. Okay, so now next step is add the Tailwind directives to your CSS. Now what will we do here is, let's go back to Visual Studio Code and create a folder inside this, that src. Okay, inside this src we'll create the file input.css. Here we'll paste the code. Okay, we haven't copied that code all yet, so let's copy. Let's paste it here. It's done. Okay. So I don't think so again that this can replace the developers, because this is not the correct way to tell. Although it has given us all the steps, but any developer can do the task in a very short period of time. It can just help any developer, but not take the job of the developer. Okay, so let's move ahead, and step would be to go back. Next step to build the process. Let's copy this one and start the Tailwind CLI build process. Okay. Let's copy and paste it here. Right. As you can see, it's done in 273 milliseconds. The output.css is generated in this file folder, right? Now we just have to use this file, output.css, okay? Let's see. Now, let's create a file here and name it as index.html, okay? And inside that, I'll write my boiler code, just pressing Shift and 1 for the exclamation mark, and then the boiler code is done. So we can change the name of this, and let's write here as site using ChatGPT. Okay. Now, one main thing that I wanted to tell you that I have installed one extension in my system, which is the live server. This extension you can download, and this is very helpful. Okay. Let's open this one. Now, what we'll do is we'll link the output.css file in our html.css. So for that, I'll write here link, okay, and inside this string I will refer, or you can just write link and then click and then write here style sheet okay. This one we need to cut. What we'll do is we'll give the path of the output.css. For that, we'll write dot slash this slash output.css. It's just showing out. Okay. We'll close this link tag and let's save it, and let's just right click, and here you'll see open with live server, and you will install the extension live server. So let's open this one. So this is working completely fine. It's showing us the title website using ChatGPT. Okay. For something, I'll write here welcome to Simplilearn, and then let's save it, and you'll see it's showing welcome to Simplilearn. Okay. Now the next step would be to create. Now let's open our ChatGPT, and here we'll write create a responsive header using Tailwind. Let's first copy this one. In there, let's see. Okay. So let's see whether it can give us a right answer this time. It can. Let's see. Okay. It's giving us the code now for the header. Okay. So it is showing us in the above code, we use Tailwind CSS classes to style the header. We set the background color to gray. This one is the property of gray color. And then the text color would be a white color in that nav bar. Inside the header, we have a nav element with the flex and justify between. Okay. Classes to horizontal center. The element space them out evenly. Okay, fine. We also use px4 and py3 to add padding to the navigation bar. Cool. For the mobile menu, we used a button with the empty hidden class to hide it on. Okay, let's see the code now. Okay, now let's copy this HTML file. Let it write everything. So here we don't need this one. So let's delete this and let's here write header and let's comment it down. This, okay, let's paste the code and check whether it's. Let's save it and let's go back to our file. So this is what ChatGPT created for us. It's looking very good actually. So let's inspect it and let's see is it responsive or not. So this is completely responsive, guys. Okay, very good. Yeah. So this is really very good. Okay. On Surface Duo S20 Ultra, this is what will show on the mobiles. Okay. Now we'll go back to the ChatGPT and let's close this one and stop generating and let's here write create a section using Tailwind CSS. Now let's see, something went wrong. Okay. Let's see, let's first copy this one and refresh this. And let's see how it will create the hero section using Tailwind CSS. So it has created this nav bar really very good. I didn't expect this from ChatGPT, but it's really very looking very good. It's simple and you can add these to another pages just using the anchor tag. Here we can just give the path. So I'll show you www.simplilearn.com. So this one is okay. So whenever I click on this one, it will redirect us to the Simplilearn, but the URL is wrong. So we can just go back to simplilearn.com and let's copy and let's go back to code and let's here write the URL. Okay, save it and let's see. Yeah, this is how this works. Let's close this one. Okay, now let's see what is the code. Okay, let's copy this code and let's see how this is working. So it is also giving us the complete code, how it's working, how this step is working and all. As you can see, it's giving us the max W width 7:1. Utility sets as max width for the container to 7XL, which is 112 rem or 1792 pixels. It's giving us all the explanation for the code it has written for us. So let's check it. And after the header, I'll paste that code and let's save it and see. Okay, this is really very good, guys. Yeah, I didn't expect this from ChatGPT, but it's looking very good. So, if I am a developer, so if I had to write this much of code it'll take me around 2-3 hours at least. But with the help of ChatGPT, it only created in 5-10 minutes. This is very good actually. Now let's open the ChatGPT again, and here we'll create a information section. Okay, let's information section using tailwind. Let's see now. Till now, it's working really very good. Now it is writing a code for us. So as you can see, it's again very good. Now let's copy this one and paste it under this. Save it and let's check. So this is the information section this has created for us. Right? Important information, location, office hours, contact us, and all. Right? We can also regenerate it for something else. Okay? Now it will create something else for us. Right? If we don't like something, we can just regenerate and create another one. So it's just, let's copy this one. Now it's telling us everything about the code. And here, after that, I'll write this and save it. Let's check what's this. Okay. This is the information section it has created for us, that this is something gen data. And if you don't like this one also, you can again regenerate the response. This is really an amazing feature of ChatGPT. Okay. So now it's creating the third option. We can countlessly ask him to create again and again for us the response. Let's copy this one. Okay. And let's remove all of it because it's looking very clumsy. Now let's see. Okay. This information section is information section. Welcome to our website. This is what it's written. Okay. Now let's ask him to create something else. Okay. Let's copy this text, create informative and paste it using Tailwind with one image. I'll check whether it can respond to my things. If I want to create one image on the left or right side and then the text on the other side, let's see whether it can create it for us or not. Okay. Create informative section using ChatGPT with one image on the right side and the text on the left side. Now let's see whether it can create that or not for us. Right? Just a simple command. So we'll check whether it can create or add the image. Okay, it's using the classes for the text, but okay, it took the image class also, and it's taking the source from an API called Unsplash. I have covered this Unsplash API on my previous videos. Okay. Okay, now let's copy this and paste it on our code. Let's delete this one and paste this one on the website. Okay, so the image is quite large. We can reduce the sizes, but in the starting only I have told you I will not add anything in the code. So I'm not doing anything in the code, right? So we can change the size. It's really good, as I have told him to add the image on the right side and the text on the left side. It's doing the same for the user. So this is really very helpful for the developer, but as I have already told you, cannot replace the developers, because I'm the developer. I only knows how to do things. As I have showed you that it has given me so many wrong answers before that. Before this one, this has given me 3 answers, but it was not up to the mark. So I had to told him that to create like this image on the right, and I've explained it to ChatGPT. Then it created this one for us. Okay, and whenever I'll refresh this page, the image will get changed. This is the Unsplash API. How this works. Okay, we can change the images also. This is random. Just right here. Coding. Okay. Now you will see the images that will come here. Okay. Let's see. Oh, let's check it. That's not taking any other name. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working, but let's not waste time on this. Random is also fine. Till now, it's looking really very good. Okay. Now, the next step would be to add the service section. Okay. So let's ask ChatGPT to create service section for us. Okay. Using now, let's see. It's coming. Okay. Choosing the class for the size of the box and all. Really very good. So look how beautifully it has been created, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's see. It's done. Now let's copy the code and go to our editor. And here we'll write this code and let's paste it. And let's check. Okay. So it's not aligned straight, but we can align it. So it's showing us that the services that this website is providing, what we offer, and this is some junk data, web design, web marketing, and all. So let's check whether it is. Yeah. Okay. So what this one is doing here is it's using only 3 classes. It is using and the center. These all are using the same class, but let's find out why the image is coming like that. Right? We can align it. If you guys want me to align this, we can align this, right? Okay. So let's just align one. It's just one line. Okay, we can align that. So let's dig deep into this code. Okay. This image classes. Okay. This image is using the same justify center, and then it's using the flex shrink function. It's rounded large. Okay. With the width 56. Let's make it 50 and check. Completely very bad. Okay, let's go back to the code. Let's decrease the size of this first. Change. Okay. Let's go back to the ChatGPT and again regenerate the new response. And let's see how the second response is looking. Right? Let's wait a couple of seconds more. Okay, let's see the response that it is creating. We need a minimalist design. Okay, I was just observing the code and seeing how it's looking. We can also change the color of the customize this website on our own, but it's really very good. I'm really impressed with this. This really will help developers creating websites. Okay. Let's go back to still creating. After that, we'll create the about section for the page. Okay. Okay. It's again giving us that design and all part. Great. If I'll tell ChatGPT to create this service section and this is my requirement and all, it will definitely create that, I guess now. I'm impressed, really impressed with the code, clean code it's writing. And it's also responsive. I haven't told it to create the responsive code, but it's really very good. It's responsive. I'll show you. Inspect. I was just seeing that only, whether it is responsive or not. If you will see, okay, let me just cut this part. It's just okay. Yeah. So this is how we'll check the responsive tag, and let's see that these three home about contacts are vanished, and this is the header bar that we created, and then the up one is the nav bar. This is the information section, and services section is also there. So this is all responsive. Okay, so we'll check how it's looking on Samsung Galaxy S20. This is how it's looking. Really good. Yeah, let's move on to the code. Copy this code and coming back to the code editor, let's delete this section. Okay, now let's paste it and see. Okay, it's giving us an error. Okay. This is what it created for us. It's, I guess, little less, or it was already writing the code and I stopped. It's fine. It's not its mistake. Let's stop and regenerate the response. Let's copy this again. Coming back to the chat. It's not working. Let's refresh ChatGPT again. service section. Let's see. It's really fast now. Okay. Let's observe this one first. Our services, what we offer, web design. Here must some lines about digital marketing, and I'm thinking there is also one part which I cut down. Not ChatGPT's mistake, it was mine because I stopped generating the response. Okay, really good. Let's copy this text now and paste it under our. And let's delete this and paste it. Let's check it this time. So this is how this one is looking now. This is also really looking very good. We can decrease the size of this image. Do not worry about that. This is the service, our services, and some chunk data. Here we can write this website is providing this and that. Okay, service one, that we provide this service, we provide this service, and we provide this service. Okay, this is all about that. Right, really very good. Really very good. It's really very good. Okay, we can change everything from it, customize it on our needs thing. Let's just go back. Okay, this one is looking good. Okay, now let's ask ChatGPT to create the about page for us. So we'll write create So I think meanwhile it's writing the code for us. I wanted to tell you that ChatGPT is great for everyone, but as I know the code, how this code is working, I know what is section, what is dev class, and what are the functions. This grid system that's using max width, it's using the Excel function. I know everything about it. And if you are a fresher or you don't know about anything about the coding, I think you should first know about the language or the framework, then only ask this to ChatGPT or take help from the ChatGPT, right? If you don't know about the language or the framework and you'll just tell ChatGPT to create this and this for us, it's easy, it will create for you, but it will not help you in your future. So according to me, just use it to learn, not to work. Okay, so let's move ahead, and the path is given. Okay, it was again managed. Oh, let's ask it again. Responsive about section using Tailwind. Okay, I just missed it, but it is very intelligent. I misspelled the Tailwind spelling and then it corrected it. Very good. So this is not the complete code for the about page. I'll ask it to let's see whether it will take this command or not. Right, great. So let's see. After this about section, we'll create this contact page and then we'll find this website, right? So this is really very helpful for the developers, I must say. So let's copy this and code and paste it under this section. Okay. So this is how the about page is looking. Really very good. The image size is 500 into 500. It's really very big. So we can change the size of the image. Let's see. There is that. Right, 250. 250. And the image will not come again. Okay. Let's just delete the source. Copy the Unsplash API for the random image. Right. That command is really very useful. Okay, I forgot where to add that. Yeah, this one. Yeah, this is how this about is looking. Really very good, guys. Really very good. If I'll tell ChatGPT to create this on the right side, or this image I want on the left hand side or right hand side, it will definitely do for us, as I have given him the task in this section, information section. It definitely worked. So I must say it's really very good. So now let's move on to the contact page. Okay. Let's here write create a responsive contact section using Tailwind, and I'll ask him to add some sections for us. So let's see whether it can take up that or not. Okay, let's give it in a second shot. Let's first see how is the contact section is looking. Then we'll tell him to improvise that. So it's just taking a section class. Inside that section class, it's using some classes, which is flex, wrap, and all, and it's giving us. It's really good. Let's copy this text again and paste it here. So the contact us is also looking very good. Get in touch, and then it will redirect us to the that. Really good. Really. The images sizes are large, but we can reduce it. It's not a big deal, but it's all looking very good, right? So one thing is left is the footer part. Let's ask it to create a footer for us now. This is the last and final step for this. Create the footer section using and this is really very good, looking very good. Let's add the splash and then use it here. Okay. So this is how it's looking now. So overall, if I see, it really given us a good output, really. So I will say ChatGPT can only help us. That's it. As this code that is created by ChatGPT for us, we can't use it directly. This structure that ChatGPT created for us is good, but we need to add so many things before deploying it, right? If I'll see this one, we need to add this services in the center, and we need to arrange the text, and the services, we need to change the size of the services if the client wants it horizontally, then we have to change that. We need to change this image size. As in front of you, I change this image sizes, I use the different APIs. So overall it's very good, but there are is so many things that we have to do, okay, and for that developers are needed.
Today, in an era of mobile devices, robots, and social media, content creation is the most effective inbound marketing strategy. Nearly 40% of marketers say content marketing is essential to their marketing strategy, and 81% say their company views content as a business strategy. Original and high quality content can help your company stand out and attract new customers and help your business grow. On that note, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Today, we are here with a fantastic video on ChatGPT for content creation, which will help you create some compelling content on your desired topics. So let us understand what is ChatGPT here. Now, content creation can be of any type, such as blogs, podcasts, videos, graphics, and so on. But how do you create high quality content with a few minutes? Need not be worried when we have ChatGPT. Now, even though there are numerous AI writing tools for content creation, ChatGPT stands out from the crowd due to its faster response rate, ease of use, increased productivity, support for multiple languages, and other benefits. Now, let's try to understand what exactly ChatGPT is and how to create content from it. Now, generally, ChatGPT is an open AI trained and developed model that works conversationally. ChatGPT is capable of systematically resolving all bugs while providing detailed explanation for each step it takes. So in simple words, ChatGPT is a tool that creates content for any query. ChatGPT stands out among all the other achievements of OpenAI. So let us now move ahead and understand how does ChatGPT work. Now ChatGPT uses deep learning techniques to generate human-like text, which is based on a machine learning model derived from the large language model class. Now, it is trained on a massive text data sets from the internet and learns patterns and relationship between words and phrases. It responds to a question by selecting the next word based on the context and then repeats the process until a stop condition is fulfilled. So as a result, ChatGPT can logically respond to your queries and commands. So let's see how to create content in ChatGPT. Now, as we already discussed, content creation can be of any type. So for instance, let's take blog. A blog is an online journal or a website where a writer or a group of writers share their views on an individual subject. Now there are a variety of categories for writing a blog. So let's pick one for ChatGPT here. So as you can see, we have navigated into ChatGPT and let us now ask a simple question about food blogging. Now lately food blogs are the most popular blogs that everyone wants to write about. So let's find out what ChatGPT has to say about it. Now you can give any question to ChatGPT and it will answer. So I'm just writing a question here saying how to start a food blogging career. So as you can see, it is generating the answer for us. Wait for it to end. Well, as you can see, it is saying that starting a food blog can be a fun and rewarding way to share your love of food with others. So it is showing us some steps to get started in food blogging career. It is saying choose a niche, choose a name and domain, choose a blogging platform, create your blog, create high quality content, and so on. So in this way, ChatGPT will automatically generate the response for you based on the questions that you are giving input to it. Next, we will see another question on lifestyle blogs. Now, with the world on social media, everyone wants to read more about lifestyle, especially of a famous or a popular entity, what habits they adapt and what to let go of, etc. So let's explore this segment in ChatGPT as well and see what it will show the answer. So let's give the question as how to start lifestyle blogging in India. So it is giving the answer for us, guys. So it is saying that starting a lifestyle blog in India can be a great way to share your experiences and knowledge with others who share similar interest. So here are some steps to help you get started. Again, it is giving some important points for us in order to start your lifestyle blogging career, like choose your niche, choose a name and domain, choosing a blogging platform, create your blog, create high quality content, and so on.
ChatGPT is truly a fascinating technology, changing how we interact with language. It's the result of years of research and development by OpenAI, who have trained the model on a massive amount of text data to create a machine that can easily understand and generate human-like text. Imagine you are a digital marketer looking to make a big impact on your next campaign. ChatGPT can help you do that. ChatGPT uses natural language processing or NLP, which can assist you in creating compelling human-like copy for your website, social media, and email marketing. It can even generate product descriptions and ad copy that is engaging and optimized for search engines. Using ChatGPT will save time and increase your productivity, allowing you to focus on other important aspects of your campaign. And with its ability to generate multiple text variations, you can test and refine your messaging to find the perfect tone and language that resonates with your target audience. Get ready to revolutionize your digital marketing game. With the help of this video, you will gain a deeper understanding of how ChatGPT can supercharge your efforts as a content creator or digital marketer. Say goodbye to mundane tasks and hello to a tenfold boost in productivity. Let's dive in. Ever since OpenAI launched ChatGPT, it has been making waves in every field, be it academic, marketing, engineering, or content writing. So, here's a little trivia for you. Who are the investors in OpenAI, the company behind the development of ChatGPT? And your options are: Option A, Elon Musk and Sam Altman. Option B, Jeff Bezos and Satya Nadella. Option C, Mark Zuckerberg and Larry Page. Option D, Jack Ma and Masayoshi Son. Drop your answer in the comment section below.
On that note, we present you postgraduate program in AI and machine learning. Elevate your professional journey by enrolling in this AI and ML course presented through a partnership between Purdue University and IBM. Hurry up and enroll now. Find the complete course details from the link mentioned in the description box below.
Okay then, let's get started. There are many uses of ChatGPT in digital marketing. Its main USP is smart human-sounding content writing. We can command it to write content related to marketing. First on our agenda is an ad copy. There are various ways to go about it, but we must understand that no matter how much content sounds like humans, it is still a piece of content written by an AI. So you have to give detailed and precise queries to get the best results. Let's start by giving it a basic command like write an ad copy. As you can see, it gave us random ad content. Let's give this query more content, like write an ad copy for Simplilearn Digital Marketing Masters course. Now, as you can see, it gave us a more precise ad copy. We can also ask to make it longer or shorter. Let's give it a next query. Can you make it longer? And voila! It gave us a long version of that same content. Now, let's try to convert it into email newsletters. We, digital marketers, often send emails to promote our products and services. So, let's give it a query as, can you convert it to email newsletters? As you can see, it has generated an email with a subject line and body that is enticing and engaging to read. We can also utilize ChatGPT to correct grammar or change the tone of the content. For example, let's enter a new query. What is Facebook? It has given us a general overview of Facebook. Now,
Let's ask it to rephrase it more engagingly and in a digital marketing context. We can give queries like, can you make it more engaging and relatable with digital marketing? As you can see, it has completely rephrased it, and it is more interesting to read it as well. ChatGPT can also help with keyword research, so let's try it. We will give a query as suggest more search keywords for a digital marketing course ad. And voila! It has completed a work we used to spend 10 to 15 minutes in a few seconds. You can request to write blogs as well. Let's give it a query to search for some keywords for the blog. Suggest keywords to write a blog on digital marketing. It gave us some keywords. You can ask it to reduce these topics based on search volume to get maximum results. Let's ask it to narrow it down to 5 topics based on keywords volume. Here we have some suggestions. Let's pick a topic, content writing, and ask it to write an article on content writing. Here we have our article for the blog. Let's use ChatGPT to SEO optimize it. Let's first request it to give us meta title and meta description. Here we have meta title and meta description for this article. We can even request it to give us an SEO optimized URL link. We can also request it to write the SEO optimized version of this article. Just give it a command as also can you SEO optimize this article to improve Google search results. Here we have fully SEO optimized article with meta title and meta description with a SEO optimized URL. ChatGPT can also be used to train your customer service chatbots, but we can discuss the process in some other video. ChatGPT is well versed with its content writing capabilities. It can even help you write product marketing campaigns. Let's try it with this query. The query is write a product marketing campaign for Simplilearn digital marketing courses. Well, ChatGPT has done it again. This campaign looks interesting and it will be able to generate more leads for Simplilearn's courses. ChatGPT can also be used to write scripts for YouTube videos. Let's give it a query as write a script for 5-minute YouTube video promoting Simplilearn and its digital marketing courses. As you can see, it gave us full script along with few suggestions for video editor on where to put logos and clips to make the video more engaging. If you are a content creator and you don't know how to approach other content creators for a collaborative video, then ChatGPT can help you with that. It can help you writing collaboration emails as well. My next query will be to write a collaborative email for a YouTube video on digital marketing. Since my last query was related to Simplilearn, ChatGPT assured that I work for Simplilearn and I wrote a customer collaboration email that looks professional plus easy to read and understand.
Welcome to our comprehensive tutorial on creating a fully functional e-commerce application using React, Tailwind CSS and Redux with the help of ChatGPT. In this tutorial, we are going to leverage the powerful capabilities of ChatGPT to assist us in building modern, responsive, and feature-rich e-commerce application. You will learn how to set up your development environment. We will start by setting up the essential tools and libraries required for our project, including React, Tailwind CSS, Redux, and React Router. We are also going to design the application layout using Tailwind CSS. We will create a visually appealing, user-friendly layout that includes the header, navigation bar, product listings, shopping cart, and checkout pages. We are also going to implement the state management with Redux. We will use Redux for managing global state, ensuring our application is scalable and maintainable. You will learn how to set up slices for handling user authentication, product data, and the shopping cart. We will also create reusable components. And throughout this tutorial, we will build a variety of reusable components such as product cards, form inputs, buttons, and models to enhance the modularity and reusability of our code. For fetching and managing data, we are going to use React Query so that we are going to fetch data from a backend API and manage the server state efficiently. We will also learn to handle loading states, caching, and synchronization with React Query. With that said, guys, watch this video till the end if you want to learn how to make an e-commerce application using ChatGPT. So guys, this is a website which we are going to create with the help of ChatGPT. So you can see all over here, we have the navigation bar which includes home, about, products, cart. Okay. So suppose I want to add this product. Okay. This is a lamp and say I want to add in this quantity, say 3. And if I click it up, you can see there's a notification which is coming up and it's saying item has been added to the cart. Now, we can also go and check the cart, but before proceeding for checkout, you need to also log in. So suppose I have not created any account. So let us create an account. So say this is a mail ID and say let us take some demo mail ID and here is some password and you can say email is already taken. So let us give some random mail. Suppose name @123 and say the password is 1234. Okay. Now let's log in. So it's saying email must be a valid email. So I have also put like we can say checkpoints where if the proper validation of the input field is also given. So name name123@gmail.com. Now I hope so it is going to work. So email or username has already been taken. So let us change our username. So username name123 and let us try to register. So you can see all the input validation has been done. So let us give some big. Now you can see it has completely logged in. Okay. So you can save the password. Now let us go to our repeat. So you can say I'm trying to log in all over here and it's been logged in. Okay. So now you can see if you click on our products, you are going to see the products part. Like there is a chair, there is a glass table, king bed size, and all these are the cards of the product. So basically these images have been taken from a link. Okay, I will mention you the link and you can do it. And inside this you can also search the given product. Suppose say I want a grade lamp, or say chick chair. Okay, if I type this and if I try to search it, you can see this is coming up. You can also select the company. Suppose if I just see all over here, so the company name is Luxora. Okay, so you can type all over there in the checkbox. Okay, so where the search button is coming up, and you can say all these companies are there, and with the help of that you can search it. You can also do the sorting from A to Z, Z to A, high to low. Okay, so this is all we are going to build using React.js, Tailwind CSS, Redux, and also use some state management. And with the help of Tailwind CSS, we are going to create a fully responsive website. Now let's get started. So guys, let us open our ChatGPT and write a prompt. So guys, the first prompt that I want to create is that, say, I am creating a tutorial, or you can say I'm creating a website using React.js, and it's an e-commerce website. So with the help of or by using Vite, okay, Tailwind CSS and Redux. Now, the next thing what I have to tell the GPT, that can you help me outline the agenda of this project, like including the main features and functionality. Okay. So this is the first thing, and you can see all over here. So it says like install and configure Vite, integrate Tailwind CSS, okay, set up Redux. Then for the UI UX design, it's saying responsive layout, okay. Then you have to do theme and styling, define a consistent theme, okay. Now for authentication and user management, you have to do user registration and login, okay. For product management, like product listing, product details, and product search. So we have seen these functionalities that we have implemented in our website. And also you can see there's a shopping cart and checkout option. You have to add to the cart, cart management, and checkout process. For the order management, you can also track the history. And we are not going to target these two things, okay? These are some of the additional features. But till here, we are going to complete it, okay? So not to complicate too much, just to give you a brief outline how you can make a website using ChatGPT and Tailwind CSS and other tools and dependencies. So like we have got the brief idea regarding the main features and functionalities. So we have responsive design, user authentication, product catalog, shopping cart, checkout process, order management, admin panel, wish list, reviews and rating, notification, and performance optimization. Now let us write the next part. So here I'm going to type my next prompt, that will be, can you help me explain the folder structure, or can you help me with the folder structure of this React e-commerce app? And also let me know the purpose of each folder. So let us type this prompt, and we are getting some brief idea like how our things would be there. So it says, like you can see the folder structure. First, we have to create a folder called e-commerce app, okay? And then, so guys, For this, I will have an assets folder, okay? Then we are going to create a components folder. Inside the components, there are going to be various components, okay? So let us start with that, and let us first set up our development environment. So guys, I'm using VS Code as our text editor, and in that, let us see that you have first all the dependencies installed, like Node especially. With the help of Node, we are going to install the package for creating the React app. So guys, you can also type all over here that how to set up my development environment. And if you type this command, you can see, so there are certain prerequisites it's going to tell, like Node and NPM, code editor, visual code. So like you have to create a certain thing like this, NPM create Veed, latest, my e-commerce app, then template, and then you can go in this app. So since I've already created an e-commerce app, so what I'm going to do, inside this, I'm going to create this, and let us copy this all over here. So you can see assets I have already created, and let us go to the terminal, click on view, and here's a terminal, and here let's type this, click on yes. So all the necessary dependencies is going to install. So you can see all over here, like what I have to choose. It says pre-React, LIT, Celebrity, Solids, or other. So you can just select all over here that I want to use a React version. Okay. Just click on this, and let us keep the JavaScript part all over here. And you can see this has already been created. Now the second would be go to our e-commerce app. So this is your folder, navigate to this, and next type npm install, and finally click on okay. It's installing the node modules. We are going to wait for some time. So guys, as I have asked GPT all over here, give me the folder structure for our components. So you can see all over here, it has given cart item list, cart totals, checkout forms, complex pagination container, and it has given error element, feature products. Then for filtering, it has given for filter.jx, form checkbox, form input, okay, form range, form select, header, hero, loading, navbar, navlinks, order list, pagination container, product container, then product grid is there, product list is there, then section title. And you can also learn about the process, or what do you say, the purpose for each component, okay, all over here. Now, like product grid, what it does. So you can ask GPT the same question with a prompt like, what is the purpose of this given component? So you can see it is going to tell you all over here. So guys, use it excessively wherever you feel doubt. And it has also given the code all over here. Okay. Now, before that, since I've told you, we'll be using Tailwind CSS. So now let us type the command to set up our Tailwind CSS. So type, I want to set up the Tailwind CSS in my project. Help, give me the, you can type, okay. So if you type this, so it is going to see that first you have to install the Tailwind CSS and its dependencies. So guys, for the same purpose, just copy this all over here, come to your folder. So now click it all over here, that npm install the post CSS auto prefixer. So it is going to start the downloading part of it, okay. The next process is, in the step 2, you have to initialize the Tailwind CSS. So copy this and go all over here, and let us initialize our Tailwind CSS. Pretty fine. What is the next step, guys? In the next process, we have to configure our Tailwind CSS. So you can see all over here, there is going to be a file called tailwindconfig.js, and you can configure it all over here. So let us go in our file, and you can see tailwindconfig.js would be there. So, okay. So now we have done this. Now let us see what is the third thing. In the step 4, it is saying add the Tailwind directive to your CSS file. Okay, so there's going to be a file. Okay, first you have to create a CSS file for your Tailwind styles. Okay, and in that you have to add these directives. Okay, so guys, this is our index.css file, and we can also add the directives all over here. Just click on everything and delete it, and just add the required directives. Okay, so I have added this part. Now let us move to the next part. So in your app.css, you have to import it. So whenever you are going to open our app.js file, so here we have app.jsx. So you can see we are importing this, okay, all over here. And in our main.jsx file, you can see our index.css is imported. So basically this file is already been imported all over here, okay, which is basically going to apply the Tailwind CSS directives that we are going to use while building our components. Now let us build our components one by one, okay. So you have seen all over here that our folder structure was something like this. Okay, so we have cart items, cart item list, cart totals, checkout forms, complex pagination container, error element, featured products, filter, form checkbox, and form input, form range, header. So let me create all these folder for you. So we'll go all over here. Now click on the new folder and say components. Pretty fine. Now here we have to create all the files. So guys, you can see all over here, I have created all the components in the meantime. So I have cart items, cart item list, cart totals, checkout forms, complex pagination container, error element, featured products, filters, form checkbox, form input, and many more. So the same thing which ChatGPT has given me, I have created all these things. Okay, these are the basic things. And while also creating a website, I would also recommend you to understand like how these components which are reusable throughout the process have been used. Okay. Now let us ask ChatGPT to populate this. Okay. Now this thing has been done. Now let us ask for pages, like what pages I want to make in our website. So if I navigate to our website, we can see we have a home page, we have about page, we have a products page, we have a cart, checkout, and orders. So let us ask GPT the same. I want to create pages for about, home, cart, checkout, error, okay, orders, then we have the home layout, login, register, single product page, okay. So like these things you have to identify, or the best thing you can do it, you can take the screenshot of this, okay. So take like everything, you can just take a picture, okay, snap it up and send it to ChatGPT. It is also going to recognize it, and let me show you this, okay. So say I'm going to snip it up. So say I want to create these pages, and you can just take an image and just paste it up. So you can see the image is going to get pasted, and you can type a prompt something like this, that I want to create pages like this, which includes home, cart, checkout, orders, home layout, login, register, single product page. And you can also ask GPT to give a Tailwind CSS for these things. So GPT is going to answer you for the same. But as a developer, you can take this help, but don't rely over it too much. You have to also do a little bit of modification by yourself. So this thing I have written, and let us click it. So first it is telling you to install the React Router DOM. Okay, so now you have to install this, so copy this. Okay, so you can see in your package.json file, so this will be our package.json all over here, and you can see all over here that we have dependencies all installed, which is React Router DOM. So you can see all over here, its version is 6.24.1. Now, the most important part, like while using this project, so what dependencies I have used all over here. So I'm going to give a brief idea regarding this. So guys, for building this project, you are going to require these dependencies. Like you need to have Redux Toolkit, you need to have Tank, you need to have React Query Dev Tools, okay? You need to have an Axios, you need to have a DJS, React, React DOM, React Icons we'll be using. You need to use React Redux for state management, React Router DOM, React Toastify. Then there are certain deep dependencies. As you can see, Tailwind's typography we have to use because what kind of text we are going to put it up on our web page. So this is going to handle it. Then we are going to use types React DOM, then Vite plugin, okay, this we have it. Daisy UI, okay, ESLint, then we have ESLint plugin React hooks. Then we are going to use Post CSS, Tailwind CSS, and Vite. So what you can do next? You can copy all these things, okay? So since I've already copied, now let us go to our GPT and say, give me the command to install these dependencies. So you can see all over here, it has given me all these commands. I'm just going to go our text editor. So here's our terminal and just type this. And you can see all over here, it is going to start the process of installing all these packages. Similarly, you have to install all the deep dependencies. Now, the best thing is that what are the dependencies required? I will share you in the given video and you can install it. And also for the deep dependencies, similarly you have to do it. Just copy it and go all over here and paste it. And you can see all the deep dependencies are going to be added in your package.json file. Okay, since we have used it, now these were the given components and these were some of the pages. Okay, now let us create the pages that we have discussed before. And also guys, you can see assets all over here. You have to transfer this all over here. Okay, now I'm going to do this, but before that, let's create the pages section. So create a new folder called pages all over here, and inside the pages, you can see all over here that for pages, we have told all about here that they're going to be home layout, they are going to be error.jsx, they are going to be a checkout and about.jsx, okay, all over here. And in similarly, just create this. Now for each of the given page, you can check all over here that it is giving an idea about it, that you can have to ensure something like this. And also you can ask GPT to explain you what we are going to use it. Okay, so see here all the headers, you're going to add the links like about, cart, checkout, orders, login, register. So which is basically there on our navigation panel. And similarly for applying the CSS, just ask GPT to make it something like this, provide a proper spacing, and also you can take a screenshot of this and send it to GPT. So it is going to analyze it and give you the required code for this. Okay, but the most important part is you need to identify what folder structure that you have to use it. And don't worry guys, I will share the required doc file in the description where you can check what are the components that we have made, and similarly you can take the help of GPT and build this project. So guys, I've created all the required pages, and you can see all over here that we have about, cart, checkout, error for handling the errors, okay, home layout, index.js, landing, login, orders, product management, error for handling the errors throughout like 404 page. Then we have the landing page, we have the login, orders, products, register, then we have the single product.jsx. So these are the required pages that we need to build in order to replicate the website. Okay. So if you have any problem like what this given page does, just ask the GPT and it's going to give you the required answer. Now, this was building our project structure for the second part. Now let us move to the third part. Now guys, the next thing which I want to do all over here is that I want to create a utility folder which is kind of reusable throughout the application. And it has these functionalities, a custom fetch, okay, which means a pre-configured Axios basically, which is going to have an Axios instance for making standardized API calls and also to the backend server. Then we have the format price functionality in which we are going to use the utility function to format the numerical prices that we are using while buying the given product, and also in a USD currency format. Okay, so it's basically a dollar format. Okay, and then generate amount options. Then also we need to create a utility function to generate the list of quantity options for a selected drop down. Okay, so these were all the features that I've shown you all over here. So when you go from this, suppose say on this given product, and if you select this, say add to the bag, say I want 7 of them, and when you go to your given cart, so you can see all over here the format, pricing, and all the utility and all the utility functions used all over here are given. So you can see GPT has given, so it has given custom fetch, format price, generate amount, option.js. You can create 3 of them, but I will not complicate this. Instead of this, since the application is pretty simple, I will put all of these things under one folder. So guys, as you can see all over here, I have created a folder called utils folder with a name called index.jsx. And inside this, I'm going to add all the 3 functionalities which I have told you. Now, and this was the project structure that we need to build in order to make an application like that. Now, what you can do guys, now you can see the functionality of this all over here. Okay. Now, since you will not get an access to this website, what you can also do, you can create a demo website like this, or you can take a picture of this and send to GPT. It is going to give you the required idea like how you can proceed to build the project. So it is very, very helpful, but at the end of the day, you need to know about React a little bit so that you can modify the application based on the given instances. So guys, inside our My E-commerce app, you can see our project structure is set up. So inside the SRC, we have the assets. So I have pasted these images. Okay. So if you click on this, so it is going to show you these kind of images. So I'll share you the link for the assets. You can use this to create this website. For the same, you have components, and all the components like cart items totals, checkout forms, form checkbox, hero, loading, nav links is all being mentioned. So this is for all the components that we'll be needing to build this website. For the required pages, we have about, cart, checkout, error, home layout, landing, login, orders, product, registers, and single product. Okay, so these are the required pages. And one, we have the utility folder all over here that we have created called index.jsx for handling these custom functionalities. Now, this was the basic idea regarding the project structure. Now, what you can do, guys, since you have got an idea like what components we'll be using, so ask GPT. Okay, now build each of the components by using this prompt. Say, now help me, I want to make the, give me the code, or you can ask something like this. Give me the code for cart component and with the required Tailwind CSS configuration, the Tailwind CSS snippets, or you can say with the Tailwind CSS code. Now, if you type this all over here, so it is going to give you a demo idea. Okay, suppose you have this cart JSX and cart item.jsx. So you can see all over here, it has started using these CSS which is basically a Tailwind CSS. And I know it on the first time, you're not going to get exactly the same you wanted. So on it, what you can do, guys, that you can take a picture, like what the output is coming, and send it to GPT and ask it to, you have to ask for each of the components. Similarly, ask for the pages, okay? So ask like something like this. So based on the project structure, based on the pages. So guys, as you can see all over here. So guys, it has started giving the codes for the respective pages, as you can see all over here. And with the respective Tailwind CSS, you can definitely modify it based on your choices and also what you feel like is more responsive and user-friendly. For getting an in-depth idea regarding Tailwind CSS, you can navigate to its official document. And it will be very, very helpful that you can also take a help and ask GPT the same thing. So after you have populated these pages with the respective codes and components, okay, that we have shared all over here, next thing what you can do all over here, that just type all over here that this command, or you can ask GPT how to run my application, give me the command. You can type this and it is going to give you the command, but I know the command, that is npm run dev, or this is the given command that will be very helpful for running your application. So at each stage, suppose you are building one component, so keep running this and keep seeing like what changes you are applying on a real time. So building an application using React or any front-end application is a hit and trial. So based on the modifications that you require, so you have to consistently interact with GPT and make an application out of it. But this was an overview of our given thing. So just type this all over here. So just type this and your application is going to start on a given port. So this is your port 5174. So if you navigate all over here, so your application will be open. So let me show you, like suppose the port which I'm using all over here. So it is 5173. Okay. So this will be your application, and in this way, you can make an application with the help of ChatGPT. So I've given you the basic idea, and I will also share the given documents for the components, pages, so that you could have a brief idea, and you can ask the GPT to give the required Tailwind CSS for the same. I will also share the assets. You can use it, or you can download the assets from various other websites where they have like free pick, where you can make the images for the given products, like you can say lamp, coffee table, comfy bed, which are easily available. And you can start designing all these things. So guys, the best thing about GPT-4o that you can also share the image. So with the help of this, you can definitely build an application.
Let's start with creating the Google Slides or PowerPoint presentation with the help of ChatGPT. And we'll do this in two ways. Starting one with the VBA code. So here we'll ask the ChatGPT to write a VBA code for the PowerPoint presentation, and for that we'll write a prompt, that is write a VBA code for PowerPoint presentation, and you would just write the topic, that is on how to become a generative AI expert, and you could mention some of the details, like you want a roadmap in the PowerPoint presentation or just the steps to become a generative AI expert. So let's see an example. So I'll ask the ChatGPT that write a VBA code for PowerPoint presentation, and we'll write the topic on how to become a generative AI or a master in generative AI. And here you could mention the details also, or you could ask the ChatGPT that you can act as an expert in computer science or as an expert in artificial intelligence, and you could create a PowerPoint presentation and give us a VBA code on how to become a master in generative AI. And you could ask him that I want the slides in a manner, or you could just list the slides that on slide 1 I want the problem faced by generative AI experts, then in the next slide I want what skills, and on the next slide, that is slide 2, I want to know what skills that generative AI expert should possess, and in slide 3 I want the roadmap And in the upcoming slides, I want all the roadmap skills or the roles to be explained in a good manner that I can understand, or I can use this PPT for for students to get them understand. So you could modify your prompt accordingly. So let's see how the ChatGPT respond to this and what VBA code it will provide to us. So you could see that ChatGPT has started generating the response, and you could see here that to use this VBA code, you will need to access the VBA editor in PowerPoint, and for that you just need to press Alt plus F11 and then insert a new module. I'll show you how you could insert the VBA code in PowerPoint. Till then, he's generating the response. We'll come back here. So this is the developer option that we need to unlock. So just click on the blank presentation, and coming on the blank presentation, just right click here and you could see the option customize the ribbon. So this is the ribbon, the whole thing, this is the ribbon, and you could see the options here. And this is the developer option, which I have already tick marked, that is it is accessible in my ribbon here. So we'll make it accessible, and here in the developer option you have to click on Visual Basic and then insert user form. Then we have module here, click on the module, and here we have to paste the VBA code that will be provided by the ChatGPT. As you could see that it has provided the code, and there's another method, that is you just press Alt plus F11 and then you will come on the particular slide here. Then you have to go here and use the module and paste it here. So we will copy the VBA code, get back here, paste the code, and this is the button you have to click, that is run sub or user form. Just click on it and you could see that it has provided the PowerPoint presentation. So it is the basic presentation, as I have not commanded the ChatGPT, or I have not modified my prompt accordingly. I have just used the basic prompt that just generate a basic presentation on how to become an expert in generative AI. So you could modify your prompt accordingly on how you want your presentation. And for the design thing, you could use any template or layout. So we have the design here, so you could use any design what you prefer. So you could see that it has applied the design to all the presentations. You could ask the ChatGPT if you want to have more text heavy, and if you want to generate images also, you could do that with the help of DALL-E. So now moving to the next method on how we can create PPTs or the PowerPoint using ChatGPT. This is the one method that is using the VBA code. Now moving back to ChatGPT. Now here we will ask him that generate a PowerPoint pitch deck for a topic, and that could be any topic you want. So here we will modify our prompt and ask him that act as an expert in CS, that would be computer science, and I want him to generate a PowerPoint presentation that would be pitch deck, and that would be for a topic. Let's move to the topic for the cloud computing topic on mastering cloud computing. Okay, and we will instruct him that structure the presentation in the following manner, in the following sections, and now we can provide him the section that is problems faced by cloud expert. Then it could be skills, and then the roadmap, roles, salary. I think that's it, and you can modify accordingly what you want in your presentation. Let's see what it will provide to us. So we'll see that it has started generating it. So what we'll do here is we'll open the Word here and we'll paste all the content that has been provided by the ChatGPT, and using the Word only, what we'll use here, we'll paste and we'll use the paste formatting here, that is the merge formatting. So first delete all these. Okay, now we have the content here, and we don't want this also. Now moving to the view outline, and here what we'll do, we will make these like the titles. We'll just get back and use Control H. We'll find all the slide titles and replace them with a space. Okay, and there are colons also, so we have made the replacements here. Now for the content part also we have to make that replacement, so we'll use the Control H only, and what we have here is content, and we'll replace it with like nothing, that would be empty only, and subtitle. So yeah, our Word document is here. Now moving to the view outline, and here what we'll do, we'll make all this, that is the heading of the slides, we'll select all of them and make them as level 1, and all the other things as level 2. If you see the content, it has not provided us the good content, that it has just provided what things we can include in the PowerPoint. Not like the ChatGPT has not given us the all the content that should be included in the PowerPoint. Like you could see here, that is in the first slide, it has stated that mastering cloud computing, a comprehensive guide and unlocking the future of technology only. It has not provided us the content, and in this, what is cloud computing, it has said that define cloud computing and its importance in the modern digital landscape. It has not defined for us, it has just provided the definitions. So you have to modify a prompt that I want the whole PPT presentation with all the information or all the understandings of the concepts. So you could do that. And now in the view section only, with this we'll save this and we'll save this on the desktop only. and name it as PPA. Okay, now moving to the PowerPoint, and here we'll move to File, Blank Presentation, and in the new slide we will click on the option Slides from Outline. Moving to the desktop, here we have the PPA file. We will insert it. PowerPoint because it is used by another user. Okay, so we'll close this and click on OK. We'll do the process again, that insert it, and wait for some time. Till then it proceeds with that and create the presentation. So you could see here that it has created the presentation here, that is Mastering Cloud Computing, a comprehensive guide unlocking the future of technology. So you could see that ChatGPT has not provided us all the information. It has just drafted how you could insert information in the slides. So what you can do is you could just go to ChatGPT and ask him that provide all the informations for the slide 1 and then paste it in your Word document. Accordingly, you could do for all the slides and then save the Word document after doing the level 1 and level 2 headings for the content. And after that, you could just come here and in the new slide section, just click on Slides from Outline and insert the document. That's it. And if you want to design it, you could use any layout or template. So with this, guys, today we have learned 2 methods to create PowerPoint presentation using ChatGPT.
Today we are diving into an exciting topic, how to make money using ChatGPT, an AI-powered tool that can help you generate passive income. If you are eager to start earning effortlessly, keep watching. Are you looking for ways to generate passive income with minimal effort? Thanks to the advancement in artificial intelligence and chatbot, you can now earn money using these technologies. So in this video, we will explore some of the most effective methods to generate passive income with ChatGPT. ChatGPT, known as the world's smartest generative AI, is changing how people make money online. With this incredible free tool, you can start earning with the little skill and no initial investment required. So we are in an exciting new era of artificial intelligence, and now is the perfect time to get involved and seize this opportunity. People are using ChatGPT for YouTube, blogging, freelancing, and many other ways to make money. So now let's dive in and discover how you can leverage ChatGPT to generate various streams of passive income. So without any further ado, let's get started. So there are numerous ways to monetize ChatGPT's capability. So in this video, we will explore some few effective strategies, or you can say categories, by giving prompts. So this is my ChatGPT 4. I'm using the premium version, right? So the first category is get businesses idea from ChatGPT. So you can discover how ChatGPT can generate personalized business ideas by understanding your interests, talents, and challenges. So now let's ask ChatGPT for business ideas tailored to a computer science engineer with experience in digital marketing and sales. Okay, or not even computer science engineer, you can ask as a graphic designer or as a sales marketer, anything, right? So I'm giving here prompt. I am a graphic designer with a knack for digital marketing. Okay, so I will write what side hustle can I start to generate? Okay, I will give here $500 income per day with minimal investment, dedicating 6 to 8 hours, or you can write 9 to 10 hours or 1 to 2 hours, 6 to 8 hours daily. Okay, so now let's see what ChatGPT says. So here, given your skills in a graphic designer and digital marketing, here are some side hustle ideas that you can potentially generate $500 per day. See, first is freelance graphic designer. Second is print on demand. Third is social media management, sell digital product online coach consultation, affiliate marketing you can do, content creation for YouTube and social media you can do. So not I'm not saying you can earn like in next day itself, but it will take time. But you can take ideas for your business, okay, as per your need, as per your skills. You can just write the prompt, and ChatGPT will tell you the answer, or it will give you some ideas. Okay, so once you have some great ideas, so dive deeper with ChatGPT to develop a plan and consider important factors. Okay, you can ask to brief freelance graphic designer or print on demand social media management, like this. Okay, so our second category is freelancing itself. Okay, so and you can enhance your freelancing career with ChatGPT. So this advanced AI tool ChatGPT help professionals earn extra income by producing high quality content that impresses clients. Like, you can write blog or website content, you can translate languages, you can provide email writing services, you can craft compelling headlines and calls to action, you can create social media content, you can write captivating short stories, or you can conduct hashtag research. Okay, so let me give you a small prompt. Okay, so write me a blog on Great Wall of China in 1,000 words. Or you can write in mutual funds, you can write in stocks, whatever you want. Okay, so as you can see, the Great Wall of China, a marvel of ancient engineering. So this is your title. Okay, so the Great Wall of China, this is the historical overview, the architectural marvel, everything it will give you. Okay, so the third category is build software. Okay, so you can use ChatGPT to develop software solution for common problems faced by the online businesses. Okay, create software tools using the codes provided by ChatGPT and sell them to make money. Okay, so first what you can do, you can create your portfolio, online portfolio website. Okay, so there you can mention services as a software developer. Okay, or you build software. Okay, so the first thing is identify common issues in your niche. Okay, so you can use ChatGPT to list the most common problems in e-commerce business phase, such as inventory management, customer support, or cart abandonment. Okay, the second thing is use ChatGPT to generate code and develop software solution. Okay, let me give you an example. So here you can write generate a Python script for an inventory management, right, system for an, okay, spelling mistake, system for an e-commerce store. Okay, so it will generate you a Python script. Okay, see, it's very easy to earn money using ChatGPT. You have to just give a prompt, okay, with your perfect thought. What do you want? What your client wants, right? This is how you have to give the prompt. Okay, so this is Python code for the inventory management, right? See, its feature, its usage, everything is here. You have to just give your prompt. And the third thing is, in this build software category, and the third thing is market your software to the target audience. Like, you can use ChatGPT to create a marketing strategy, including promotional content, social media posts, and email campaigns, right? So here I will write one prompt for this. So write a marketing plan to promote an inventory management software for small e-commerce business or businesses, right? So as here you can see market plan for promoting inventory management software for e-commerce business. Okay, see, market is the target audience, small e-commerce owners with annual revenue, this competitor analysis you can do. So this is your marketing plan, how you can market your product or your service. Okay, so I repeat, so by following these steps and utilizing ChatGPT's capabilities, you can create valuable software tools and successfully market them to your target audience. And you can earn a hefty of money. Okay. So our next category is email marketing with ChatGPT. How you can do cold emailing, how you can do a perfect email to your client, so he or she can impress with your services or your mail. Okay, so you can boost your affiliate marketing efforts with ChatGPT email expertise. Okay, so the first step is choose an affiliate program that aligns with your niche. The second is build an email list of potential customer. Okay, the third thing is use ChatGPT to craft engaging email that drive conversion. Okay, so I will give you example. See, I am a digital marketer looking to promote a new project management software. So can you write a compelling email that will attract potential customers and persuade them to make a purchase? Okay. See, first subject, transform your project with a cutting edge project management software. So dear this, I hope this email found you well. I'm thrilled to announce key features of particular benefits, and don't just take our word for it. Here is what our satisfied clients. See, these are the testimonials you can write. Okay, and the fun fact is, if you don't like this email, you can ask for the next email. Okay, I want something different. It will give you again with a different concept. Okay, with a different thought, right? The next thing is you can leverage ChatGPT for blogging success, right? So already I have wrote one blog. Okay, again let's dive into it. So ChatGPT can elevate your blogging journey by assisting in content generation, editing, proofreading, and SEO optimization. The first thing is you can generate ideas from ChatGPT, outlines and draft. The second thing is enhance readability and reduce errors. The third thing is optimize for search engines with keyword suggested and SEO tips. The fourth thing is engage with your audience through personalized content. Okay, so let me give you example. Write a blog post on the US economy. Okay, and optimize it. See, understanding the current state of the US economy and in-depth analysis. You can write anything. Okay, this is just an example, right? So the next thing is affiliate marketing with ChatGPT. So what you can do, you can just select a medium to build your audience. Ask ChatGPT to help you decide whether to focus on articles, audio content like podcasts, or videos based on your strength and target audience. So let me give you an example. So you can write, what are the pros and cons of using articles, audio content and video for affiliate marketing. Okay, so which medium would be best for promoting tech products You can ask this. See, so it will give you the pros and cons for the articles, okay, then audio content like podcast, then the video. So now you can, after reading this, now you can decide what do you want, what are your skills, right? And the second thing is you can use ChatGPT to craft engaging content that promotes your affiliate products. Let's suppose you chose video, so you can target video skills, okay? Or let's suppose you chose articles, so you can write a small prompt like create a compelling article outline for promoting an affiliate product like a fitness tracker or a bottle or a watch, anything. And the third thing is implement a consistent affiliate marketing strategies. Like use ChatGPT to develop comprehensive marketing strategy that includes content schedules, promoting tactics, and tracking metrics. Like you can write, help me create a consistent, I will write here, help me create a consistent affiliate marketing strategy including a content calendar and promotional tactics for social media. Okay, so it will give you marketing strategies. See, for the select product, content creation, build a website or blog, email writing, content creator. Week 1 you can do this, week 2 you can do this. And you can ask for the like day wise also, no issues. So by following these steps and utilizing ChatGPT capabilities, you can like effectively build your audience, create engaging promotional content, and implement a successful affiliate marketing strategy. Okay, so now let's suppose you have a YouTube channel. So what you can do, you can ask ChatGPT to generate video ideas and script, making content creation easier. Okay, you have to just write, I want to create a video on what is machine learning. So give me, so write a script for me in 1,000 words. Okay, so it will write into 1,000. See, you can see opening scene, background music starts softly, text on the screen, this. So it makes content creation easier, ChatGPT, right? So you can use AI powered platform like Pictory.ai, InVideo.io to convert your script into professional video. So even we have multiple GPTs here. Okay, see, for writing you can use these GPTs. Okay, I guess these GPTs are free only with the premium version. I don't know about the 3.5 which is free. Okay, so for the productivity you can use Canva. Okay, you can use the diagram thing, and you can generate the images. See, video GPT by Veed. It's very easy. Let me show you something. Okay, see, generate text to video maker. Let's try this. Okay, start a chat. Create a video on what is machine learning. Target audience is college students, and I am aiming for the engagement. So you can just fill these details. So later on it will give you the script and the video itself. Okay, so this is how you can use ChatGPT to earn money. ChatGPT can help you express your ideas creatively, making your video, articles, anything relatable to it. Okay, So these prompts and strategies illustrate how versatile ChatGPT is in helping you to make money across various fields. Okay, and to earn money using ChatGPT is very simple. It will take time, but it is very simple. Okay, it is less time consuming, right? So with this, we have come to end of this video. If you have any question or any doubt, please ask in the comment section below. Our team of experts will help you as soon as possible.
Are you looking to turn your passion for writing into profitable online venture? In this comprehensive guide, we will show you how to easily create and sell ebooks using ChatGPT, an advanced AI tool that simplifies the writing process. Creating ebooks has never been simpler, thanks to ChatGPT's ability to help you brainstorm ideas, generate content, and structure your book efficiently. Selling ebooks online is a fantastic way to make money. As digital products are in high demand, you can reach global audience without the hassle and the cost of printing physical copies. Plus, ebooks offers the convenience of being eco-friendly and easily accessible to readers worldwide. Throughout this video, we will walk you through the entire process from the initial idea to the final sale. You will learn how to use ChatGPT to generate engaging content, format your ebooks, and publish it on popular platforms like Amazon Kindle, Direct Publishing KDP, and Apple Books. It's your choice where you want to publish it. So stay till the end of this video because we will guide you completely on how to create an ebook and sell it online, and that is also completely free. Yes, you heard it right, completely free. Alright, so now let's understand what is an ebook and what are the benefits of creating it. So an ebook is like a digital box that you can read on devices like tablets, smartphones, or computers. It's convenient because you can carry many ebooks in one device without needing physical space. Creating an ebook offers several benefits. First, it is cost effective since you don't need to print copies. Second, ebooks are eco-friendly as they save paper and reduce, I repeat, as they save paper and reduce carbon footprint. Third, they can easily accessible globally, allowing authors to reach broader audience. Fourth, ebooks can be interactive with features like hyperlinks, multimedia, and search function enhancing the reading experience. You can make money from ebooks also in several ways. Firstly, selling ebooks through platforms like Amazon Kindle, Direct Publishing, or Apple Books allows you to earn royalties on each sale. Pricing strategies can vary from offering, promoting to setting competitive prices based on the market demand. Secondly, you can leverage ebooks to build authority and attract clients or customers in your niche. For instance, an ebook on digital marketing strategies can showcase your expertise and lead to a consulting opportunities. Thirdly, offering premium content or bonus material alongside your ebooks can justify higher prices or subscription models. This approach enhances the value proposition for readers. And lastly, licensing for selling rights to your ebook for translation, adaptation into other formats such as audiobooks or courses, etc. So there are many benefits of creating an ebook and selling it online. It is primarily used for money making, also to get aware for, I repeat, also it is used for the awareness of if you're launching a product, people use ebooks to firstly show the demo of what that product is. So you can use the ebook in many ways. So in this video, let's understand how to create ebook. For that, let's move on to the browser and understand. Alright, so now this is our browser. Now let's understand how to create the content of ebook using ChatGPT, which is our AI tool. So we'll go to ChatGPT. So now here we will be writing a prompt to write the content of ebook. Now it's up to you on which content you want to write it. It can be in your domain also, and it can be something in which you have the interest, you have the passion, and you are good at it. For example, let's say somebody is good at the knowledge regarding cars or regarding bikes or regarding anything. He or she must have the value to provide to the audiences. That content he should write the ebook on. For example, so let's take an example like I'm writing an ebook on how to make money online, right? So what should I write? So I'll start with writing the prompt. Just a second. There we go. Write an ebook for titled How to Make Money Online, featuring
the AI generated images for each chapter. This ebook will contain 8 pages and 6 chapters divided into 6 chapters. Alright, so let's have a look what we have written. We have written is write an ebook for people out there titled How to Make Money Online, in which we are featuring the AI generated images of each chapter for each chapter so that it will be easy for people to understand it. Now this ebook will contain 8 pages. So I've instructed ChatGPT to create 8 pages divided into 6 chapters. Each chapter will be explained in human-like manner and long paragraphs. It should be long paragraphs. Also use AI generated images in between the chapter for the better explanation. So let's see what the result it gives us. Alright. Chapter 1 is freelancing. And we can see it is not able to generate the images. We'll do something about it, definitely. Blogging and content creation, online service and market research, selling products online, affiliate marketing, online tutoring and courses. So 6 chapters are there. All right. So ChatGPT has given us all the chapters that we have asked ChatGPT for. Now we wanted the images also, like AI generated images also. So let's write a prompt for it as we are not able to see the images. So I'm writing where are the AI generated images that I asked for. I'm not able to see those images. All right, now let's see. So here ChatGPT is giving us, I believe it gives us chapter wise images. All right, so it is giving us chapter wise images. Here is the AI generated image for chapter 1. Freelancing. Let's proceed with generated image for the remaining chapters. So all right, so it is showcasing the freelancing. People are doing freelancing and online service and market research. Okay, though these people are doing online research and market research, online service. And this is blogging and content creation. As we can see, these all are AI generated images that we asked for. And now we can use each of these images in between the ebooks. Selling products online, affiliate products, and online tutoring and courses. The images, what I think the images is pretty well that I expected. Now your ebook How to Make Online includes AI generated images for each chapter. Alright, so what we asked for ChatGPT, it gave us. Sometimes it happens that what you ask it doesn't give at the first time. Then you'll have to write the another prompt for it, as we did right now. Alright, now the thing is we want all these images to be inside this one, in this doc. Not this doc, but this what we call ebook that we have written. So let's ask ChatGPT if it can include it in between. Can you include these images in between the chapters above and then show it to me? Let's see if it can do that. Otherwise we can also do that, but let's ask ChatGPT first. Alright, I don't think it is able to do that. We might have to write another prompt for it, but rather than that, let's just use this also. This only we'll use. Anyways, we have got the links for, we have got the photos for each chapter, so we don't need to worry about that. So without worrying about this, we'll move on to the next step, which is compile all the tables, chapters and images into a file that we want. So this file can be PDF file also, can be doc file also, or in any other format. So let's just write compile the tables chapters properly, images properly into a document file. All right. I think ChatGPT is saying I'll convert all the images to PNG format and then add them to the document. So let's just add another prompt. Let's just stop it and just copy paste this one, and we'll be adding another prompt so that we can tell ChatGPT that use this format instead of that one that it is suggesting. We can write that convert the images into a specified format, like we can write convert the images into JPEG format. Now let's see. Alright, so as we can see, ChatGPT has given us the answer. I have compiled the document with converted JPEGs to image properly integrated. You can download the ebook using the link below. So we'll click on this file to download it. And as we can see, it is getting downloaded. And let's just open this file. As we go, Word automatically saved images to the normal document template. Do you want to load it? Yes. Let's see. Okay. So this is the ebook that ChatGPT has created. You guys must know that anything that we have written inside it is not on our own. ChatGPT helped us in writing all of this content, and we can see how properly it is written, the color scheme and all. And this is how to make money online. So now we can also make the changes in between. The profit of writing the document in Word is that only. We can always convert this document into PDF by going to various sites. But let's just create first in the document file so that you can also do editing and changes. And if you want to add something, then also you can easily do that. So that's why we have created into the document format. So as we can see, freelancing, then there is the image. As we can see, we can also resize it. All right, as you can see, we have resized it. So this way you can also edit it and whatever you like. I mean, it's up to you. It's very subjective to people what they want to do for their ebook. So it's up to them. If they want to add something in more detail, or they can also showcase with the help of an example, then they can definitely do that. And after all the editing is done, then they can, go for the PDF format. It is very easy to convert doc into PDF by going to various sites. So as you can see, we are resizing the images, and according to me, the images are well. I mean, what I expected is it is better than that, and it is also showcasing what we want, what we are explaining over there. So yeah, as you can see, conclusion is also there, introduction is also there, so you don't need to worry about that as well. And another thing is, let's say I want to change it a bit, like let's say online service and market research is there, then there is blogging and content creation is there, but I think this blogging and content creation content is bit like not that explainable. I want it to elaborate more. Then what will I do is, will simply copy paste it, or you can use from ChatGPT also. We have copied it, and now we'll go to ChatGPT. All right, now I'll write the prompt. I want you to explain it in more detail so that people can easily understand it. Now I'll paste the content that I want ChatGPT to more explain it in an elaborated way. So here it is: blogging, a path to sharing, earning, choosing your niche, setting up your blog, creating high quality content, monetize your blog, and advertising, sponsored post, everything. There are various points. There are 5 points that ChatGPT has written. And now what I'll do is I'll just simply copy it. Let's say I've copied it. Now I'll go back to the doc. This is the doc, and I'm just showing the example, right? I'll just paste it. Now let's see. All right, online surveys, and this is blogging and content creation. So automatically, as we can see, number of points we have written, and this is the link that it has added. And basically, we got the format. Basically, all these things are done. So we don't need to worry about that. Even we want to make any changes, it is very easy to do that, as we have just saw. Now the next thing that we want to focus on is the mock-up or the cover photo or the mock-up photos. For that, basically we want to market this digital product, this ebook, we want to market it. So what we'll do is we'll have to create a cover or mock-up. So there are many ways to do that, and as we told you that we will be creating this free of cost, how to do all these things in free. So we'll go to Canva. All right, now we'll write a prompt. What prompt should we write? We'll write create a AI generated poster image. Let's write create an AI generated poster image for ebook that I can use as a cover for it. All right, this is how to make money online. So okay, we don't want the entire cover photo, but yeah, so don't give me the entire cover photo, just generate AI generated images for mockup for ebook. No, we already have this kind of a thing over here. Create few more. Only create image and not the background. Just creating some more images. Let's wait for those. Give me the inside image for the last photo. So basically you have to manipulate ChatGPT to give you the exact thing that you are asking for. So for that you have to write multiple times the prompt. Sometimes it happens. So it's pretty normal. So don't just get frustrated with that. I think this one is better. Anyways, it is not getting us what we want. Can you convert this? By mistake, I wrote something else. Downloadable, I want to write. I think it is converting it. All right. So to create a mockup, now what we'll do is we'll basically go to the mockups. Here we can see this is the template. This is apps. Inside apps, we'll go to mockups. As we can see, we'll click on this. Now we have to select the mockup we want to create. So let's have a look at it. So there are pro also, there are normal one also. It's up to you which you want to select. Let's select this one and let's get started. We'll select the image that we just downloaded it. So upload it. I believe this is the image. Sorry, this is the image and it is uploaded. Yeah, but the size of the image is a bit small, right? So we'll have to make it in portrait or something. Let's see if something is there. Code interpreter session expired. I believe we'll have to create another one. So let's say we want to download this. We'll have to make sure it is in the JPEG format. So it is downloaded. Now we'll go over here and delete this one. Select, upload. I believe this will fit. Let's see. Yeah, it is looking bit good than the previous one. And let's see, save mockup. So this is how you can create a mockup for your digital product, your digital ebook, and then you can easily download it. So once you have downloaded it, you can put it into use. Now the next thing is how you can market it. That is the next challenge. For that, you have to go to the free websites that lets you to upload all your ebooks and sell it. There are many websites, some are paid and some are free also. But before moving there, let me tell you guys, the version of ChatGPT that I'm using is ChatGPT 4. You can also do the same thing with ChatGPT 3.5 also, but it doesn't give you the feature of downloading all these images or whatsoever you want. So for that, you don't have to worry. All you have to go is to go on Canva and you click on it. And now here you can see there are many things. Now the first thing you'll do is you have to get the ebook template. So you'll search for ebook and you can select the ebook template whatsoever you want. You can select as per your choice. For example, let's see this one. This one is free. So you can customize this template and then you can copy paste from ChatGPT, as ChatGPT 3.5 doesn't give you the feature to download all these things. So all you have to do is just copy all the content that we previously done and just paste it over here. And you can also add page or something like that. So it is very easy. You can edit this. So it will be easy for you and then you can download it. So you don't have to worry if you don't have the paid version of ChatGPT. You can easily do that with the help of Canva. So you don't have to worry about that. Now coming to the part where we were explaining how to market it, how to sell it and where to sell it basically. So for that, we'll go to a site, InstaMojo. So it allows you to, create your own digital product and sell it free of cost. So for that, we'll log in. It's pretty simple. And so once we have logged in, so we have to fill up the details. So basic details, it is very easy. You can easily fill up the details. As it is showing, payment collection is not enabled on your account. So I'm showing you the demo of it. So that's why I have not done that. But it is very easy and it's free of cost. So it is very easy for you guys as well. So once you have done the sign up and all, as you can see, shortcuts, add a product, digital file, event ticket, manage store categories. There are many things. Not only ebooks you can market over here, there are many things you can do, right? So for that, what we'll do is we'll go to add a product digital file. So our digital product is our ebook. For that, we have created a mockup that we have downloaded it from Canva, this one. So now we have this option of adding a product. So you can see I'm a coffee, like this you can do. You can set the price and you can put in the account details. So people who are interested in can easily buy the product from you. So it is very easy and it is also showing physical product, digital file, event tickets, others. So as we know in digital file, it is showing ebooks, digital art, software or any file that can be downloadable. So we'll click on this and then you can easily upload the file. So once we have uploaded, then we can here add the image, product image, that is our mockup that we have curated. All right, so now it is done. And once you have uploaded that, you can also product video, YouTube videos are only available on the growth plan. Then the title of it, the description of it, the price that you want to sell it for, the fixed price, and discounted price, that is optional, and limit the number of downloads per buyer. So you can easily do all these things. It is very easy. You don't have to worry about that. And all these features are there. Then in the end, you can just market it. So using ChatGPT, you can easily create money. And we have showcased this with the help of a fine example. All you have to do is to just implement the things that I suggested you on your own. And you have to add the account details that I can't do. You have to do it yourself on the InstaMojo, where you can freely do that. It is very easy. You have to put in your account details, and that is done. And for the people who are thinking that they don't have the paid version of ChatGPT, you don't have to worry about that. As I told you, using the non-paid version of ChatGPT also, you can do the same thing that I've done, but you can't download the content that I did previously. For that, you can just copy paste the content and put it into the Canva. So Canva has this template of ebook. All you have to do is just paste it over there and then download it from there. And I have also shown you how to create mockups and all. So you don't have to worry. All the things are there available for you. All you have to do is just put in the work and do what you want to do.
Have you ever asked ChatGPT a question and thought, that's not quite what I wanted? Well, what if I told you that there's a way to make it give you exactly what you need? Whether that's acting like a marketing expert, helping you code, or even speaking to you in a voice you like. And yes, did I mention you can also make it analyze images and generate custom tools for your task? These are just a few of the tricks ChatGPT can do that you might not even know about. And in this video, I'm going to show you how to use them. Here's what we will be covering today. First, we'll have a look at the breakdown complex prompts, like how you can simplify and refine your prompts for better results. We'll have a look at ChatGPT's agent mode, make ChatGPT act like an expert in any field from art to coding. Generating stunning polished images, you will learn how to use ChatGPT and DALL-E to create incredible artwork. Refining your prompts, tips on improving your prompts so ChatGPT understands exactly what you need. ChatGPT 5 model and OpenAI 1, you will explore the advanced reasoning and powerful capabilities of ChatGPT 5 and OpenAI O1, which is ideal for complex tasks and deep analysis. Create custom GPTs, learn how to build specialized versions of ChatGPT for specific tasks and workflows. We'll also explore OpenAI Canvas, incognito mode, temporary chat feature, use incognito mode for private conversations without storing any chat history, and many more tips and hacks as well. And by the end of this video, you will know exactly how to unlock these features and make ChatGPT work harder for you. The first step is breaking down complex prompts. Now, when you try to give ChatGPT too much of information at once, it might not handle it well. Instead, give it a smaller step-by-step instructions. Let's say, for example, if you give ChatGPT write an essay on climate change. So here, as you can see, it has given a clear, engaging essay on climate change with introduction, causes, effects, solutions, and conclusion. But what if you do not need the solutions and preventive measures or the effects? So to do that, you need to break down in some simpler forms. So let's suppose I'll just ask first that explain what is climate. So now, as you can see, it has given me in pointers with the main causes plus effects and in short as well. So I'll just text that give me in paragraph format, not in bullet. Yeah. So now, as you can see, it has given me in the paragraph format and not in bullet pointers. So in this way, if you just break down your prompt and give it to ChatGPT, it gives you more better and well-formatted answers. Second tip is advanced reasoning and deep analysis using ChatGPT 5. Let's talk about the newest version of ChatGPT 5. This upgraded model is designed for complex reasoning and detail. So if you're dealing with intricate tasks like advanced math problem, programming logic, or in-depth research, ChatGPT is your go-to tool for this. So make sure you have ChatGPT 5 from here. You can also switch to instant, which gives you answers right away, or thinking. So I have just selected on the auto mode. And then from here, you can also click on deep research. So I've just given a mathematical equation to ChatGPT to solve an equation and give me step-by-step answer, detailed format, explaining each step. So as you can see, ChatGPT is asking me just to confirm, would you like the explanation to be in simple language for beginner, example elementary, or for middle school? So let's suppose this would be something for elementary or middle school students. So I can just copy paste that. And if you wanted more advanced version, you can also do that. Now, as you can see, ChatGPT has given me step-by-step solution, and it has given me the first, second step to get rid of this, and also the detailed explanation. So even if you had to explain it to like maybe 10-year or 12-year-old kid, you can just do it very simply using ChatGPT. Next, I will ask ChatGPT to explain me the difference between supervised and unsupervised learning and give me examples for each. So as you can see, ChatGPT has given me in a very simple way for supervised learning with examples, and again unsupervised with example. Also, it has given me a table format like type, data type, goal, example as well. And it has also asked me, would you like me to simplify this further into shorter paragraph or not? So as you can see how well structured this ChatGPT 5 is, and this will give you a thorough, detailed research for any problem you're facing. Tip number 3 is the voice mode. So here, as in ChatGPT, you get this voice mode, and let's suppose I turn it on. Write me a blog about AI bias and explain why is it biased and all the examples, and also use real life instant reports for my introduction. So ChatGPT has just converted that voice to the text, and as you can see, it is actually correct, and there is nothing for me to correct it as well. So I'll just hit on this enter code, and this is pretty good. And you also have this link option, as you can see from here. You can just click on that website link and you will be redirected to that particular blog. That means it's actually searching the whole web and finding out the best information for you. Tip number 4 is using custom GPTs, where you can create your own personal assistant. Let me show you how to do it. So just go back to the settings section and just select on personalization. And then from here, you can enable customization, like how you want to customize your ChatGPT to be. So I've given custom instructions as you are a manager with expertise in web launches. Please create a detailed report, plan, and deadlines for each plan. So let's suppose if you're a project manager or a marketing research or a content creator, just give prompts like act as a digital marketing expert, create a social media strategy, whatever fits your niche, okay? So you can just give that, and again, you can give some about to information like your nickname, occupation, more about yourself. And you also get this option of memory, so where you can actually reference your saved memories. So what ChatGPT will do is it will save and use memories while responding. So let's suppose if we just ask it again, like, do you remember we just talked about this blog which I wrote now? So it will actually save it. Now, if you do not want to save it, you can just unselect this option from here. And yeah, I've also selected on this record mode option. So this is how you can customize and personalize your ChatGPT. Now, the next tip which I'll show you is the schedules one. So what ChatGPT can actually schedule to run again after it completes a task. So you can choose a schedule time from the menu option from here. So I'll just go to manage, and as you can see, these are the paused for me, like send marketing strategies, get daily AI updates. So I can just edit on this and I can resume this task. I can name my project name, and I can give instructions like search for GenAI AI updates as well as for new product launches in the market and notify me if there's any. When do you want it? I want it daily to happen. At what time? You can just select any time through here and you can save it. So in this way, what ChatGPT does it will get those instructions, those information for you. You must also know about this feature of data controls, where you can actually improve the model for everyone, and this is on. So you can also off it if you want. You can export your data, you can delete all the charts, and any chart, if you archive it, you can also archive all the charts from your manage section. And then you've got this parental control, where you can actually give access to teens or parents who can link accounts, giving parent tools to adjust certain features, set limits, and add safeguards that work for their family. Also have this security feature of multi-factor authentication where you can require an extra security for logging your ChatGPT account. And yeah, you can also enable device code authorization for Codex as well. Next step is you can connect your app and also connectors. So here I have already connected my Google Drive, ChatGPT for deep research and for agent modes. And you can also browse and connect any particular browser, any particular app or connector which you want ChatGPT to integrate with. So we have Canva, Coursera, browse connection for Gmail, HubSpot, Linear, Google Calendar, and many more. So this is also an amazing tip if you actually want to leverage the use of ChatGPT and create amazing content and let the ChatGPT do the entire task for you. Let's move on to our next step, which is ChatGPT's agent mode. If you've ever wished ChatGPT could act like an expert in specific areas, then agent mode makes that happen. You can instruct ChatGPT to act as a professional in any field, whether it's like doctor, lawyer, marketer, or even a personal coach. For example, let's suppose I just activate my agent mode from here. So now I've given a prompt to ChatGPT to act as a seasoned digital marketing expert and help me create an online campaign. And let's see what the agent mode does for you. So as you can see, it is taking a bit of time to actually find the perfect answer for you. So it's setting up the desktop now. It says, before we dive in, could you please share a few details so I can tailor your online campaign effectively? So it's referring to your product or services. What are you actually promoting? Target audience, who do you want to reach, age, location, etc. So I've given my answer as product and services. What my Simplilearn's professional certificate program is my product. Target audience is to 40-year-old and the main goal, budget, channel preferences, and the unique selling points. So I'll just hit enter and give it to the agent mode. Now, if you have any other product or services, just clearly give that instruction to ChatGPT and clearly mention who are your target audiences, your main goals, your budget timelines, channel preference, and many more. So it's actually using your desktop and finding how to create this campaign. So it's actually working on the reading mode and finding all the articles, best articles. So as you can see, within 53 seconds, it has given me a concise campaign plan tailored to Simplilearn certificate programs. You can open it or download it using the link below. All right, so it's given me the online campaign plan, the campaign overview, messaging creative, channel and tactic mix, phase 1, phase 2. For LinkedIn, what can I do? For Google Ads, YouTube, and many more. It has also given me budget allocation. This is really amazing, where you can actually plan your budget in using Meta, LinkedIn, Google search and display. And also you've got metrics and measurement, justification, best practices. So you can actually download this whole file using the link below. So this agent mode works really well. So now that we have seen how agent mode works, let's move on to our next step. The next step is how we can use booking.com in our ChatGPT. So I'll just ask that find me the cheapest flights from Bangalore to Thailand and give me an itinerary as well, which places to visit and hotels, etc. in less budget. So first, it will actually connect it to the app, that is booking.com. And it says, okay, let's plan a budget-friendly Thailand trip from Bangalore step by step. So once I just confirm these details, it will find the cheapest flight. Then it will show affordable hotel option, create a 5-day full itinerary. And your travel dates are, let's say, for example, November 5 to November 10. So I'll just give my travel date as November 1 to November 10. So now it has connected to booking.com and it has given me from November 1 to November 10 2 travelers, and these are the hotels which it has suggested. Now it's around 6.8K, 7.3K. This is pretty cool, and you can also view it from the booking.com by clicking on this link here. and you will be redirected to this page, and this works really amazing, right? You just don't need to hop into that particular website and search there. You can ask ChatGPT, integrate that app from here, and it will redirect it to your website. And it has also given me the flight summary from Bangalore to Bangkok. And the cheapest airline is AirAsia. And the round trip fare would be around this much, flight time. Suggested itinerary as well, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. And it has also given me the estimated budget for each person. This works really cool. Now, if you want a PDF version for it, you can just ask ChatGPT that give me the PDF version, and it will get that ready for you. Next tip which I'll be showing you guys, which is a newly added feature. One, I have already shown you booking.com. Second, integrated app, which is a Spotify. So I'll just click on Spotify and I will ask it to generate me few Justin Bieber songs. My music taste is pop music. That's it. And let's see how it can generate my new favorite songs using Spotify. So it has connected to the Spotify application from here, and it is using the Spotify search. So as you can see, from here you can only create playlists and make advanced requests with Spotify Premium. You can also add these songs. It has given me the Justin Bieber songs, and you can just add it from here. So here are the few light pop playlist features Justin Bieber, and you can also give more example like focus on acoustic pop vibes or some light pop beats or whatever that fits your need. Now the next step which I'll be showing you is how you can use the create image feature in ChatGPT. So as you know that ChatGPT works really well in creating images. You would have already seen that Ghibli style art images trending on the internet. Now let's see, you can just pick up any style from here. So this is the cyberpunk, anime, dramatic, retro cartoon, or any particular style, right? Now let me pick this 80s glam, and I've given a prompt to create a selfie style cheesy 1980s mall shot. And I've given whatever prompt I want, and let's see what type of image ChatGPT generates for us. So it's getting started. We'll just wait for a few seconds till it's done. So guys, this is the image ChatGPT has given to us, and just look at it. This is really amazing. I mean, the quality and the texture of the image is really cool. So you can also put your images from here, and you can give a prompt like this, and ChatGPT will generate such highly professional pictures for you. Next tip which I'll show you on the list, which is how you can use the OpenAI ChatGPT canvas. So we'll just select the canvas option from here. So I'll give it a prompt on write me a code in Python on, So I'll just give it a prompt like write me a code in Python to create a to-do app list. So it's thinking longer for some better answers. You can also skip it by just clicking here. So as you can see, the OpenAI canvas is actually working, and it is giving me Python, Flask, to-do app, single file.python and all the code here, where you can actually edit this code just by clicking here, and just you can see it is not yet completed its code. You can also run your code just by selecting on this. So you can debug your code and run it from this terminal section, and this is really amazing. This works really good if you're a developer or if you have faced any problems in your coding. So I'll just click on open console option from here, and you can see the console is also opened. And if you guys didn't know about this feature, I would highly request you guys to hurry up and try it now. Now the next step is to rename your chats. Now, if you're using ChatGPT regularly, your chat history might get messy. Give each chat a clear name so that you know exactly what it's about. So let's suppose I'm working on this project now. So I'll just rename it as ChatGPT Tips and Tricks. So in this way, it's really clear for you on which topic are you working. Next tip is use natural language. Now, you can talk to ChatGPT just like you would talk to a friend. For example, instead of saying write a poem with 5 lines on summer, just say write me a short poem about summer. So I can just say act as a poet and write me a short poem about summer. So it has given me the answer for this, the poem ready for you. If you want to make it more rhymed version, you can also give more personalization and customizations, like make it more playful, song-like rhythm and all of that. Next step is you can utilize temporary chats from here. So here on the right side, you get this turn on your temporary chats, which will save the conversation for you. You can enable this feature to start a new conversation that won't be saved or affect future responses. It's perfect for brainstorming without cluttering your chat history. Next step, you can clear your ChatGPT memory as well. So what we'll do is we'll just go back to our settings from here and click on this personalization. So you get this memory option, right? From here, you can just click on manage and you can just delete all your memories if you don't want any bugs or your ChatGPT to slow down. Next step, I'll show you how you can actually change your theme color. This is very simple. So if you wanted to keep it dark or you want to keep it light mode according to your needs. So I like the dark theme more, so I'll just keep it on the dark mode. And then you can also change your accent color. You want it to be in default blue, green, yellow, or pink, orange, purple, whatever color you want the response to be generated with. Next, you can also have this language option. You can select whatever language you wanted. We have so many multiple languages from here. So whatever you want the ChatGPT to have the language feature, you can just select it from here. Next step is also the spoken language feature. You also can select any particular tone language from here in any language. And for best results, you can select the language you mainly speak. If not listed, it may still be supported via auto detection. You can also change the voice, whatever voice you want. So let's suppose I select this Juniper voice from here. You can play it.
Hey there. I've got a really great feeling about us teaming up.
So this is the voice generated. So you can just personalize your voice according to yourself. And you can also click on this show additional models and it will show a list of all the additional models available. Next step is you can also explore multiple GPTs from here. So just select on this explore option and you can also search GPTs, plus you can create your own GPT from here. So just by clicking on this create, you can just start defining your GPT as create GPT for anime comics. So in this way, just I give the command and it is showing me anime comic GPT product spec. This is the purpose, the target users, capabilities, and this is really cool, right? Whatever project you're working on, you can also customize and create your own GPT. Plus, you've got this multiple GPTs here for writing, productivity, research analysis, education, lifestyle, programming as well. And these are the trending GPTs now for fitness, image generator, AI humanizer, consensus, humanized AI, and a lot more. So it has got multiple options if you want to create your own GPT, or you can actually use and explore multiple GPTs from here. So guys, now we have covered everything from refining your prompts, unlocking advanced features, ChatGPT 5, voice mode, agent mode, and even generating amazing images, Spotify, Booking.com, and a lot more. So whether you're using it for work, learning, or just having fun, these tools will help you to get most out of your ChatGPT experience. So guys, we have come to the end of our full course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn. Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, you can check the description box below.